good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's another beautiful, beautiful, hot evening from my side. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to the church, to the mosque, to the Shrine of Violence. Another amazing Tuesday evening. As usual, we are back again and again and again and again. Thank you guys for always coming through. Thank you for always coming out. All our first respondents, you guys are always, always, always the energy of the space. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for always sticking with us. Talk plenty today, but we're going to try and keep it as brief as possible today. Because I think I had a very long musical break. All right, guys. Thank you as I always say on the platform. Thank you, my brother Otumba. Congratulations. You know why? Thank you, my brother Jimmy. Hopefully, NT to be here with us any moment from now. Thank you to all of you. I see all our favorite people on the platform. Thank you so much. Thank you. People are asking me who sang that last song. I always, for you that just joining this crusade, this church, this shrine, I always, the moment you hear many, many things, you just know that's our space about to start. I always have to play that song because that is a song by our own brother and one of our archbishops on the platform, N6. Yes, so please you can go and stream his music. Business before pleasure. Business, that's BIZNESS before B and the number 4 pleasure 2. Amazing music across all streaming platforms. So let me just sell this market for him before he even comes here. All right, guys, welcome one more time to the church, to the mosque, to the shrine, to the crusade of violence space. And we are here one more beautiful Tuesday, as normal, to discuss on national issues, as normal to deliberate, to have these conversations, to share moments, to share knowledge, to share everything going on as we always on the platform. So it's always a pleasure seeing all our regular speakers, all our regular members, all our newcomers, because one good thing I have on this platform is that every day we have newcomers. Thank you for inviting new people to join the platform today. It's always a pleasure. And as I say, I'm trying to make sure I keep my submission as short as possible so we can allow a whole lot of people to respond today. I just want to sell our market as we always do on the platform. When you come into this church, when you come into this mosque, when you come into this crusade ground, this shrine, this space, the first thing you do is you pay your tithe. It is very, very, very important. There are so many people that are struggling now. They'll be wondering why they're struggling is because they don't pay attention and they don't follow instruction. 2 key things: you don't pay attention and you don't pay attention and you don't follow instructions. If you pay attention and you follow instruction, everything will be silly well for you. But if you don't pay attention, ask people that their phones have been breaking. Some people have been wondering, I think I'm saying this with play. People's phones have been breaking. I've been entering my DM. Saddam, please stop it. Simple pay attention and follow instruction is a problem. And Jimmy will not even jam me up today, safe. So pay attention, follow instruction. If you're new on the platform and you're wondering what is the tithe, where is the account number, where is the Bitcoin wallet, the account number is retweet the space, share the space, like the space, and let people know that the number 1 space on Twitter is up and freaking running. So guys, we need everybody on the platform to please retweet, share, like the space. And also for those that are not on the platform, we have people that are listening. Big shout out. I think I am guilty, and you guys should forgive me. I am talking to our radio listeners and our YouTube listeners. I am sorry. I think this is the second time in months that I have had to give you guys a shout out, and it is so painful. Even if I was the one, I would feel so bad. So I am so sorry to all those tuning in from our radio station, and our YouTube station. We are so grateful. Thank you guys. We see you. We listen to you guys, but we don't listen to you guys. Sorry, we see you guys, but we know you guys cannot join the conversation. But I know you guys are listening, and we say a big thank you to all of you using those platforms. So if you have people that are not on Twitter, and you understand how important these conversations we're having is on this platform, and you want them to join, please, we have made a whole lot of I think we are, let me just post it up on the Jumbotron for people to understand what I'm talking about. Posting up the next thing you're going to see right now is a link to our Vawulence Space Radio. Our Vawulence Space Radio is an online radio platform that has been running for the past 8 months, and we have listeners across the world. Over the last count of people you have across the country, family, friends, relatives, copy the link of the radio station, post it on your WhatsApp stories, post it on your Instagram stories. That is how you help and join this conversation. That's how you help and expand this conversation. That's how you help and propagate the gospel from this church, from this mosque, from this shrine to the ends of the earth. So please, guys, it's very important. I have to put this out there for people to understand. And if you're on YouTube also, if you have people that are not on this platform on YouTube, send them the link to our YouTube channel. It is very easy, Vawulence_space, and they can join this conversation live on YouTube and also live on Facebook. And also, big shout out to every one of you that are truly reading, because what we're trying to build right now is an obedient movement with a high reading culture. We have had these problems for a very long period of time, whereby Nigerians, we do not read, we just read headlines, and we take the headlines and we run away with it. So I've tried to make sure we find a way that we can make the reading become so easy, not so difficult, but at the same time, you seeing the headlines and knowing, okay, if I jump on this story, it is exactly what's in the headlines, and that's why we have worked so hard to come up with the parallel facts, media wing of the of or media wing that are doing amazing work. I just want to give big shout out to everyone involved. All the editors are having sleepless nights every day, working their feet out. The tech team every day working they're working their socks out. The writers doing the amazing job, every business team, everybody on the team behind the scene did a whole lot of work to make sure that what we are doing here becomes a reality, to make sure we have a platform that can, in the next couple of weeks, months, challenge the status quo in the media sphere of Nigeria. So I just want to give you guys your flowers. Everybody, the Parallel Facts team, everybody have volunteered doing the Lord's work. It is not easy, sacrificing your time, doing stuff for yourself, doing stuff for something, for the greater good, as I would say. So just get your flowers, take your flowers. I know that we are loved. Thank you so much. We appreciate what you guys are doing. Please keep doing it. Do not stop, do not relent, and do not stop believing. It is possible. Many people felt like, why should you? But we are now mainstream already. We are now mainstream already. I get a whole lot of people coming out and say, man, if I go and read this news, I go and verify for the Parallel Facts, and I say, yes, that's exactly what we want to do. And we are creating that niche already. So please keep supporting the Parallel Facts platform. Please keep telling people about us. Keep selling our gospel. Keep propagating the news. Thank you to over 11,000 of you that are already following. Please go and follow us. I think we will focus today on Instagram, on probably on Facebook, on Telegram, on YouTube. We are everywhere. On TikTok. We are everywhere. So please don't stop at following us on Twitter. Follow us across all platforms and help this channel grow. Thank you guys one more time for the amazing work you guys are doing. Thank you to every one of you that are truly reading, especially our ladies. Our ladies, we have special columns for you guys now. Lifestyle, health. I think we have to bring you food. I think because I know our ladies like to cook. So we have to bring in maybe a food section on the website for you guys, so you can get more interactive for you guys to always stay on the website. Please do not stop reading. Continue reading. We are trying to build a generation that is different from the generation of the people that have kept us in this bondage. All right, guys, thank you so much. I think I'm just going to jump into the whole conversation now. I think I've done a lot of selling. Today's space is going to be engaging. I think it's going to be very, very engaging because, and also if you know that the mic doesn't get to you on time, please, you can always drop your comment. I think that's one aspect of the space right now we are all enjoying reading people's comments on the platform. Please drop your comments on the platform and we will always read them. All right, let me just jump in right now. I think it is important we talk about this topic. When I say judicial watch, we are looking at everything that's happening in the judiciary space over the past couple of days till today and in the next coming days. Because I did not want us to box our whole conversation towards the tribunal. Because if we box it towards the tribunal, we will not be able to allow people to react to other judicial stuff happening across the country, including the one that we on this platform, people from this platform are working so hard to come up with. So I know many of you were on the space. I think on Saturday when we had that conversation towards the end of the space, yes, so a whole lot of work is being done behind the scenes, and hopefully in the course of this conversation, we will get to hear some stories from some people. So I just want you guys to understand that people are working so hard, sleepless nights, lawyers behind the scene. And so we'll be having all those conversations today. And I just also want us to understand that our tribunal case, is a case I will expect many of us to, because I've all been following it. We're all going to come out here and talk about it and how best we see it. But one place I want us to look at today, and I think we must drum, is INEC. Is INEC. Is INEC. We have been so quiet. We have been so obedient, in the real term of the word obedient, following these people, working with these people, and these people are trying to fuck with us and play with us. And I'm saying this not because we do not have our own copy, but when you have, I made a tweet yesterday, and because so many obedience were like, oh, INEC have deleted the beavers, the data and everything. And for those that are in tech, understand that data cannot be deleted. It's as long as it has been imputed, it cannot be deleted, no matter how you want to bleach it. Yeah, but it is important also that INEC understand that we know what they are doing, and we are not going to tolerate what they are doing just sitting down without any pushback. For long, our battle has been with, let's cannot do things peacefully, let's continue to follow this tribunal. And we have seen in the course of the whole period that when you push these people back, they must react. And when we keep quiet and it looks like we are just keeping quiet, they get emboldened to do more and more. We have a time frame for our case to be heard in court. And INEC are not doing what is right. And I'm saying this because the moment they ask for evidence, INEC bring your data, and INEC does not bring that data. Whatever data we provide will be accepted in the court. Probably if somebody's here that's a lawyer and what I'm saying is wrong, you come and correct me. Because it's just like me telling her, like, you come and tell you say, I came to your house. Let me find a very perfect analogy for people here to understand what I'm saying right now. You accuse me of something without, and I say I did not do this, and you don't have proof. The burden of proof is on you, that the accuser. We are accusing INEC of stealing our mandate and siding with APC, and INEC are saying no. But INEC are meant to bring out receipt to prove that we did not steal it, and that what we're saying is false, and they're not bringing it out. So whatever we present in court will be tenable as evidence, because INEC cannot now, it's not born on INEC to say, no, this stuff these guys are bringing is false. So when we bring out data and say, we got 1 million votes in Lagos, INEC say it's a lie. It is not down on INEC to bring out their own data now. This data that they're hiding. And if you listen to our lead counsel today, he said something. He said that when we start this trial, we're going to subpoena INEC. He made that statement. Hopefully, I'm going to play that sound bit for Nigerians to understand. But we as a people, we know that there's INEC are trying to dodge, but I don't feel like we should, as ourselves, we have extra power that we should be able to support what our legal team are doing in court. That INEC has to feel the pressure, that INEC does not even need to be subpoenaed for them to understand that you guys are fucking with the wrong generation. So that's where my mind is right now. So I was discussing with my I said, if we choose to go with the legal team, I know the legal team are strong enough to lay these claims. The evidence we have on ground there's no way Tinubu can escape from it. But we cannot just sit down and allow INEC to dictate the pace of this case when we can do something. Earlier on yesterday, I think they had a call and they had this whole banning of phone and everything in the court. And Nigerians, so many of them, early in the morning, they called me and I was like, oh, me and Real Purpose were speaking. Sarah was on the call and he called me and I was like, I heard Sarah and she was in the background and she was like, oh, and so now we're here, they're saying no phone. And I say, you guys should take your phones and get into the court. They say we're not yet much here because there were very few that moment. I say, when people come in numbers, talk to people and tell them, no, you guys must carry your phone and enter inside that court. I never even invested that these guys were going to even take it as far as they did. But they did, and you saw the outcome. And you saw that they allowed them going into the court, because when you allow these guys, they're testing the water to see what will these people do. How will they react? But one thing I'm very, very, very certain is that they are scared of the obedient movement. They are very, very, very scared of us. So please, in the course of our submission today, I want us to understand, we have to make We have done it before. We have always been doing it. We have made INEC to stand up and do what is right, even if they fail us at the highest level. At least they were pretending to do what's right because we're putting fire in their asses. All through the period, wherever we got any rumors, we come out here, we blow it out, we trend hashtags, and they were always having this pushback. Oh, it's a lie. When we say this, they'll say it's a lie. There's always out today. Today, we are going to have to trend hashtags. We're going to have boots on ground. We're going to have to do everything possible to make Yakubu Mahmoud understand that he's not in jail right now is because Nigeria is still a banana republic. That jail is not going to miss it. He's not going to miss that jail term. Let him. This one is just like that. He's just trying to find a way to cover his tracks. I heard that they are still uploading some INEC results. Why we have downloaded our results like 2 months ago, and boys are correlating results as we're speaking. Obedience are behind the scene doing a whole lot of hard work from the IRF. They are still uploading results, probably changing the results, probably bringing in for a few polling units that was not there, trying to make sure. And you know something with tips is that when you start doing all these things, you begin to leave loopholes that you'll be. This is like I made a case and I said that Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Yakubu are trying to steal from a tech generation, a Bitcoin generation with pop action. You carry give me that BTC, give me with God, they carry God and come and tell you, give me that. You think it is this is not that generation. It's not, we're not carrying money. Ghana must go. There's no bullion van here now. Things has changed. We have advanced. There's technology right now. These men don't understand these things. The worst thing they would have done was not to write that electoral law. They would have just considered that a cake way of giving us elections. And they cannot rig it. But the moment you enter tech, in a tech generation, you have lost the war before the war. And that's what they don't understand. So please, while we're having this conversation today, I just feel like, guys, please, you can always come out here and just let's have. I want it to be a more of like a solution-based space. We're having our submissions because we really have to make INEC feel the brunt of the obedient movement. If there's any organization that we have been following the law and be following those animals is INEC. And I think that we should put those freaking guys' feet on the fire. All right, let me just jump down to the middle belt. I just feel like it's the sober part of this space for me all the time when I have to talk about the middle belt because it is just so crazy what's happening over there. It's like some people are paying for not voting APC. You know, when we come up on this platform, we say all the time that APC is a terrorist organization. People feel like Saddam, you know, those early days it was like I was so harsh. It was like I was so cruel. I was so, I was just so uncouth or something. But I have always known. I've always said it because you cannot see, if you see the antecedents of APC, if you trace APC, you understand that these guys are the political wing of terrorism in Nigeria. They're the people that gave terrorism a facelift. They're the ones that shield and protect terrorists. Just yesterday, we lost four soldiers and close to 20-something people in one community in Benue State. Over 100 and something in Plateau State, a state that I grew up in. People are dying in their numbers across the Middle Belt because these people did not vote for APC. It's the audacity of these people that an administration is about to hand over power. They are going on a killing spree. There's one point I point to is that they don't fucking care who's coming next. They know that the next administration is coming, that it's coming is now our people get out. That's exactly the signs these people are giving us. Because I'm just putting in my mind that if INEC can declare our mandate, I am saying this with my whole chest that by now, Boko Haram, bandits, and the rest will have relocated out of Nigeria. If there's anything terrorists and their likes know how to read very well, it's body language. They know how to read the body language of an incoming administration. An administration that they know that they will fuck them up, they will have relocated out of Nigeria. But the audacity of them knowing that, nothing will happen in a few days' time, power will change hands. We're going to kill people, nothing will happen. Is because they understand the next people that want to collect power from these criminals are even more in bed with them. Now nothing they happen. So it is important to understand what that. Please, that sympathy fatigue. We have to find means of amplifying the pains of our people in the middle belt, because as I always say, if you keep quiet, I'm happy that the middle belt people are not standing down. They are fighting. That even in the midst of no ammunition, no nothing, they're trying to fight back. They're trying to defend their lands, and people are dying. But if we keep quiet and these people are wiped out, that is an open door to the south. They have not even wiped out the middle belt. They're already in the south. They're already killing. They're already across all the forests, along all the forests in southern Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, a Boko Haram terrorist is closer to your home than you are. You don't know this. You don't believe this. No wahala. Time will tell. So it is important we continue to voice out and speak out now. So I think somebody gave me a suggestion. I think we're gonna. I posted on the comment section. Let me just post it up there. So while we're having these discussions, we can also be trending. Please, guys, please and please. We have over 600 of us on the platform right now. While we're having this conversation, I think 600 of us, over less than 100 are the children of the roasted corn, the children of drug dealer and everything. The remaining 500 of us, please let us make tweets right now with arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now and occupy INEC now. Because if it means Nigerians occupying INEC, if it means us occupying INEC, we will do everything until those fucking criminals release what the court has told them to release to our lawyers. And our lawyers come and read it out to Nigeria and say, yes, we have gotten everything we want. Then we can all calm down. So please, if there's any organization in the world, because of face value, because they're fucking criminals, because they get all their funding from foreign bodies, it's INEC. The moment you dent the image of INEC, Yakubu Mahmoud goes broke. So please let us trend Occupy INEC now. We have to understand that's why you see whatever we trend them. I'm telling you guys, let's trend these guys now. Before tomorrow, they will release statements. And whilst we are trending them, let them know that Nigerians on ground will hit the streets. We are going to come for all of them. It's not a matter of saying, we are coming to occupy their across the country. Let them know that we are serious. You must fucking release that result of Bola Ahmed Tinubu that he won. You said he won an elections. You declared him. Release the result. Why is it difficult? It shouldn't be difficult. You won an elections. You say you won an elections. You won an election. No wahala. Release the result of the person that won an election. It's a problem. And you see criminals supporting these people. So please, guys, let us make a couple of tweets and push these tweets and make sure you tell. I beg all our big handles across here. I beg. Make us show us love here. Please retweet it. Make us big tweets for us. Let people get talking in this, get on this conversation, because it is important. We don't allow INEC breathe. We don't give them any breathing space. And as I said earlier on, that INEC, if they choose to play hard, let them know that we are harder. And as I said on our last page, is that Nigerians for so long, and with this I'll yield my mic, for so long, we as a people, we have been defeated. Because the last time I used docile, Otumba said, no, we're not docile. I said, let me change the English, that we have been defeated. And when I mean defeated, we have been defeated mentally, and to many of us, psychologically and physically. That we don't even understand the power we yield as citizens. That we have forgotten that we are so powerful. In a tweet I made yesterday, and I made that tweet, and I was pointing out that Peter Obi won the most populous state in Nigeria. Peter Obi won the most influential state in Nigeria. In Lagos, popular, influential Abuja. He won the food basket of the nation, Benue. He won the oil capital, Rivers and Delta. He won the home of peace, Plateau State. These are key states across the country. He won every state in his region. He won every state in the South. The only candidate that picked votes across all divides, except 2 regions in the country. And someone came on the Twitter and said, That's how NSAS, we protest NSAS, what happened, blah, 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 blah. And I said, the job of citizen, I don't know, is it Aisha? I always say that about my sister, MK Barry, I always say, our citizen duty is eternal vigilance. So why so many people felt that, and they come out, the narrative that Abado children tell is that nobody died in Lekki. You guys, if you're all on this platform, you know that is the popular saying that they tell every time. But nobody died in Lekki. Show us, give us proof. Nobody died in Lekki. But Lagos State government set up a committee of inquiry, and they were found guilty of killing people, and they have paid compensation into hundreds of millions to the families of the deceased as we speak. But it's not out there. People don't know this, and what I'm saying right now, I'm sure many people don't even know that Lagos government paid hundreds of millions to families. If people did not die, who did you pay the money to? So when they pay the money behind the scene, they come out and send their vuvuzelas to throw the narrative of nobody died. So why many of us keep quiet? We don't understand. We just keep quiet and say, no, we have been defeated. Many people felt that NSAS was a win for Nigerians. Those people that died, irrespective of that, you cannot buy a life of anybody. They found, at least, their family found solace that there was an admittance and there was a remittance. At least. First time ever in the history of Nigeria that the government accepted we did it wrong and people died. So you see, that issue of Nigeria, that many of us do not follow up an issue to the very end. When we get to a brick wall or something, we lose hope, we give up, we say, you don't concern me, because the little one we took, it did not come out the way we wanted it to come out. Many people wanted after the NSAS, let us shut down the government, everything changed. No, it's a process. Taking back your country is always going to be difficult, especially when you're dealing with satanic evil people that have all the machinery to fight back. But whatever and ever machinery they have, it is always important for us to understand as a people that we, as a people, as a collective, we are more powerful than them in their entirety. And as I said in our last piece, I said, the Nigerian president is not powerful. Get that stuff off your head. Nigerian president in Africa don't flow for first 10 powerful presidents. Nigerian president is only popular because we have the number. The same thing that whatever you do in Nigeria, it goes viral. Hilda Basi has cooked now 100 hours. Somebody in Liberia will cook for 200 hours. You don't go trend. You know me say Hilda Basi cook pass am. Or Hilda Basi. It is because we have the power in numbers and we are good at making things, small things. Nigerians were the greatest salesmen. So please, that notion of Nigerian president is so powerful is a fucking fake notion. If the Nigerian president is powerful, Buhari will be running for top 10 or now as we are speaking. Buhari is a fucking hungry disaster that all his life had only 150 cows. All his children are flying private jets up and down. The Minister of Petroleum for the past 8 years without one refinery working. Do you know how much the man has stolen? You think he wants to leave power? If Nigerian president is powerful, he will do it and say nothing will happen. Make we sign in top 10. So you that you're scared that if a fucking drug dealer becomes he gets into a sort or something, he will unleash the DSS, he will unleash the army, why can't Buhari unleash that army now to become top 10 governor, top 10 president? Will they bring in new army from somewhere else? Is there any way they're going to manufacture new army, or will they convert the Solomon? So that mentality is the mentality that we in Nigeria, we automatically just stay on our own. We make irrelevant people relevant. We make people become so powerful in that themselves will be asking themselves, Omo, for where this power they come from? A country that have less than 1.5 million security apparatus across the country, a country of 200 million people, and 1.5 million that I'm going to the extreme. Where is that power coming from? So please, guys, I'm saying this for so many obedient that we feel like, when he enter, he will do this. Our job as citizens is eternal vigilance. I am saying this because nobody wants a viable and wicked opposition like obedience. Nobody wants a viable and wicked. See, we are giving these people nightmare. They cannot sleep in 9 months. Our greatest mistake is to forget the power we yield as a people. That will be our greatest undoing, is that we forget what we have achieved and focus on the minute and elevate people that deserve no elevation. Elevate people that have no relevance because of our personal fears. If you become this thing, you go. Obasanjo tell you say no one take to know. Why you not get them? Did Buhari not tell you he wanted Ruga? Did Buhari not tell you he wanted? Buhari took Ruga with his chest. Why did he not put Ruga? It's the president. A powerful president is that. Let me tell you a powerful president. Let me give you guys a powerful president is a president that's saying a lie, make it happen. I go rule Nigeria till I die. Since you guys are so scared of the army, so you are so scared of the police or the DSS or this and that, then that DSS that you are so scared of will be able to implement him and help him achieve his aims, like his mate is doing in Cameroon. If you don't know, go and Google Paul Biya. He's the president 40 years in Cameroon. In fact, he's ruling now from France. He's swearing in now from that country. That is power. If you don't understand what power is that you say, in fact, I say, as I finish, Buhari will say, my son, what is that his son? What's that his son name? Whatever fuck his son name is he Yusuf or somebody, just fuck whatever name is, and say, you will become the next president.
Yusuf.
Thank you, Yusuf. Power is saying, Yusuf, as I'm handing over, you will become the next president. That is power. Do not give these people, they don't have it. Please, Nigerians, obedience, understand it. They do not have that power that you're trying to ascribe to them. They don't have it. It's a mental slavery. It's a mental chain that we have chained ourselves as a movement, as a people for a very long time. And if you can remember that we won an elections in 9 months, there is nothing we cannot do, including holding the judiciary to the fire, holding them to the fire, holding till we get back our mandate. It is a must that because if it's unsafe to say, okay, all of us now agree, because for people that agree, everybody agree, okay, let us give up. Then you now understand that it is not a mental issue, not fiscal issue. Please, in essence, as I yield the mic right now, I just want you guys to understand our state of mind going to this next couple of weeks. We have a whole lot of cases coming up in the next couple of days, even including a very strong PDP case. I'm not going to want to talk about the merits or the demerits or the merits. But I just want to point out something, that PDP has a watertight case in the Supreme Court on the 26th. And on the 26th, you don't see have you seen any PDP supporter? I don't call them influencers because there's nothing they're influencing. Have you seen any PDP supporter on social media talking about how bad that case is, how they're about to take back that mandate? You don't see them do all those things, because to them, they are living in that bubble I've been calling right now. They have been slaves to a system that has been created by politicians, where they feed, they eat, they live off political patronage. They cannot do without political patronage. And so therefore for them, it is either status quo remains or it comes to our side. They cannot work hard. They cannot think out of the box. They cannot reason. They don't see Nigeria working. It's either more on our time to enter, make we steal. Make the whole stealing continue. That is just their mindset. If not, if it was our case that's going to be held in Supreme Court by Friday, we would have been raising the roof by now. But even while they're not raising the roof, we will help them raise the roof, because that case is very, very simple. You cannot have double registration and become a candidate. You get disqualified. So hopefully in the course of this conversation, we'll be having a whole wide view about the whole judiciary stuff setting up. And by the grace of God, on the platform today, our case will be discussed upon. I'm just trying to get some feedbacks from people behind the scene And hopefully, as I get those feedbacks, I will be alerting you guys. Thank you guys for sticking with us. Thank you for joining the Vawulence space. It's another wonderful evening, another wonderful atmosphere here in the church, in the shrine, in the mosque of Vawulence. And we will be having a swell long conversation today, as usual. All right, let me jump in right now. I think before Otumba is in the meeting, Essex is still on his way here. So I think I'm going to jump on to you, my brother Jimmy. Jimmy. I think Jimmy,
Bros,
I want to approach this conversation first before we go to INEC from that can
which can?
from the can statement to people in Plateau State.
Is it the one?
The one you reacted to, my tweet you reacted to today.
Oh,
That they should not
no
retaliate.
retaliation. We've been talking about that one for a long time. You see, they've been in bed with these guys for a very long time. They've been in bed with them. I keep telling people, they are in bed with the politicians. Look at it this way: Nigerian youths, the males, they are not getting married. The females, they are not getting married. Why do you think that is? Let me break it down this way. They work with the politicians. Pastors or religious leaders, they work with the politicians, because if the government provide jobs for the youth of the country, nobody goes to church to go and pray for work. Nobody goes to church to go and pray for wife. Nobody goes to church to go and pray for whatever miracle they are expecting, to pray for water, to pray for money for contracts. Nobody does that. So they work hand in hand. How many politicians have you met in church doing night vigil, praying endlessly? They don't. They don't. They don't go to church. They don't believe in church. But guess what? If they want to legitimize what they've achieved, that is when they go to church. That is when they go to church to let people think, we've done it. And you see their fraudulent money, the money they've stolen from people, they use it to buy mechano generators. And they will be worshiping, people will be worshiping in churches, they will be dancing. They've now made crime order of the day. It's how good you are. The amount of money you steal will now determine the kind of position they will put you in church. You see people begging for positions in church. You see ministers, you see government officials paying tithes. They are 10% tithes. A lot of churches in Abuja and Lagos, 10% tithe. And it's billions. You get one contract. Say me go deliver oil. He has one ship. So he did the contracts with them, and they approved it. They did. Now bunkry they do. And you go to church, you drop 1 billion naira as your tithe. Who is going to send you out of the church? Which man of God won't accept that money? Which man of God will not accept it? Because anointing no they pay bills. This is the only way. The churches and mosques, this is the only way they survive in that country. And they use them for money laundering. They don't tax them. They use them to siphon money, to launder money. They've been doing it for time. And that's the reason why they are using these people. They are using them to shape the narrative. Because they know we show respect to our religious leaders. They know we show respect to our traditional leaders. And that's the reason why I keep saying, now of course I go to course now. I don't fucking care. Because you guys are the causes of what is going on in Nigeria. You are one of the people making that country go to hell. You keep telling us you preach the 10 commandments in churches, but you do exactly the opposite. Well, not to a lot of us. Some of us, we've learned, and we've educated ourselves. We've seen the light. We've seen what you guys have been doing for time in that country. It's not going to fly like it used to do back in the days. It's not going to happen again. This time around, we've come to stay, and I'm just going to speak to obedience. You see, the next couple of days is going to be very interesting. There will be a lot of gaslighting. There will be a lot of taunting. There will be a lot of discouragement. They will throw it in your faces. If you don't have the nerves, if you don't have the ability to stand, please just log out of your Twitter and just delete the app. Please. Don't come in my DM and start, complaining. You need to have a nerve of steel to be on social media, to be on Twitter, to handle these bastards. We are standing our ground. They will gaslight you. They will tell you, they don't swear I'm in. No fucking way. Do not yield. Swearing him in doesn't mean he cannot be removed. It's just the process. It is just the process, and it's not even guaranteed. A lot of work is going on the ground. People don't understand what is going on the ground. We don't need to come on spaces to talk to people. A lot of people are working behind the scenes. Not even what we are doing. A lot of people all over the world. A doctor from US sued and filed a lawsuit to stop this swearing in on 29. And I think from my counting, we have about 13 lawsuits now preventing the 29th to come. You see, the 29th it's just another day. And let me say this. As time goes on, you're going to be seeing dignitaries coming into the country. You're going to be seeing planes. You're going to be seeing foreign leaders coming in. Don't let that discourage you. It's going to feel like, it is over. They've acknowledged him. No! It is called diplomacy. It's a relationship between Nigeria. Every country Nigeria has relationship with. They need to reciprocate that relationship. They are acknowledging, they are paying respect to Nigeria as a country, not to the representative, not to the president. It is our country. We have a constitution, we have a policy, we are going through. They are acknowledging that. And what US did today, I said it earlier on, it's the normal thing for them to do because we have a diplomatic relationship with the US. On a normal freaking day, Biden is meant to lead that delegate. Biden himself is meant to lead that delegate as the most important country in Africa. He's meant to lead.
Or balance the bad, send his
Yeah.
deputy.
If he don't go, vice president go, or secretary of state. It is an insult to send 9 people. 9. As America big rich. 9, just 9 people. And those people they send safe, I don't even really know them, to be honest. 9 people to come and represent. So guys, don't let this make you feel like America don't endorse them, UK don't endorse them. No. It's consider it a protest. It is a protest from America because on a normal day, the moment they declared him as a winner, Biden supposed don't call him. Biden doesn't even want to have any engagement with this guy. If you guys are not reading the line, they don't want to. He doesn't want to have any engagement with him. But at the same time, they need to maintain that relationship because of their own personal interest with Nigeria. Guys, the next couple of days is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. I want us all to be prepared. Now, let me call your attention to another thing I noticed today. I'm going to start reading some dates and incidents to you. November 2020, Buhari signed a $2 billion refinery project to import fuel from Niger Republic. 2020. November 24th, 2022, Niger Republic names road after Muhammadu Buhari. August 3rd.
Jimmy, Niger.
Niger Republic at the sea here.
And Niger, that's how they pronounce it. The pronunciation of Niger.
All right. So August 3rd, 2022, Nigerian government confirms buying 1.4 billion naira vehicles. Sent it to Niger. March 17, 2021, Buhari named a road after the president of Niger Republic in Nigeria, in Abuja. And guess what? Today, May 23rd, 2023, Buhari said, Niger Republic will defend me if anybody moves against me in Nigeria. Today.
You forgot to add the 13 something, is it 13 billion spent
They
on
do
jeeps?
railroad go on Niger now.
No, not that one. The one they went to buy jeep. I think they bought
I
jeep
don't
from
read that one
Niger.
now. I don't big jeep SUVs. Wait, another one I talk say vehicles.
Okay,
Vehicles
yeah.
to now in retirement vehicle be that. So you can imagine for a so-called Nigerian president, they talk say if Bege start in the wrong go Niger. Do you know what that is? So charity begins abroad. Eh? These are the people we're dealing with. And now, in as much as we didn't realize Buhari is not even Nigerian safe. He don't late before we realize them. Now, what you're gonna be seeing now will be Guinea Conakry. The Niger chapter just finished now. Now na Guinea Conakry. And this one will be nasty. This one will be nasty because it's coming with a different ball game entirely. This one will be nasty. You can imagine the combination of a narco state and a terrorized nation. So terrorism and narco states. Do you know what that is? Are you guys watching documentaries from Sinaloa cartels in Mexico? Are you seeing the way they kill themselves? And why do they kill themselves? It's over drugs. It's not as if they're consuming it. It's the money. It is addictive. It's the money. They fight for territory. They fight for, okay, this is our territory. We want to sell. They don't say, okay, Lekki, Lekki now, rich people, they Lekki, and rich people, they buy steady. So you can't want go there, say, say rich people, they there, the market, they there. You won't come go, they will kill you. That is where it starts. And before you know it, they start expanding. They start creating toughs among themselves. They start attacking themselves. And they don't care when it comes to gang or drug gang fighting. They don't care who is in between the line. They don't care who gets shot. Those are collateral damage. They can go into a shopping mall and just spray the whole shopping mall just because they want to kill one person or blow the whole shopping mall off. Narco state, that is what we're about to engage ourselves in. But guess what? It's not going to be easy for them. And it's not going to last. It's not going to work for them. I still believe one thing. In as much as I don't believe in the judicial system in Nigeria, but honestly speaking, to God Almighty that makes me, I believe in Peter Obi. Look, a lot of us joined politics just less than few months ago. I've been aware about the whole political thing going on in Nigeria right from 1993. I just don't pay attention because of the kind of the kind of demons, the kind of lies that's into it. But guess what? When Peter Obi came up, it's like, wow, this is the time for us to join politics. This is what I represent. This is what my kind of person represent. This is what I want for myself. This is what is meant to happen in a nation. This is how a nation is meant to be handled. This is how a nation should be run. Let me share this with you guys. Just like you will see before implication, where people come to me and say, we are going to furnish, like when I was rebuilding the house, we're going to say, hey, this furniture shop in Awolowo Road. This one, I said, listen, if we cannot find anybody to do governor's bed in Aka, then the governor will sleep on the floor. Forget it. There must be a furniture man here that will give me furniture in Aka that will sleep. That's how we brought one Mr. Daja. I used to know him as a small boy. His company has collapsed. I called him and said, listen, you still know how to do furniture. I said, yes. I said, go and do all the bed that is here. Whoever can sleep in it can go and sleep somewhere else, not from here. Why am I saying all this? Management, cost of governance. And yesterday, some bastards, they're spending 14 billion naira just on furniture to furnish and paint Aso Rock. This is the kind of
Jimmy,
waste,
Jimmy,
bro.
Jimmy, my brother. When I saw that amount, I was just laughing. And I was laughing out of pity for Nigerians, especially for people that follow these guys. Because you see these guys, what they don't understand is that for them it is like it is like it is like how do I put that? It is like Arsenal Man U
Honestly,
that we're doing.
honestly,
It is like Big Brother Nigeria and Tasha
yeah.
Messi. That is what this is to them. The combined wealth of all Tinubu supporters, all of them in the country, abroad and inside, is up to
Of
14 billion.
course,
The combined
of
wealth of all
course,
Tinubu, and in fact, let me not say to their
of
descendants,
course.
to their unborn, because there are people that are born into, they are meant to suffer. They know the people who go not make money in
Chronic,
this life. Legitimately.
chronic poverty.
So for the 14 billion is not up. They don't have that. That's what they are spending to buy
Furniture,
furnitures in Aso Rock.
ordinary furniture. And this is what Peter Obi has been talking about. Cost of governance. Cost of fucking governance. How to run a country. Cost of governance. And I saw another video, was it a couple of days ago? They were showing Tinubu's convoy. About 67 cars. Convoy. When Peter Obi was a governor, they had about 35 vehicles for his convoy. And he called them and said, what is all this for? You see, that is how their predecessors were doing. No. Cut it down. 5 vehicles. 5 vehicles. He let go of 30. He said it's a waste of money. And they bill him 30 million naira every month just to buy petrol inside those vehicles. He stopped it and he told them, henceforth, now only 5 vehicles we need. And those 5 vehicles, if I'm not in the car, nobody's buying petrol because now he go pay the petrol himself. Cost of governance. You have someone with discipline, someone that has money management skills, someone with prudency that knows how to manage money properly. That is who we need. We don't need is this statistics we want to chop. Guys, they will come and gaslight you. They are using your religious leaders because they believe that these people can actually speak to you. They will tell you they have one reviver. Come and get your miracle. Bring your handkerchief to get your miracle acceptance. So when you go to work, when you go for that interview, use that handkerchief to wipe your eyes. When the interview personnel sees you, automatically you don't get the job. They go say sticker, say the sticker. Now blood of Jesus did the sticker. Just put on for your gas cooker. If you put on for your gas cooker, gas no go reduce. Hero. She say ni. You no go work for where they cook for restaurants. May you just put your sticker. See, the way they've used religion to bamboozle people. I'm a religious person. I'm a Christian. But they've bastardized that religion in a way that they made it look so useless in Nigeria. Here, they don't regard all this. You are going to night vigil, night waiting. What are you? What is good to pray? You can do that not once in a while, but Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. One step. I'm not kidding. Jesus, what's happen? Monday, men's meeting. Tuesday, women's meeting. Wednesday, midweek service. Thursday, choirs meeting.
Jimmy, who goes to church by 10 o'clock in the morning on a
In the
Monday morning?
morning, brother. In the morning. What's happened for yesterday? Yesterday na Sunday. Now what's happened? Wait, the prayer when I pray. That one don't expire.
It's a very unproductive society. All the industries. People keep asking. Go back and look at Nigeria in the 80s, in the
Bro,
70s. All the industries
all
in
the
Lagos,
warehouses
all the
don't turn
industries
on
in
to
Ikeja.
church. They don't turn on to.
Church don't
They
buy all
don't
of
buy
them.
every single.
Don Lopo, Nestle, they don't
They
run
don't
go
run go
Ghana.
Ghana.
Then Nigerians
Turn
turn
on
out
to
to
church.
church.
And they keep bamboozling us in a way that the stupid religious leaders because you guys have You've made that country the way it is. You are part of the problem in that country. You see idiots, stupid men. One David Ojo, what do they call him? Babati oni shorire. Say Peter Tinubu's emergence na divine. Aye wo ima baje ni. Ni kure. Ona aye gbogbo yín máa blow ni ẹ̀yin olórí burúkú yìí. They will come online talking rubbish when they were shooting at people. You see how they kill people? Plateau? You see how they kill people? Nasarawa, Southern Kaduna, none of them talk. No one of them speak. You know, say, don't go, avoid retaliation. Avoid the The amount of people that have died in that country due to this ethnic cleansing and religious cleansing, you will weep over your kids. And guys, look, at a point in time, you will notice and you start hearing that one politician had accident, or one politician their car get accident, they die. One politician sleep for bathroom. Let them fucking die, they won't die. Now the prayer when now they pray, they catch them. Karma is catching up with them. Do not, they're gonna say R.I.P. Rest in. Don't fucking rest in peace. Don't pray for anybody. Don't give them any dove. They are reaping what they've sown. A lot of people there are some people that God put them in that position. God wants to punish them. When they come across you, do not help them. You don't know what they've done in the past. Pray for God's direction and guidance before you help people. Because there are some people that there is curse on their head. Do not help people. Pray. Do not help people that God has placed curse on. Because it will affect you. People are dying every single day. See the rate that they kill people for Plateau. If they keep up with that number or more, nobody go there that state again. No. Nobody go there that state again. But yet, then they launch book. Then they go do dinner. Then they are chilling. None of them mention anything. None. Not the governor, not the president. They did not acknowledge anything. We had flood last year that killed thousands of Nigerians. You know me thinking, talk nothing.
My let me just 1 minute before you continue. My sister sent me a video. I think that video went viral also. Kibati, she posted that video on her this, and she was where she was attacked in Lekki by the thugs, and the whole place was a swimming pool. She said that how I wish there can be the elections in June. People see all the people walking inside water, death, and everything like that. This same place. Look at the development that's happening here. There's no road, there's no drainage, there's nothing. But people that are meant to benefit from a working system went to fight and kill their fellow human beings just to reinstall the same people that have kept them. See, our problem in Nigeria majorly is mentally.
Honestly,
Jimmy. We have more of a mental problem than a physical problem, because mentally we have so many people that are mad.
Yeah.
Mentally we have so many people that are enslaved that do not believe that Nigeria will ever
mental
work.
slavery. Mental slavery.
But
Yes.
on,
No, mental slavery. That one day. I tell you, see, even if Obi enter, and then fix electricity, some people go they complain, say, never carry light, wait till they happen. It will be unusual. I'm telling you, it will be weird to them. It will be strange to them. Honestly speaking, it will. Lastly, let me go on INEC. You know, Yakubu go jail. I swear to God Almighty, Yakubu will go jail. Allah. That man go jail. And by God's grace, when Obi reclaim his mandate, I go apply. I just want to serve that man beans, that man and Wiki. Honestly speaking, EFCC, I want to join EFCC. I go serve that man beans. Because I remember vividly, after the presidential election, this bastard, what did they call Yakubu Olori Buruku? He applied to the court that they want to reconfigure the beavers. And the Labour Party shouted, hey, no, they want to destroy evidence. So May they not do amo, then go court. And they assured court that INEC assured court say, nothing will happen. There will be a backup. They will save it, blah, blah, blah. They just need to prepare for governorship, which is actually paramount, which is understandable. Abi? Good. Now, Olori Buruku Yakubu, he say, they cannot give Labour Party access to beavers. Ask him why. He say because the data for the presidential election, oti law. Baye Yakubu je ma law niyen. Now, so his whole life to go law. No wahala. May them carry the beavers, still give us. Oti law. Abi? Now only governor did here. Okay, no problem. But stupidly, oti law. But yet, una still they upload. I think the upload now is about, I think 98%. They never upload finish. So the ones where now they upload, where now they see them? Where now they see the ones where now they upload? And stupidly,
My brother, they see the vote. As I was speaking, they're still
bro,
voting in
and
the Dubai.
stupidly, bro, stupidly.
They see the vote for Kashim Shettima State. They are
You
still
see,
voting. As you are
one
speaking,
thing about
fucking
brother, one
criminals.
thing about liars is when you lie one lie, be prepared to lie 1,000 to cover your track. Because now when you don't lie, say Otelo. Stupidly enough for you. If they call you, the result where you announce say that Tinubu win, come and defend it. Where is the proof? The proof Tilo. Then that means we didn't have any election. What we had was a selection. Stupidly, oh. But thank God, we're not dealing with dumb people. They're going to subpoena them.
Jimmy, let's play this game, man. Let's play this game before we hit the mic. Let's play this game. I am INEC. You are LP. We're in court now. I'm saying Bola Ahmed Tinubu won these elections, and I don't have he won 12 states. Peter won 12 states, but we have deleted the data. Then you now bring your data to me, and I say no, your data is false.
Go bring your own now. Prove me say now waiting I bring now false.
Thank you very much. I just want us to paint this mental picture for people that are asking me, is it admitted? Is it admissible? The moment you bring your own, and I cannot bring my own, whatever you bring is admissible in court.
And if you cannot provide the one where you claim, say, declare Tinubu as winner, then that means the election did not even hold in the first place.
Thank you very much.
Lastly, let me just play this clip so you guys can understand when I say religion is the major problem they're using as a tool to just bamboozle people in Nigeria. And I'll yield back to my brother Otumba to take it over from there.
The Zambian government, Bishop, sold the copper mines in northern Zambia to an outside consortium for $25 million. The copper mines for $25 million because they couldn't manage to keep them. The company that came in and took over the Zambian copper mines in 3 months made a profit of $75 million. They did not pay the Zambian government upfront in cash for the mines. They were going to pay them over a period of time. Here we have this company that has an understanding of how things work, raised the money at the government's expense, took money that the government should have been making, and gave it back to the government and said, we paid our debt in full. And give them now 0.006% of the proceeds of copper mining. When right outside the door, there's people in poverty, people in not eating, people ignorant, people dying, high levels of AIDS. And what's the deal? Churches are full. People are praising God. Africans pray all night. Prayer is not in the success equation. Prayer is in the revelation equation. Decision making is in the success equation. You have to make a decision and be sound. We have to be disciplined and make sure we go and get what God has called us to get. You can be full of the Holy Ghost, but you can still be ignorant. But as for me and my house, I will get understanding. I will get understanding. I will get understanding. It's time now for us to rise up and be counted. This year, the country of Ghana turns 50. Ghana was born the same year we were born, in 1957. Ghana and South Korea had their independence dates on the same day, the same year. But look where South Korea is. South Korea is by nature not a Christian nation. South Korea by nature are Buddhists. China, which is the next large world economy, they have stated that in the next 10 years, 20% of the Chinese people will be multimillionaires. That means almost 450 million Chinese will be millionaires. They are not Christians, they are Buddhists. The Japanese are Shintoists. Those in Indonesia and Malaysia are Muslims. It's not about praising God and hallelujah and a great thank you, Jesus. It's about possessing an understanding as to how things work.
Thank you. I yield to Otumba now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, my brother Jimmy. Thank you. God bless you for this. How are you going? I think we have to find a way of playing that tape across every crusade, across every land. So this our God of men, our God of men that have built schools, built infrastructure, flying private jet off the sweat of innocent, not just innocent, gullible Nigerians. You have university, your own congregation cannot even go to. These people can see and listen. That you will call crusade for them on a Monday morning. They will come out in their thousands. Monday morning. Monday is the most productive day on the calendar. Nigerians will come out their thousands for crusade on a Monday. That is how brainwashed our people have been with religion. It is a shame, and if it has to change, it has to start changing from our generation. And that's why they always know there is always a fallback. Did you see any of your religious leaders coming out to take a stand in the election period? No. They all sat down because they know that if Nigeria works, you pray for light in Nigeria. You pray for security. You pray for road. You pray for water. We pray everything in Nigeria. Everything is a prayer point. So even the one God has given us capability to fix for ourselves, we have given it back to God. No, God, I beg. Do am. Run am for us. Run am. God is tired of Nigeria. He's tired of Nigeria. And that's why he has kept the word and built the word on principles. If you do not ask, you will not receive. The word is built on principle. If you do not walk, you will not aim. Principles, not on prayers. Prayers is your personal relationship with God is a personal thing. It's a personal thing. It should be you building your relationship with your God, appreciating his creativity, making you who you are, making you enjoy the benefits of life in the world he created, in a system he created. Not everything. Your wife is having you probably have low sperm count. Prayer. This go no hospitals for you to go and check. Nothing is working. Everything na prayer. And the same people that have kept you there do not pray. When they hold them, they go to society where they work. They will go to society where they work. They will change their whole body fluid and everything. But you support people. Honestly, I said that earlier on, I said very the mic to Otumba. Our problem is more mental than physical. Otumba, my brother, congratulations one more time and welcome to the Vawulence space. It is good to have you here. I think I should allow you to speak right now. Welcome, my brother.
Hey, thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, Saddam, Jimmy, Savik, everyone on this space. Yes, I had to drop briefly for something. I had to attend 2 meetings actually. One, I'm not going to rant on the first meeting I attended. Those that were there know what's up. But the second one was work related. But the first one was movement related. But sometimes I sometimes appear. Some people have labeled me to always be the one I gag or I prevent some ideas from popping up, or I push back and on when people just come up with solutions that sound too good to be true. And maybe it's from years of experience of whether in project management or managing people, where I don't just fall for things hook, line, and sinker. I want to push and ask questions, but sometimes it's also always seen as, oh, you're just preventing solutions. But yes, but I've always said, well, follow your instincts. If your instincts feel this is snake oil, believe it's snake oil, but verify. I mean, try it, but that's by the way. But I was listening to your submission, and um, and I've been following the trial, and I've been reading several threads and reports from. Shout out to Parallel Facts. Shout out to our editors, our writers, our correspondents in various courts in the courts. And I've been following, and I think we've some people have said INEC is acting like it's a candidate. No, INEC is actively trying to cover up the crime they committed on February 25, and that's what they've been doing. And I think I was listening to the press conference of one of our lawyers, and when they were asking him, and I think one of them said, INEC is, and explaining the delays and how many results INEC has given them. And then INEC, I also heard the report where INEC said, oh, we can't, um, the BVS data is gone. It's only governorship for the presidential election, but only governorship. And I just laugh. I'm like, I think I was talking to someone yesterday. I think it was Ruri, and they're like, these people just take us for a fool. Like, did they think we're just all dumbasses? Like, we're just dumb and no one has no form of education, or don't have experience in things like that. Um, and it's I think it's getting to an alarming stage. INEC's conduct itself, and like what Jimmy said, there's no way we can dice this. Um, Mahmoud has to go to jail. There's no what Mahmoud, apart from the crime he committed. Now the cover up is usually worse than the crime, which is what Mahmoud has started. Mahmoud, even this is how incompetent they are. The election was concluded February 25. In 2 days' time, it would be March, April, May. 3 months since we had the election. And they've not even been able to even manipulate or even present numbers that showed to back up what they announced, what he announced in the middle of the night. I mean, 3 months after, even if it's fake numbers, the numbers that you used to announce and declare Bola Tinubu as president, why are you scared to release it? Why are you scared to publish it? Why can't you give it out? What are you hiding? It just tells you I think what INEC felt was they would announce and we'll just move on. I think that's what INEC was expecting. INEC was expecting, like in the past, where they will announce, they'll move on, they will delay the tribunal, push it forward, and Nigerians will forget. We're not forgetting, no. We're not. INEC has to produce the results they used to declare Bola Tinubu as president. And Saddam, I think you talked about it. It's time to occupy INEC's offices. I've never been the one to, I haven't outrightly called for a protest. I mean, protest has been going on, but I think it's time to wage our let INEC feel the wrath of us in the sense of what they are doing is dangerous. I know a lot of things rest with the judiciary, but INEC has also put the judiciary in a quagmire. INEC is refusing to obey court demands. INEC is refusing to turn over election materials, result materials to the judiciary, which it just begs the question: Are we are we even still following the constitution? Like that, I don't know. I've just been thinking like when an executive arm. I mean, Buhari started this precedent where they sort of just don't give two f's about court orders or court summons or injunctions and things like that. But INEC is taking it. INEC started with interpreting its own guideline, interpreting its requirements of the constitution, its functions as listed in the constitution. Now INEC is directly disobeying the court. Um, and I don't, I'm struggling with this because I don't even know who to call on except we Nigerians. Like at this point, it's left to us. It's time for us to occupy INEC. I think, Saddam, I don't know if you still talk about the hashtag. It's time for us to go there. INEC can no longer. We've let INEC and Mahmoud Yakubu slide way too long. INEC has to pay. They have to go to jail. INEC oversaw a sham of an election. Now INEC is also trying to help cover that sham up by refusing to release numbers to us. And then the Supreme Court, I was watching how people they were refusing to allow phones and refusing to allow gadgets, and people protested and they let it back in. I just tell you the judiciary does bow to pressure. So I want to thank those that have been going to the court proceedings. I want to thank them so much. I think read of I can go on and go on and so forth. Your insights have been timely to us and to parallel facts also. But I think we need to have more force. Like I saw that show of shame that the militants, Atari Dokubo, mobilized. I don't know. Those guys look like prisoners. Like they were like they went to one prison nearby in Abuja. They say those ones are Babalawo, but those guys look like prisoners to me. Like they would look like they were wearing prisoner uniform. That's what This was just. Or it felt like boarding house. Boarding. I would have said they were boarding house uniform, but those ones are too grown to be in boarding house. So it feels like either Asad Dokubo went to either one Boko Haram rehabilitation center or some prison nearby to pick up people and come and protest. And they are flouting it. And the crazy part is those people that they brought to protest would not even be allowed to their inauguration. That's the will I say not Yoruba Ronu part, but the protest.
Otumba, let me blow your mind. Do you know that? The best, one of the best universities in Benin Republic is owned by Asari Dokubo?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. He was a university in Benin Republic. Yeah, yeah.
One of the best.
Mm-hmm.
He did militancy,
Got the
made
money
billions out of it,
and took
took the money
out.
and went to Benin Republic.
See that
He did not think of building it in
country.
his.
That
Oh,
that's
God have
the
mercy.
that's
But
also
go
one
on,
thing
go.
that blows my mind with Nigerian politicians. How they then plenty for Houston. Yeah, we get property for Houston, where they will siphon money and come and buy rental properties and keep it in accounts here and pay taxes on that money. Property taxes like Kiamo's house. I know it's probably paying close to 14, 15, $16,000, depending on the value of the house yearly in property taxes, and that house is bringing you no value rather than use that money to invest in Nigeria. Okay, we know you're going to steal the money, but steal the money to create companies in Nigeria. But no, they'll come and pack it here and likely, pay taxes and pay interest, things on the money. But to me, that was just a funny show of shame. Funny show of shame. And I said, it's funny how please did Tinubu attend that refinery commission? I don't think he did, Gary.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
So it's the one of the you remember during the campaign, one of the
Sorry, the battery they save mode.
they say me.
Then the gas manager until
It
inauguration.
was just that was just funny to me because I swear to I mean if everyone remembers here, one of the very loud talking points about with these Agbado people was the refinery. They talk I'm like see and if I'm one idiot who wrote the thread that was trying to say CNN BBC wasn't covering the refinery, that the world is scared of what? People have been refining crude oil since the 1800s. Like, you know, the insight to Agbadorians, man, like was either they say something dumb or they resort to bigotry. It's one of the two ways. Yeah, that Dangote built a refinery, a private refinery. We thank God, but seriously, is that we should be commissioning 4 or 5 of them, not one of them. Like that, where we
Otumba, you cannot give what you don't have.
I don't. And people would think, yeah, but people would see, was it an achievement? Yes. They used to say expectation creates disappointment in the sense of, if you look at that refinery in a vacuum, it's an achievement, yes. But if you now go to 6,000 feet and you look at the grand scheme of things and say, okay, for a private person that built that, and also, Salam, have you seen the way how we built that refinery? How we borrowed money from the federal government at a very ridiculous rate, got exchange rate at a very ridiculous rate, paid less than what he borrowed because I think he borrowed in was it naira or dollar, whoever way he borrowed it, and when he paid back, we actually short. Nigeria lost.
It's part of the reason why Nigerian dollar has gone up. That exchange
Nigeria
rate.
lost money to his refinery for him building
It is him that we're paying.
that.
Well, do you know anything? Just for phase one because the government could not do their own
Yes,
duty. They
and
have to
so he
see
got money from the government.
fucking
He
Christ.
got money from the government to build it and then pay back less than what he borrowed. I think based on devaluation or whatever. And oh my god, I don't even want to get there. I mean, but he's a private citizen. It's one of our problems in Nigeria. It's just that we don't talk about those oligarchs. They're one of our problems. They're one of our biggest problems. So but the Middle Belt Genocide one is where it's blowing my mind. And I know we talked about this was it last Tuesday or last Thursday? We had the space and um I think it's something we should talk about every day. It's getting more scarier by the day, and we're God forbid we're living from one docile. absentee president to a drug dealer that is sick to a Boko Haram apologist or Boko Haram sponsor, founder, whichever way you call it, depending on what Ali Modisho Sharif called him. And I'm just thinking, now that we're complaining, God forbid if this guy gets sworn in, I don't even know what the kind of news we'll get from the Middle Belt. Like the death toll, it either keeps rising or decreasing, and it's getting confusing. Like even because I know we are trying to get people to investigate and dig and get real numbers, and everywhere we turn to, it's confusing or dumbfounding. Like, wait, what are the real numbers? How many unmarked graves are there? How many mass burial sites do we have in the Middle Belt? How many generations or how many villages have actually been wiped out that are not even reported about? Like, what we see on, I think N60, I think they touched on it briefly, where 63,000 people have died in under Buhari's watch. Some people say it's times two. I'm thinking times three, times four. How many unmarked graves? How many unmarked mass burial sites actually exist in the Middle Belt that we have no idea about? How many villages that, or little hamlets that are along the line that, it's just a family of maybe 40, 50 people and they've been wiped out and no one knows they've been wiped out. Like, and we claim to have a Nigerian army, and they are pulling out all the stops to inaugurate and swear in this drug baron. And they are displaying drones and they are displaying rifles and nonsense. And the military is about, they are talking about the Nigerian military. And I'm thinking to myself, we are getting overrun by people that are wearing bedroom slippers and carrying AK-47s. And our Nigerian army, the Nigerian government, doesn't seem to have an answer. I think the most I can say is at some point, not even at some point, it's gotten to the point where Middle Belt, man, I know we say defend yourself, but if you're in the diaspora or you're in the Middle Belt and you have resources, at some point you have to figure out a way to channel your resources to, man, see, please get on the dark web. Go and find a way to get things for the people to defend themselves. It's getting ridiculous. It is. People are just laying dogs. And as usual, Southern Christians are quiet. They've gone back to their crusade business as usual. And people are lame dogs and just getting killed and slaughtered in the genocide and ethnic cleansing that's going on in the Middle Belt. I don't want to say nothing about it. I mean, so I don't know how. I think it's high time. There was a day where you remember when we used to tweet every day with Bola Ahmed Tinubu for prison. I think it's time we go back to that. It's time to tag, like, yes, because everyone has turned a blind eye to this Middle Belt genocide. It's not even, I mean, bro, it just breaks my heart. I hope to hear I don't know if you get some Middle Belt people to come today and talk to them, people from Plateau and Co. But I don't even, at this point I don't know what to do. I really I don't I think I'm not affected by it directly, but I'm getting helpless just thinking about it and think, what can we do in the meantime until we recover our mandate? Like, what can we do? Because we know what if once Peter Obi gets sworn in and gets his man and gets sworn in, it will take a different turn. But we I can't imagine how many. I don't know how long the court case will take. It might be over by May 26th. I hope so. Once they disqualify him. But if it doesn't, if it prolongs, how many more thousands of people have to die until we can put a CNC, a commander in chief that actually cares about the people? We can't. I mean, I don't know. Jimmy, coming.
Well, I was expecting. I'm not sure if you're finished. I just want to tell because the moment I finished my submission, a lot of people are in my DM asking for a link to the audio I played last. So I just put it on a jumbotron. I tweeted it, so I put it on jumbotron. If you want to have access to it, you can check it on the jumbotron. I'm not sure Saddam wants to say any other thing. I want to use that opportunity to just welcome our regulars as usual. I've been seeing messages. People have been telling me they came to church early. So what happens is I normally do it in my car because of my sound system. So I'll try my best to do it again. If I can cover everyone, I'll try and do it again before I go back into my house. Because if I'm inside, my kids won't let me use the TV to do that. So yeah, I will try my best to do that again. So here we go. LUP. Otumba, Mr. Saddam, Savik, Ejikeme, Mr. Alem, Mr. Solomon, Mr. Senwe, Mr. Obi, Roland, Shilalu, Sweet Angel, Pavik, Olawaski, Colonium, Antidunke, Aderonke, Yosola, Mr. Aji, Diabo, China, Naira Exchange, Jennifer, Ladi, Eze, Chigoze, Mr. Jack, Mr. Wilson, MS Barrier, Auntie Ruki, Biruki, Auntie Bolanle, I see you, Zariyu, I see you, Omake, I see you, Nina, Auntie Ella, Ogazos, Auntie Gold, Honorable Ada, Ayobami, Dr. Olu, Odiada, Godson, Olawumi, D-Law, Auntie Fati, Nima, Ọdún Tuntun, all the happiness, Okay God, Ọ̀gá Tẹ́kẹ́, Jacob, IBN, Prince Jose, El Khalifa, Kilo, Auntie Ruki, Captain Naija, Mr. Tony, Kingsley, Happiness. There we go. Thank you so much, guys. I'll probably do that again. I've seen the list now. Thank you. God bless you. Back to you now, Saddam. Hello, Saddam. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, see, I went to
Oh,
updated my
your
mic.
mic was off. Okay, all right.
Oh, I said you didn't give that condition of why you're doing it, so for the new members. All right, guys. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Hopefully, please, for those that joined us late, probably did not hear when I said this. Please, we are trending arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now and occupy INEC now, and also stop on the MiddleBelt Genocide. These three hashtags are very, very important to trend them tonight. So please, everybody on the platform, close to 900 of us on the platform, please make tweets, especially our big handles. Please make tweets for us. Arrest Yakubu Mahmoud. It is very important that man wakes up tomorrow morning and see that he's trending and they're discussing him on Arise, because I have to always explain why we come up with these hashtags, why we have to trend issues. Because as it stands right now, your media, I don't even need to even say this, we all know the Nigerian media is highly compromised. We have no space in the media. Nobody's going to talk about what's happening. That's why you see that a protest can be happening in front of the appeal court, and what they're going to show you is the pregnant ex terrorist which is of Niger Delta. They'll show you Tommy with 10 or 50 people saying these are the people that are protesting, when thousands are on that side. They will not show Nigerians the truth. And we should understand this, because a whole lot of Nigerians are dependent on mainstream media up until now. While we have the power of social media, yes, we know that we have the power of social media and everything, we have to also find means of penetrating the mainstream media. And that's why we have tried to come up with our own parallel facts, and at the same time try to make sure that we trend issues, because whatever we trend here today, tomorrow morning on Arise TV, which is now officially the best TV station in Nigeria, they have a section called What's Trending, and whatever we trend on this platform, they get to talk about it on there. That is why we do this trending stuff. So please, it is the most important thing. It is the most important thing we have to do, is to make sure that whatever we say we are trending here, we actually trend it. Everybody, the least you can do in this church, in this mosque, in this shrine of violence is to join us in tweeting with the hashtag. Please, it is important as much as it is. In fact, it's more important than to retweet the space. Please, It is very, very important. Thank you very much, guys. I'll just read a couple of comments. Then we will jump to our speakers are requesting for the mic. All right, my brother Omega XZ, always the first to comment. You're an amazing person. You are the reason behind the Vawulence Space. I always give you your flowers. You say, welcome to the Vawulence Space. A hope of facts and figures. Stay tuned for another great conversation. Together we can.
I'm in the mood to drag someone, but not today. Don't worry.
Together we can make Nigeria great. Mary White said, yes, have you followed Parallel Facts yet? If not, today is a good day to follow Parallel Facts. At Parallel Facts for real news, no propaganda. We are live. Welcome to the church. If you're a first timer, this is the obedient platform that dishes out facts and figures. We have a gift pack for you on your seat. Give us 2 weeks. We will transform and reshape your thoughts and thinking. That's from Adowere. Hashtag Vawulence Space. Okay, Wahala looks like like gossiping chair. And for those that feel too big to retweet and share the space, Buhari and Tinubu will be your teacher and mentor. That's not me speaking, though, that's Ada. And there's a video on the comment section and a horrific video. I don't know who posted that video. I've seen that video before, but it's so gruesome. A young girl that had a knife stab in her tummy. I don't know if you guys have seen that video. It is crazy what's happening in the middle belt. I'm about to say Middle East, but it is crazy what our people are passing through there. Please, guys, help amplify their problems by tweeting with the hashtag Stop MiddleBelt Genocide. And our 3 hashtags for today are Stop the MiddleBelt Genocide, Arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now, and Occupy INEC. All right, let me take a couple of more comments and I'll jump onto our speakers. The judiciary have the intention to do the right thing. We have to make it impossible. Oh, God bless you. Let me read this comment well again for people to understand. A lone voice says, the judiciary have no intention to do the right thing. We have to make it impossible for them not to do the right thing. Mass convergence in Abuja is needed right now. Our posturing is very, very important. I 100% accept this with my full chest. We have to mass surveillance, eternal vigilance. This is the time we have to stand up and hold the judiciary to the fire. They understand that the power of the people will always be greater than the people in power. But are the people docile, or do the people understand the power they yield? Our job is to make every Nigerian understand the power we yield as a people. That's what we're doing. All right, I like the energy today, Emir Saddam. INEC has taken Nigeria for granted so much. I'm so angry today. Why Nigerians know they carry guns safe? I better go. On the second thought, I think if the Nigerians are carrying guns, Nigeria is America right now, many of these fucking criminals are going around killing people up and down will be mindful before they go into communities and shoot people and just go and kill people. They'll think twice about that. All my friends and neighbors are invited. Church, mosque, synagogue, and shrine don't start to. There will be special number by Jimmy today. First special number I'll be taking. That's from Madonna. Jimmy will come with the second special number very soon. As much as we want to occupy INEC, let us allow them use that to accuse. Let us not allow them use that to accuse obedience of breaking into INEC office. Those people are only smart in thinking evil. Nobody's saying we should go and occupy INEC office. We're going to go and we're not saying anybody go and enter INEC office. No, nobody's calling for that. We're calling for Nigerians to come out en masse and stand and let INEC know that we are watching them and we will not tolerate that if they do not. And going in front of them, you see, I want to rephrase that word because there's this how do I use this word? There's this word. This protest is a very, very has this how do I put it? This right word? When Nigeria hear protest, there's something that happens to us. It gets this cold chill, especially from what happened in the ENSA. So we're not calling for protest. It's not protest. We're calling for Nigerians to stand up and march peacefully. Why not understand when we mean peaceful march? And also march on social media, make noise about it. It is important. INEC donors are all everywhere. UNICEF donate to INEC, UN donate to INEC, NSID donate to INEC, EU donate to INEC. All these bodies are all visible on Twitter. And the moment they get any glimpse of INEC trending, they go and look for why. So it is important to understand when we say trend, INEC in particular. Those people don't want to ever trend because they understand that it kills their image in the foreign in the 40 district. So guys, let's keep it going. Jimmy, you know they ever call me, I go block you for Chicago, don't worry. Nice job, man. That is DOE. DOE says he's gonna block you, Jimmy, in Chicago. Jimmy, please strap up, please. Most of the Nigerian pastors are not telling their members the truth of being a citizen of a country and what a citizen is supposed to demand from their politicians, but preach hope of life after, or preach hope of life after only. Please, if you're commenting on the comment section, please help me. Do not comment like an Abadu person. Please construct your English well. Help us here to be able to transcribe your English to Nigerians. Thank you very much. This week is the best time to occupy INEC and Abuja streets as a whole. The government can't do anything because they won't want to disrupt the inauguration. The time to save Nigeria is now. Please, I support it wholeheartedly. When we call strategy, it's part of the strategy, and hopefully we'll be discussing more about that. We have plans for the weekend. Hopefully before the end of the space, we'll be discussing that. More people will come up here and we'll talk about that. But our presence must be felt in Abuja, that we did not vote in a criminal drug dealer. We did not vote for him, then just rejected him en masse. And the world will see it happen. All right, welcome to church one more time. I see my brother N6. Thank you for coming. You're always a pleasure having you here. Thank you for joining us one more time. As you can see, the church has been moving, and people have been asking that you did not come in with your offering. So probably we'll allow you, when you're ready, you can always come in, and we know how busy your schedule is also. All right, let me take 2 or 3 more comments and we'll circle back to our list, to our speakers. They probably answer when you're ready, can give us a submission. Guys, do not forget that your comments will be read here. Whatever you think is your comment, please. Whatever solutions, whatever strategy, strategy that can be public, not deep strategies. You can drop it on the comment section. I will be reading them. I weep every day. My blood pressure is increasing every day. May 29th is fast approaching. I don't trust the judiciary. INEC is being biased and defending APC and BAT. I am losing my mind. Please, don't lose your mind, though. Please, it is not a sprint. It is a marathon. I'm telling you, natural stories. Please, I know you're on the platform listening to us. You cannot lose your mind. We are not here for, if you thought you're going to take away your country from criminals in the space of just one circle, just election, vote, and they give you your mandate, you're in for a long ride. Please wake up from that slumber. It's going to be a long fight, a long one that you're going to stay. We need every of us to stay active and focus on the agenda ahead of us. So please do not lose hope. Do not go and give yourself high blood pressure because of May 29th is just a date. It is just a date. Please, there is nothing special about that date. And if you did not get it earlier on, I said it and I'm saying it one more time. The Nigerian president is not powerful. You are the one in your head making him powerful. You are more powerful than he is. Understand that. That's the mentality we should start getting. If the Nigerian president was powerful, Peter Obi would have won one state. Please, we understand so many things. If the Nigerian president was powerful, Buhari will not hand over. He will stay in power because he lost power. We the people have been Otumba, the world is docile. Let me say it, we have been docile for a very long time. Let us wake up to our responsibilities of holding our leaders accountable. Please. And it starts with the judiciary. Thank you. All right, let me keep, I think I'll skip back and circle back to our I've taken enough comments. I will just circle back to, let me read this comment that hype us more. So maybe this one goes with us. Come and listen to undiluted and unconcentrated facts. Yes, that's what we do on the platform. All right, let me circle back to our speakers. Thank you guys for joining us on the platform. It's always an amazing moment. Please, if you have anything to say on the comment section, drop it. We'll always try to address it. Please. Thank you very much. All right, NC, if you're ready, you could just indicate anytime you're ready to have a submission. You can always indicate. If not, I will yield the mic to our speakers right now.
I'm driving, bro. I'm driving. When I'm balanced, I'll give my submission.
Okay, great, my brother. Great. All right, let's start with the oldest person in the building who has been here for long. My brother Siwen L. Siwen L, you have been here for the longest. Let me allow you come into the conversation right now. Good evening. You have the space, my brother. How are you doing?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. I can hear you, my brother.
Yes,
Go on.
everybody welcome to church. I choose church. So everybody welcome to church. You're all welcome. And I'm glad to be here today for today's service. And the topics today, they're deep. So I've been following with the judiciary. All this drama that the judiciary is playing. Every day I just pray Nigeria doesn't edge on into chaos. And I pray that it doesn't actually get there. However, it looks like every single decision is taking us closer to a chaotic outcome. And I pray this doesn't happen. However, like we've said, we are putting the hashtag out there to let everybody know we did what we needed to have done. So when everything goes south, let them not complain. I like what the councils for Labour Party and Peter Obi said. No matter what the gimmicks are, we are on top of our game. Reduce the time, whatever, we're fine. We will show you that INEC and APC are in cahoots. I'm happy with that. I have no issues. Now I'm going to put up some things that I wrote. When Saddam started with the Khan matter, that matter is a very touchy matter. And like I always say, there are many people who are not exactly men of God, but are people who called God when God refused to call them. So now, we will try and do something. I'm not trying to hold forth for any pastors or what have you. However, I want us to do something. Let's not lump everyone into one basket. Just the same way PO was able to exist in a political cycle, or a political circle rather, that did not still corrupt him. We have the ones who are not corrupted. However, we know several people are rather religious and not spiritual. That's our major problem in Nigeria. My first degree, I did an extensive study on religiosity, so I know how people are. I'm one person that stands against religiosity as a thing. We are not supposed to be religious. We're not called to be religious, but rather to be spiritual beings and connect with our Savior. Fine. Now, quickly, Dangote is a poster child for corrupt politician. They just invest in that guy well enough to ensure that he can still finance things they need him to finance. So he's not exactly the best of anything. He's just one guy that has been helped by the Nigerian government to continually keep us down. The carnage in the Middle Belt. It's alarming what is happening in this country. And nobody, I mean, those people who are supposed to be on top of the situation are not doing anything. Like Otumba said when he was giving his submission, I had to type this down before I forget it. I said, let's keep amplifying the evils happening in the Middle Belt. And me, personally, I would advise that private citizens who are wealthy, who are of means, should start helping their people secure protection. That's the word I'll call it, secure protection. From wherever source, because there are sources. These guys also got weapons from places, gets protection from places to ensure your people don't keep dying like animals, because we are not animals. Whenever I think of politicians in Nigeria, there's something that comes to mind often, and that is a movie called Six Underground. I don't know how many people have seen the movie called Six Underground, but that is something that comes to mind every single moment I think of politicians. Since the Nigerian judicial system has refused to judge erring politicians, thieves in our system, the Nigerian people would have to hold these people accountable. Since they will not make these people answer to their crimes, one day, very shortly, Nigerians will have to do the job of holding these people accountable. And it's never interesting when the people rise up against its so-called leaders. So I'm begging the judiciary to do what is right for the first time in their lives and give justice a chance. All the gimmicks of not allowing people to use phones or use gadgets, it's not my problem. But they should please not let the dream of a 5-year-old who is now in his 30s to come to pass. Nigeria will not be able to withstand it. That's all I'm going to say. May God help Nigeria. May God secure each and every one of us. But we ourselves, when we finally would not take shit from these people, they would run and leave this country for us. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you. Before I yield the mic, I just want to tell. I never tell a very short story. I think I made one tweet earlier on today, and I said Nigerians were very good. Are very good at doing everything. If a Nigerian wants to be good, he's good to he can be good to the extreme. And if you want to be bad, we can be bad to the extreme. I said growing up, terrorism was alien to Nigerians. When they say terrorists, you watch about what's happening in Iraq, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan. I remember that when if we were kids when the first bombing happened, then we started hearing about the Abdul Muttalabs. I was saying like Nigeria can people say that it's not possible. Nigerians like enjoyment too much. We do like enjoyment. We don't fit bomb. Nigeria don't fit carry bomb himself until it happened. Until today, for the past, terrorism have died in other part of the world. Nigeria is the most terrorized nation in the world as it speaks now. In the world, till now, it's now business. We are that good at imitating. Fraud. They don't do fraud for India, for Russia, for all these other countries for decades. As they enter Nigeria, we don't know how far. So we are very, very, very good at people at imitating. Look at culture. Break it down. Go and look at the most toxic, any toxicity in the world. Once enter Nigeria, we carry and go times 10. We are good at that. It comes to music, we carry it and we know how to own things, good or bad. So that spirit that is in us, I'm saying this because of our political class, because they still don't understand that if the Nigerian people choose to own and believe, they say their eyes well, because that's what we're doing right now. The Obedient movement eyes are already open. Although we see people that are still shaking, fear, this and that. By the time all of our minds get to the point that we get to the point we understand that truly, now we get power. That day Nigerians will turn out. There will be no hiding place for anybody. There will be no hiding place because we will do it extra. We sabi do extra. It's in our blood to do extra. We are very good at doing extra. Shebi Hilda, her mates do 80-something hours. She say no. She can't go 100 hours extra. It is our blood to do extra. Sri Lanka go occupy the president's house. The day Nigeria occupy, they go occupy everywhere. It takes something. So when people say no, Nigerians cannot, the last thing I will ever say in my life is Nigerians cannot. There is nothing Nigeria cannot do. All it takes is, have they got to that trigger point? Have we gotten to that trigger point? And it is getting there. Hopefully, the judiciary understand because they are the ones on the ground and their hand go first touch. No wahala. All right, guys, let's keep up the conversation. Let me bring in my brother right now. I think AGK has been here for the longest. Please, if you're up on the platform and you want to speak, your hand should be up. So I'll bring in AGK, then I'll come to Halim. Halim have been here. AGK Halim, Solomon Oladipo, PO Evangelist, PO Election Analyst. So AGK, you have the space. 5 minutes, my brother.
Thank you, my brother Emir Saddam. And Otumba, congratulations to you. My brothers, the rascality of INEC, that is why I begin to really wish that Nigerians could actually own firearms, because a lot of things wouldn't have just, gone the way it is going, and the fear, the fear that government, like in the Second Amendment in the US, everybody has that fear that there will come a time government will be too powerful for the citizens, and that is why the citizens own arms, so that they will be able to challenge the government that wants to override the citizens. So sometimes I just wish that Nigerians actually had that power, because this rascality that we are seeing with an institution that is meant to be independent in the person of INEC, that is meant to be independent, doing a judicial abracadabra. The more you look, the less you see with petitioners. I just don't want to talk about Labour Party here. It's a general issue. Every party that is in this particular legal matter right now is complaining. They are complaining that INEC, which is supposed to be an independent body, is not playing fair. How can you not? This is an election where you have parties that have complied with the provisions of the Electoral Act. Now, an election has come and gone. You have fraudulently declared a particular winner, and then we are having to beg you again to release documents to the petitioners. I mean, this is nothing but that rascality that P2P talks about. And I mean, I want to congratulate them for that, because Nigerians are so patient. Our elastic limit, it stretches beyond this elastic limit, and we are still hoping. And then we follow it up, just like Jimmy has said, with Emir Saddam, with our religious leaders and traditional leaders who try to coin the gospel to make us suffer and endure the suffering. The kind of things that happen in Nigeria, 1/4 of it cannot happen in most countries of the West. The whole country will burn down. Look at a president of France just increased retirement age, and the whole city was up in flames, right? It's just very unfortunate, really. I don't know what to do with it. And that is what is also building and brewing this level of rascality and bloodletting in the Middle Belt. Because our religious leaders have just been, they have just been, oh no, when they slap you on the left cheek, you turn the right cheek. And, that is how we have just, nobody wants to bring anybody to account. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. INEC must not try the patience of Nigerians. Like you have said, it has happened in Sri Lanka. The day Nigerians will wake up to occupy everywhere, it's not just about Aso Rock. When we occupy everywhere, the whole of Africa will shake. So, but INEC and the judiciary must rise up and do justice to this case. It is very clear. A lot of people are saying 26th is another date with destiny of this criminal drug baron. I do not have any iota of hope, any iota of trust with the judiciary. They can do and undo. That day they can tell you that this is the case was brought up as a pre-election matter and strike it off. But the prayers of the Labour Party remains that this man is a convicted criminal and should not have even stood for an election if we had a proper independent INEC scrutinizing these candidates. Number two is that they failed with complying with the dictates of the Electoral Act by having a double nominated candidate fly as vice president. So these things, I do not know why the courts would have to take more than 1 week to look at some of these cases. The most critical, which is the one that everybody is talking about, is the 25%. The PDAPC did not get. So what are we talking about? Why are we wasting time in the judiciary? Is it because this is the ruling party? If the tables were turned and Labour Party were the ones who won with all these baggages, will they allow Labour Party to be sworn in? And then this is a note of warning to the British, the same group of people that have kept Nigeria down, the same group of individuals that have made sure that Nigeria does not give that leap of faith and move to the next level. Having to congratulate these criminal elements and even have the temerity. Tony Blair is in Nigeria right now, visiting the criminal drug lord, and of course, discussing the way forward. When they know fully well through Katrina Lang that the election that brought this criminal that was fraudulent, that he did not win. He did not win more than 5 states that is domiciled in his region. But they are willing to let go of all those things and work with a criminal. They are part of the problem of Nigeria. The moment we start to take ourselves away from these criminal Western elements that will not allow us have independence and deepen our democracy properly, that is the period we'll have to start growing up. But for now, our eyes are on the judiciary. We do not want to know how many Americans that are going to grace the inauguration. I don't want to know the number of British people that are coming. Every president of a country that has an independent electoral body that is coming to Nigeria to witness the inauguration of a criminal drug baron is making a mockery of himself and his country. There is no way you would listen to the news and get information, real facts about the issues that have happened in this election, and you hop into a presidential fleet and land in Nigeria to congratulate a criminal. If you do it, you are doing your nation a disservice and you're a disgrace to your countries. So it is very clear. Let us have this very, very clear. Let us sound it clear. It could have been better to allow the judicial process to conclude this process before we know who actually was president. Look at what INEC is doing in court. How can INEC, for goodness sakes, tell us that materials that were used to conduct the presidential election, which is raw data, digitalized raw data, is now missing? They have taken it out. And remember, these parties went to court to stop INEC from cleaning off some of these things. And the court gave them the assurances that those materials will be safe. So on what grounds would INEC come to court to tell us rubbish, that most of this data is no longer available? If Professor Mahmoud does not go to jail, we don't have a democracy. And remember, guys, I always keep saying it, 29th is the day democracy will die a natural death in Nigeria, because a criminal will be handed over the Bible or the Quran, and he will swear to uphold and protect the Constitution that he did not meet its guidelines, making him president. Nigerians must remember 29th is the day democracy will die in Nigeria. And we will hold every principal element that has helped in dying, keeping this democracy dead in Nigeria to account. That is all I have for you guys today. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think hopefully in the course of the space, I'll have to play that our soundbite of the platform. That's why I say whatever happens on May 29th is just Owambe, because there's no elections happening. There's no swearing in that's happening here. We don't have a president that is right now been sworn in. Every other thing is just Okay, let's go with the conversation. I think the mic is going to go to Halim now. Let me take one or two comments. I think then I'll come to you, Halim. Halim, you'll be going next. Then after Halim, we'll have Solomon, then Oladipo, then Pio Evangelist, then I'll come to Dr. Crocs. All right, before then, let's take one or two more comments from our esteemed commentators in the comment section. Happiness say that Nigeria can do spirit. The Nigerian spirit is genetic. The Nigerian spirit is one that is palpable in every Nigerian anywhere around the world. As long as you are born Nigerian, you have that spirit to be excellent and be the best in everything they do. I don't think about those people are Nigerians, born Nigerians. You have to go and check their genes. Those ones probably came from Gambia and Guinea mixed with some Benin Republic blood. They are not Nigerians because there's no excellence in those set of frustrated criminals that have been running our country down. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. Buhari is the worst president of Nigeria. Tinubu is the worst president-select of Nigeria. Yakubu Mahmoud is the worst INEC chairman, and APC is the worst political party in Africa. Happiness, arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now, occupy INEC now, hashtags. Guys, please let us trend these hashtags. Please, I'll be jumping on this platform every now and then to tell all of you, please and please, I can't beg enough. Make tweets with the hashtag arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now, occupy INEC now, and stop the MiddleBelt Genocide. It is important we shape this narrative. All right, let me circle back the mic to you now. Halim, did you fall off?
Where I want for enter now.
I want to know whether you fall enter and a roasted come.
Yeah. Another follow up. Like, I've been listening to everybody's conversation, quite interesting. I will say thank you very much for you guys. I don't even know how you guys started this platform, even self. Somehow, I just joined at one particular point and I started listening and I saw that it was really very educating, right, for those who want to be educated. And I have to say that because, well, the bunch of Nigerians we have these days, I really do not know what to say about them. But yes, we're making progress so far. There was something the former speaker said about the leaders, how after seeing what has happened in Nigeria, they still came, I mean, Western leaders, they still came to Nigeria to visit Tinubu. What you also have to understand is this, right? The more debt they have on our politicians, the higher their leverage in extorting the African states. That is what it has been, and that is what it will continue to be. If we're running to the Western power thinking they are going to save us, right? Forget it. Nobody's going to save us. We die here. The problem we're having right now, we're having an internal issue. We first of all need to sort out our internal issue before we can see clearly how the Western world has also extorted Africans and Nigeria in general, right? The pressure we're putting is good. I like it so far. It's just like the first time when during the election period, when Buhari was sent military to different parts and people were jumping. Oh, anybody will mess up right now, you could see Shiggy. I was just laughing because I told certain people, I said, come on, let me tell you. You see this Buhari and the picture he has been trying to paint is a picture to show himself or present himself as somebody who is not in support of Tinubu's candidacy. If when he sent those military, and I said, come guys, all this what you're saying is not, that military is not to ensure that nothing bad happens during the election. The military that was sent was to ensure that when there's an uprising immediately after the election, they will you know what happened during the Lekki massacre? They would times 10 of that would have happened. So they were ready. They knew what they wanted to do. Everybody, we all went to the various polling units to go and vote. They were waiting for us at the back end. They already know the current process. So when the result came to the back end, they manipulated it. So, but the mistake they made is that we're in a digital era. So we see results at that particular polling unit. And then certain promises that is coming back to bite them, which they have made. I have 8 years in risk management. I've been in the second line of defense. And from a risk management, internal control, internal audit standpoint, what we usually do when we go to business units is to tell the business unit, what is your policy? Where is your policy? They give us their policy. And with the policy, we'll now start having an assessment on those particular business units to say, in your policy document, you said you would do A. Did you do A? Please prove that you did A. Then they will now provide evidence to us. For those of you who know audit and risk management, how they function, many of us do not like them, but that is exactly what we do. So as a business unit, if as an organization, we have come up with a constitution or we've come up with a guideline to say this is how we want to run the election. And then you now decide along the line to change what you have written down. You cannot just implement it. You have to go back in an organization. You have to go back to the board. You have to, first of all, change the policy, then go back to the board to tell the board, I have changed ABCO. So that when we're not coming as risk management to come and review, we can say, okay, you have changed ABC. Even if you have changed ABC, at what point did you change ABC? And when did you start implementing the changes that was done? It's not a case that you cannot implement the changes before the change itself. So INEC, I'm just trying to break it down to what's the madness that happened in Nigeria. and the foolishness that people are blowing fan in order to try to suppress what has happened, right? The INEC has come up and they've said, this is what we want to do. The same INEC have contravened their own guideline. You don't need a blind man or anybody who is stupid. Even somebody who is stupid should be able to know that INEC at this particular point in time is at fault. But yes, just like the way some people are thinking that, okay, Buhari brought in military to calm the election to ensure nobody fucks up. And I lie, right? And then after the election, we had somebody like P2B, a smart, that man is, I don't know the level of wisdom that man has, but he's very smart and he knew what was going to happen. And he told people to calm down, because assuming people misbehave, they will turn it, the same thing like Donald Trump case. They would turn the case and say treason. They would have even arrested P2B by now, you know. So at the end of the day, we have to follow the due process, right? But in the course of following the due process, I'm not even thinking about Tinubu being inaugurated on that particular day. No. In the course of us following the due process, when the judiciary system fails, or if the judiciary system fails Nigeria, the next question is, what is the way forward? That is now the next question. The world is watching, Nigerians are watching, the judiciary system should know right now that they are the last resort to uphold the hope of Nigerians, because anything that contravenes the actual fine prints that have been stipulated in the Constitution and also in INEC guideline, anything that contravenes that is a clear communication to all Nigerians, right, that you have the capacity to do whatever you need to do, because you have said during the you said you guys should go back to this thing, go back and go and vote, go back, go and join a party, go and do this, go and do. We have gone back. People have joined different parties. People came out to vote massively. Wike did the mess that he did. That one is Wike is going to jail either today or tomorrow. Wike will definitely go to jail. That one is not, we cannot negotiate that one. Even if it's not this administration, Wike must go to jail. Let's leave that one. Let me know. Like, that guy annoys me. But anyway, we have done what we need to do. Now, the military has failed. The armed forces have failed. Executive has failed. The judiciary is the last part that is holding that wire. If the judiciary system should fail, I can assure you guys that Nigeria is headed towards a direction that we may not be able to come back from. That is what it is. Because what they have been telling us is, they're telling Nigerians that they are stupid. Telling you you're stupid is for somebody to tell you that snake swallowed money, monkey carried something, or whatever it is. That is the madness that we've seen in the past 8 years. So at this particular point in time, somebody can hit your head and tell you, when you talk enters and have the privilege of staying just 1 tenor, forget it. Tinubu is coming back in the next tenor. There's no two ways about it. This is a man who had thugs under his control. Now they're about to hand over military, Nigerian armed force, under Tinubu's control. The man is a debt. He cannot, Tinubu, I've said it, that Tinubu cannot be my president. There's no way I will acknowledge Tinubu as my president. Worst case scenario, I will stay out of Nigeria for the next 4 years. But the truth is this: Nigerians, we need to start asking ourselves, if the judiciary system should do what is not expected of them, we need to start thinking, because the problem with Nigeria is not Nigerians. The problem with Nigeria is the Nigerian leaders. The problem with Nigerian people, some people will say, oh, is it not the people that make up the leaders? That is a lie. What has happened in Nigeria is a set of criminals have taken over the leadership of Nigeria. And they've held on to that position in such a way that the good ones, the good heads, is difficult for you to enter that position. So Nigeria will keep on deteriorating if we have this set of criminals holding this position. And Whether you like it or not, we have tried the democratic system in order to push them away, and they are trying to show us that it is impossible for you to take us out. We should start counting our teeth with our tongue. Let us just wait for the judiciary system, that is the last hope, to declare their own stand. And then we can take it up from there. That is all for my submission. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Nothing more to add to what you've said. I think you've made a whole lot of important points there. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think we must always understand as the people the power we yield. That is just where me I'm always standing for a very long period of time. We do not understand the power we yield as a people. We have been sitting ducks, waiting for us to be spoon fed, and they'll come and steal this one. We just smile, we just laugh, catch cruise, sing song about it. Snakes swallow 40 million, we clap. They build this. We don't even know our duties of holding people responsible for a very long period of time, because same people that are meant to fight with, we come and fight against you to defend their oppressors. So it's a very long battle, and as long as we keep, the first step is freeing a whole lot of our people from mental slavery, including ourselves. And I say this all the time: if you believe that Tinubu is too powerful, if your brain can make you believe that Tinubu is too powerful, if you have the military, your brain can should also make you believe that Peter Obi is too powerful, that he has won elections 3 times from the court. So if your brain is also only accepting fear, you begin to lose your rights as a citizen. Tinubu is not a powerful man. He's just a criminal that has always won elections in Lagos using criminal means. And people have never stood up to him. The Gauchos have always sat down and allowed him run them like criminals. He has never had anybody fighting him. He has never. The first time people came against him, he lost the elections woefully, even in the Lagos. The first time people came out and said, we no go gree, Tinubu, your time don't pass, he lost his election in his own Lagos. He's not a powerful man. He's not a strong man. He have had Lagosians sitting down for a very long period of time in traffic that they forget their rights to vote. Please do not give that man a power he does not have. He's a powerless man. Thank you. All right, let's go on with the conversation. I think let me jump into Joel. Joel Atayo from the Middle Belt. I think your name sounds Middle Beltish. So I would love to have you speak right now before I come to you. Solomon, please, if you're up on the platform, want to speak, please let's see, have your hands up. I think I will come to you, Joel. Joel, if your hands are not busy, please go meet your mic and speak.
Hello, good evening, Sir Saddam.
Please, Joel, I see your earpiece.
Yes.
Hey, I
Hello?
beg you, please move your earpiece and speak to your phone, please. Let this will be clear.
Me now. Hello?
Yeah, go on.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me now.
I can hear you too, my brother. Go on.
All right, now, good evening.
You can speak. You have the space, sir. Oh, sorry about that. All right, let's keep you. And Solomon, you have the space. Good evening. Probably, please, Joel, if you can request the mic back. I didn't drop you, so probably your network is bad. You can come back, please, if you can hear me. All right, Solomon, you have the space. Good evening.
Okay, good evening, Emir Saddam, co-host, and everyone. Thank God for this platform this evening. I've actually been waiting for this platform because we had a meeting last time, and I think they suggested Tuesday, so I've actually been waiting, and thank God that I joined this evening. I'm from Plateau State, from the MiddleBelt. It's quite unfortunate where we found ourselves. I came at the time that my brother Jimmy was talking, and I want to speak from 2 angles. One, I want to speak as a Nigerian, a true Nigerian, and I want to speak as a pastor. Now, some of us have had it very rough. It's not been easy with some of our colleagues. I know that things are not the way they are. I remember some politician, one not key politician was talking to me. He said, Pastor, what are you expecting other pastors to talk? What are you expecting them to say? Because I am one of those that first of all started posting Peter Obi, even when Peter Obi have not dreamt of coming, to contest. I started posting. Some people call, why Peter Obi? You are posting Igbo. Igbo will never be a president. I said, well, that is what you said. But I am from Plateau. I am an indigene of Plateau. But I believe that if justice must prevail, if Nigeria must get it right, an Igbo man, I'm not mincing word, an Igbo man should rule Nigeria. And I told them, go and write it down. As long as an Igbo man does not rule Nigeria, Nigeria will never rest. It's just like you have 3 children or 4 children, and then you give preference to other people, and then you say this particular child will never get the benefit of being a child. Then why are we together? Okay, they said Biafra. You say no, you cannot be Biafrans. Okay, let us stay. You say let's stay together, but you must be our slave. It's quite unfortunate. I'm from the tribe where Yakubu Gowon came from, and most times it's sad. The nature that Yakubu Gowon came with was not a beneficial nature to us. He has a nature, because I don't think that we should be going through this when we have the likes of General T.Y. Danjuma, we have the likes of General Yakubu Gowon, we have General Jeremiah Husseini. These are men. We're talking about big generals. We're not talking about brigadier generals. We're talking about big generals who have ruled this nation. And yet we go through this. The only thing that Yakubu Gowon will come is to either say, oh, let's go, let peace reign. And I ask myself, where did he get this from? I'm not celebrating the killing of anybody, but sincerely speaking, sometimes I celebrate the people like the Dimkas. I told my wife, I said, thank God that I'm not a soldier. Because some of the things I'm seeing, maybe I will have done something funny. I tell her, I said, thank God my father did everything for me to join the armed forces. He's a retired soldier. I refused to join because that was not where I felt my calling is. But sometimes I sit down to think, this Nigeria, you mean this old stuff, these old people will be ruling us in this manner, and we keep looking at them? If it were the generations of the Dimkas, I'm telling you the truth, some people will be rolling on the ground now. Honestly speaking. I mean, you mean an illiterate one who is not too enlightened controls the general, controls educated people who are graduating from the NDA, who have gone to nations, to school, and then somebody who is not doing the right thing? Okay, we're talking about keeping the law, and these are the people who are the reason for which our constitutions are not being, our constitution is not being obeyed. And then we are telling Nigerians be law abiding. How will Nigerians be law abiding when you are actually the architect of law breaking? In the days of Buhari said he will set up parallel government. And yet today they are desiring, they want complete obedience. The Bible says, I'm a pastor, let me use the scripture. It said, you cannot punish disobedience when your obedience is not complete. You cannot be breaking the law and then commanding the citizens to be obeying the law. Nigeria is one of the best, the most loyal citizens. All that Nigerians need is just simple, basic, just create platform. Don't dash them money. Create platform for Nigeria. That is all that Nigerians are looking for. That is all that Nigerians are asking. Not too much. It's like something you just put, not that like, the automatic, when you drive the automatic, you drive stressless. When you drive the manual, you keep changing gears and, pressing, changing this one, changing that one. But the automatic car, you just put it, that is how Nigerians are. Just easy going. And you can even rule for 30 years if you want. And they are very easy going. What is happening in Nigeria today, if you give it to any nation, give them few days, that nation will number. That's not the real number. And I'm saddened with that the CAN, Christian Association of Nigeria, the people we ought to look onto. I told my children, I say, do you see the reason why I refuse to join CAN? But I want to beg us, please, In as much as we have many bad eggs, we should also know that there are 7,000 prophets that have not bowed down to Baal. As you see me like this, I am privileged to work with some governors in the corridor and senators in the corridor of power. And even if you give me 1 naira, I have not stopped telling you the truth. I have spoken certain things to certain politicians and they got angry and the thing happened. It's not because the fact that a politician supports you, then you refuse to tell him the truth. That is what is killing us, the pastor. We are looking for relevance. And I told my children, I said, I would rather go hungry than to compromise my faith because I want, of course, Nigerians. Some of us, we are contributing to the pastors. You people want pastors who are glamorous, have a big car. Today, if I come to your house, I don't have a car. If you see me, you will greet me casual, I will just pass. One day, some people came to my church site and they saw me and some of my pastors. They greeted my own pastors. I'm the leading pastor. They greeted them well. And they just told me, Sanu, in Hausa, that means well done. And then they said they are looking for me. And then the pastor said, see the person. I said, oh, sorry, sir. We didn't know you. No, I said, no, there's no problem. When we come to some people, you feel you are attracted by the heavy cars. How do we get the car? It's not your business. How did we get the big house? It's not your business. The one that is trekking on his foot, you despise him. You see him on the road, you even spite on him. You even insult him because he doesn't look it. But I don't think that is the reason why we pastors should compromise. That is not the reason why we should reduce who we are. I love a man called Micaiah. If you have read the story of Micaiah and Zedekiah, in the days of Jehoshaphat and Ahab, when they were going to war, 400 prophets were saying something, go to war, go to war. One man called Micaiah, who was refused to be invited to the palace. You know, some of us love this palace thing. When they say, governor, they invite you. You be big, you don't become big shot. But I don't think that is how it ought to be. I have turned down. I know some pastors who have come to me. I confronted a particular governor and I told him to his face, I said, sir, I came to tell you the truth. You said you will not give me, if you had known, you will not give me an appointment to see you. I said, sir, I will never look for you. I came back home, told my wife, I said, I will never look for this governor again. I sent him a text. I said, sir, go and look at your books. Have I ever lied to you? Have I ever used opportunity to make money from you? I have not deceived you. So I will not look for you. We met with him just last December. He said, I have abandoned him. It's better we abandon them than to keep telling lies and then not telling them the truth, because politicians will use Malam to always write on them. They will use pastors to write on them to get what they want, because if you want to get the masses, you get the pastors or you get the imams. But in as much as we have corrupt pastors, but we must also take note of the fact that we have 7,000, like God told Elijah. There are 7,000 pastors, 7,000 good Nigerians, 7,000 good doctors. I have doctors that are committing abortion, true or false. I have lawyers that are supporting evil, true or false. We have virtually every field. No field is left behind. I want to round up by saying, if we can only stick to truth, no matter what it will cost us. My brother contested for House of Assembly. He won the House of Assembly on the plateau. He is my blood brother. But I prayed for him to fail. I mean, I prayed for him to fail. The day they announced his failure, I raised my hand. I said, Father, thank you. Because when he came to office, I told him one thing. I said, one thing you will do for me, please serve the people. I don't know why politicians are so myopic. Do you know that you don't need campaign if you do the right thing? Do you know that you don't need to waste your energy to go from Sokoto to Kano to wherever, or go to your local governments and be wasting money and stealing billions to campaign and deceive people? You don't need that. Why not do the work? The people will work for you. Why not serve these people? You will not waste the energy. In fact, the people will say, sir, just sit in your office, just sit in your house. We will speak for you. But when you don't work for the people, definitely you go to places. Definitely you go and tell lies. You make fake promises. I pray for my own blood brother to fail. So I don't see any politician that is too big for me to kick against him. So I'm begging us. My brother Jimmy, I know I heard you, but please, I want to beg you, don't be angry to the point of raining abuses on them. You can speak up in your mind. But I want to say, in the midst of those pastors, there are people that have kept themselves for the Lord. There are people that are not. We are speaking. If I tell you on radio, I speak on radio. A retired policeman always come to attack me. He said, these are the kind of pastors that will go to hell. Why? because I spoke the truth. I say, fine and good. If I will go to hell because I spoke the truth, APC is doing virtually nothing. And you want us to come to say he's doing what? Lalong is coming out. Lalong is the worst governor we have ever had on the plateau, if not Nigeria. If not Nigeria, is the worst. I've never seen a governor who does not understand the power that he carries. That you want to dobale for people like Buhari, a lawyer, though he has never won a case. But at least I've interacted with some senior advocates and some lawyers. He has never won a case. So let me just take it as one of those lawyers that are privileged to go to school. But he has never won a case. If not, if he knows the power he carries, he will not be dobaleing for Buhari. He has sold his people out. People are dying. You are going for commissioning, giving chieftaincy title. Is that what we need for now? Is that what we need? Honestly speaking, this matter is not a Middle Belt thing. It's a Nigerian thing. And one of the things that killed us on the plateau, it started with the Birom people. I'm not Birom. I am Ngas by tribe. My wife is Birom. Let me tell you what happened when he started with the Birom. The other tribes say, no, it's Birom thing. It's Birom thing. They just live there. They are looking for trouble because they are populated. This and that. I told my people, in fact, the APC aspirant, gubernatorial aspirant, is my tribal man. Some pastors in my tribe told my daughter, is that your father? And she said, yes. Your father that doesn't like, he refused to vote for his tribal person. I said, I'm not a tribal person. I'm a child of God. I respect them. But this is what is killing Nigeria. This Yoruba, Igbo. See, if my tribe is wrong, like I told you about Yakubu Gowon, it's my tribe. But actually, the role that Yakubu Gowon played during the Biafran War was absolute foolishness, was absolute ignorance. He was not sensitive. He was being played on. I tell people, and I have told people, I say, Igbo should rule Nigeria and must rule Nigeria. I am saying this even on radio. If not, Nigeria will not sleep. Go and write it down. Whether you are Yoruba, Igbo, Edo, and whatever tribe, go and write it down. As long as an Igbo man does not rule this nation, I am not an Igbo man. I am from the north, from Plateau, but I'm telling you this. Go and write it. Nigeria will never know peace. It will never know peace.
Could you round up in 30 seconds, sir, please?
Thank you so much. So I want to beg us. We must learn to speak the truth. I appreciate some of the Yorubas here who sometimes I listen to you and I'm happy. People like Jimmy is a Yoruba person, and yet he kicked against the drug baron. The Igbo person, the same thing. If we all do this, the Hausa man, if you come with that same mindset, if the Hausa people are doing it not right, let's come out and condemn. If my tribe are not doing it right, let's come out and condemn, and then we'll have a better nation. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. Thank you so much. I heard what you said, oh. Saddam, I beg, give me 1 minute. I heard what you said. No, wala. I mean, I understand the fact that not all the pastors are like that. But see, my brother, Pastor Solomon, I go still the cost there. You know why? And if you not do waiting, cost go come your head. No, you just keep doing what you're doing. And you don't worry yourself.
Please that, please interpret that.
Nah, okay. Those
So it's basically saying if the shoe fits, wear it or
wear it. Yeah. So you understand? Yeah. So
you
basically, that's what it means. I mean, if you do what deserves a cost, then definitely a cost is going to be on you. So you understand? So I mean, the Lord is your shepherd. Don't worry. Some people need to be caused because for you to be telling Christians not to retaliate and they keep killing them, that is, man. And you say we should not cause them. I know it's not all pastors that are into this, right? But you see the ones that are actually meant to be speaking out, that are meant to be defending people, that are meant to be defending Christians. They are the ones now coming out to clip the wings of people that are meant to be talking. They are the one coming out to say, please don't do anything, just hold on, don't retaliate. If they slap you for one side, turn the other. Let me read this, Mike Pompeo. 90% of Christians murdered for their faith worldwide were killed in Nigeria. It is time for Biden administration to take serious action. 90%. Blown. Pastor Solomon, don't worry. Don't worry. You keep doing what you're doing. God bless you, Pastor. I know it's not all of them. It's not all of them.
No, I stayed in Ondo State, so I'm hearing some of those words. Thank you.
Don't worry. God bless you. Back to you now, Saddam.
Thank you very much, Pastor. Thank you. It's important. It's important to draw this that line because for so long our people have been held hostage, held religious prisoners. Our people don't even know when to react. They have kept us. And they are in bed with these politicians because if you don't pray, if you don't pray the kind of prayer they want you to pray, if hospitals are working, if you don't have headache, you don't go and pray for. You don't pray headache. You go to hospital and buy drugs that works, not chalk. Because Jimmy said something about his dad that all the drugs father have been taking in Nigeria is chalk, fake. Since this woman left NAFDAC, I dare say we remember how much Nigeria fought with Dora Akuni, how much she fought against drug importation of fake drugs in Nigeria. If you know the amount, and since she died, in fact, since she left NAFDAC, those people that were doing that business, do you think they just stopped doing it? Do you think they stopped doing it? They are doing that business still. So it is for me, the criminal circle in Nigeria is so wide that it involves the pastors playing their own role. The fake pastors, sorry, I don't want to not put everybody in the box. The fake pastors, of which unfortunately, as it appears, they are the ones that are the bigger pastors. They are the ones that are the bigger pastors. They are the ones that have the private jets. They have the big auditoriums. Because you cannot command followership of millions of Nigerians, and your people are dying across the country. 90% of Christians killed in the world are killed in Nigeria. 90% is crazy. In the whole world are killed in Nigeria, not in Iraq, not in Afghanistan, not in Syria, not in Lebanon, not in Turkey, not in China, in Nigeria. Now, and you have a church, you have private jets. God tell me, God did not tell you anything. God don't tell you anything. And you're sitting there watching a fucking criminal drug dealer want to become president. Quiet. Now, no. We have to open the eyes of our people, honestly speaking. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. I'm also, if not for Nigeria, I'm also from Plateau State. So I understand what you're saying and everything you're saying from the whole Birom and gas and everything. I understand it perfectly. But thank you very much. All right, let's do a conversation. Please, if you're from the Middle Belt, please request the mic and come and tell us what is happening there. It's important Nigerians understand, and we also share you guys' sentiments and speak about these issues. Also, please, guys, everybody on the platform, take the next 1 minute while I play a soundbite that represents what we stand for on this platform. Please take the next 1 minute or 2 minutes and make tweets with arrest hashtag arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now, Occupy INEC now, hashtag Occupy INEC now, hashtag arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now, hashtag stop the MiddleBelt Genocide, while I play this soundtrack from our respected senior brother, the man that has said, and we are still standing on what he said, and this is what we believe is going to happen in May 29th. Please listen.
Calls of the people violating the Constitution, let them even go ahead, even if they swear in Tinubu Shetima on 29th of May. They are swearing in an unconstitutional government. Nothing will change it. I am not a careless, reckless speaker. I am working with the Constitution there, that document right you just read, and following it. And I dare to tell you that swearing in Tinubu and Shetima is as good as swearing in the Nigerian army on 29th of May. If you swear in people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have by so doing ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this our democracy is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May, 2023. Please write it. You know my name. I am very, very happy to say it. You know my name. You introduced me. Listen, don't stop that. No, I will, because those are extreme thoughts. You know why? Because there are allowable
language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of the country. Put your question and let me answer you. Put your question. I know what I'm saying. If there is an official... If you reach the Constitution, is it not left to the court to decide otherwise? This is already decided by the courts. But the authority in charge of the election gave a declaration. If you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them. I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it. Yes. What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country. Very, very. And so whatever the stipulation of the law guides, that if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress. In people that have not satisfied the requirement, you have by so doing ended democracy. The crisis I'm telling you now is that this our democracy is going to end by the way we are going. This democracy is going to end on the 29th of May 2023. Please write it. You know my name. I am very, very happy to say it. You know my name. You know, you introduced me. Listen, no, I will, because those are screenshots. You know why? Because there are allowable language to be used on television, especially as it relates to our nation and the unity of the country. Put your question and let me answer you. Put your question. I know what I'm saying. If there is an official... If you reach the Constitution, is it not left to the court to decide otherwise? This is already decided by the courts. But the authority in charge of the election gave a declaration. If you are afraid for some things, don't ask for them. I am not afraid. I will, as a citizen of the country, by the ethics and the guidelines of my profession, live by it. Yes. What is lawful? And I hope that you're a lawful citizen of the country. Very, very. And so whatever the stipulation of the law guides, that if you are aggrieved about something, you go to the court to seek redress, isn't it? This document is a product of the legal system. It has been signed into law by the President, Commander-in-Chief Federal Republic of Nigeria. I believe in this document. That is why I'm so lawful. That is why I'm so confident. And that is why however extreme it is, I am saying it on national TV.
Same way we are saying it on national space, swearing in a man that did not fulfill the constitution of the country is totally unconstitutional and it does not stand. And I'm not even going to, I don't want to say much. If you're still doubting us, please listen, because I want today to be a very, very fact-based space, as we always do on the platform. Probably people that are just joining us, listen to one of them when they were saying it before the elections. You know, this woman was the one that they brought her out to set up P2B. She said the platform, everybody in Nigeria was going to have a platform, all the presidential candidates. She now brought P2B first. You guys know the voice I'm talking of. But let us have a take on why Daddy stood on what and said what he just said. Listen.
Yes. First, you have the highest number of votes. Again, not the majority, because sometimes people confuse that. Majority means over 50%. Highest means even if you win by 1 vote. Yes, it can be 1 vote ahead. So the highest number of votes, that's the first condition. The second condition is that you must win 25% votes across 2/3 of Nigeria's 36 states, which is 24 states, plus it is an and FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT. So even if you win those 24 states, you have 25%.
You say what?
But you don't of Nigeria's 36 states, which is 24 states, plus it is an and FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT.
You say what?
It is an and FCT. It is an and FCT.
One more time.
It is an and FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT. So even if you must win at least 25% in FCT. 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 So even if you win those 24 states,
God bless you as you rewind them. God bless you.
there's a problem. Wow. But that has just been an added one. That has just been included. That is your constitution. That is your constitution. And I'll give you the section of the constitution so you can go and check. That's your constitution. That's the constitution. Yeah, that's your constitution. Well, Emmanuel, yes. I mean, it is 87 million, right? Yes. But just complete states, you have 25%. But you don't get 25% in FCT. There's a problem. Wow.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is El-Rufai's in-law. El-Rufai, the dwarf of Kaduna, that his children, the dwarf that gave birth to giraffes. Yes, that is his in-law. They loud-mouthed, saying you must have 25. It was not miracle, no, they tired Jesus. I saw that comment, my brother. You understand? Saying this thing with their own chest because they believe that Peter Obi can perform maybe miracle and win there, but he can never get 25% in FCT. That was why she was so blunt, saying this with her chest, knowing that no. Okute as a bad man say, hold my cup. Let me drop this one more time. So it can drop me. So you understand when that thing come out and say, what is happening on 29th? It is there is no presidency. It is unconstitutional with his chest and saying democracy dies on May 29th. It is a fact. If Bola Ahmed Tinubu is sworn in, he's not a president. He's not a president. He's a comedian in chief, not commander in chief. No, because democracy died on May 29th. If the judiciary does not step up. But I want to drum this into so many people's head, especially about those on this platform, because had it been this is Chimamanda that said it now, it's a different thing. No, it is your favorite lover, anti-popular media on air personality.
Revamper of Bashiru Ahmed. Revamper of Bashiru Ahmed.
Yes, let's play it again for them to listen. God bless you, man. Let me start from afresh. Thank you.
Yes. First, you have the highest number of votes. Mm-hmm. Again, not the majority, because sometimes people confuse that. Majority means over 50%. Highest means even if you win by 1 vote. Yes, it can be 1 vote ahead. So the highest number of votes, that's the first condition. The second condition is that you must win 25% votes across 2/3 of Nigeria's 36 states, which is 24 states, plus, this is an and FCT. You must win FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT. FCT. You must win FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT. You must win FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT. You must win at least 25% in FCT. So even if you win those 24 states, you have 25%, but you don't get 25% in FCT, there's a problem. Even if you win those 24 states, you have 25%, but you don't get 25% in FCT, there's a problem. Tinubu. So even if you win those 24 states,
Atiku,
but you don't get 25% in FCT, there's a problem. Atiku. So even if you win those 24 states, you have 25%, but you don't get 25% in FCT, there's a problem.
Continue.
But that has just been an added one. That has just been included. That is your constitution. That is your constitution. And I'll give you the section of the constitution so you can go and check.
Before you give us, she now wear eyeglass. She now wear her eyeglass so that she will read the constitution for us. You need to watch this video and watch it. She had to wear eyeglass. So Peter Obi, I was telling you now before election, you let me read for you the constitution. Mommy Kadira, read it for us.
That's your constitution. That's the constitution. Yeah, that's your constitution. Well, Emmanuel, yes. I mean, it is 87 million, right? Yes. Just for people who are watching this section, for those checking who want to go and look at it, section 134 of the 1999.
She's even telling people to go and verify. Yeah, people listening. Oh my God, you're good.
99 Constitution, which talks about second round and third round and all of that. So we could take 134. We could technically go to a third round, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes. So if your first round doesn't produce a winner,
so first round, you have the winner. You have the most votes, and you've gotten more than 50% in.
No, first round you win outright if you get the most votes and you have your spread.
Okay, and then
if nobody gets it and you still have popular votes, you don't win it.
Does that apply to the second person that comes into
So the second person is decided based on whether they win majority votes in majority states, and that's over 50%.
Majority votes in majority states.
Yes, right. So those two go to a second round. The conditions are exactly the same required of the second round. You must win majority votes and also have the spread.
But this time it's just two parties.
Yes, just two parties. If at the end of that, you still don't have a winner, then you go into a third round where a simple majority will determine the president. So the requirement for spread is removed when you get to the third round.
Looking at the strength of let's say the top three candidates or parties, do you see the possibility?
You don't even ask her. They wanted to even say top two because Peter was not in the race to them. Top two candidates. Yeah? Peter asked them saying, now only me. Ha! God. You still. Where you supposed to for Europe see? Yakubu Mahmoud. Arrest, please, guys, please. I'm giving you guys sound bite. This should motivate you to start tweeting. Arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now. That man has. Yakubu should be in jail, please. We must trade arrest Yakubu Mahmoud now. Occupy INEC now. It is a must. It is a must. Please, multiple tweets, my people. God bless you all. All right, let me move on with the mic. Let me bring in where guys have been talking, so I have to bring in a lady right now. Let me start with my mom. Mom Bolande, good evening. How are you doing today? Mommy Bolande, are you there? All right, I think she's our first time in history.
No, I'm here. I was trying to tweet. You said to do it now, and I was following
tweet.
No, let me finish talking. I'll go back and tweet. Oh my God, I missed the monologue at the start, and I really have to go and listen to it all over again. But I thought, oh, I need to mark register if any, to at least say something. So yeah, so judiciary. I mean, I think you see, back in my student days here, university as an undergrad, right? Anything they say march, I follow them march. Anything protest, I follow them to protest, right? And a lot of the political consciousness that is in the country, started from when a lot of people were at university and all the rest of it. Right. But I decided that politics wasn't my way to go. And sometimes I look at us Nigerians and I often wonder, that is it that life has happened so badly to so many people that, they are so scared to make a move, because it's like when the judiciary starts moving mad, before they even get to their destination, they should be stopped one way or the other. I can't define I can't say what that's supposed to look like, but I often wonder that what will it take? My mom's generation and some of my generation obviously experienced the military era, and as such, they got to a point where, they stopped asking for the stuff that the state should really be giving people, and they started doing it for themselves, right? And it seems like we now have their generation are all in the 70s and stuff, 80s, and my generation in our 50s and 60s. And the thing is about it is, will the next generation be the same? Right? You have had democracy since 1999. Can you, with your hands on your heart, say that you have enjoyed the dividends of democracy? Right? And no, I mean, it's like the only people that probably can, right, where there is no argument, is those that experience the government of Peter Obi, because he understood what it meant, what it means to lead a state and to ensure that the all the revenue that he's able to, that he has, that the state generates, is for the benefit of the state and everybody that resides therein, right? Everybody else, otherwise, N6 was saying something about someone saying that it's not the government that provides water, which is a basic amenity, it's a basic amenity. So it's like, at a point, something has to give. Something has to give. Sorry, I'm being disturbed. Something has to give. No, Sada, let me come back. I need to do something.
All right, Bobby. All right, take your time, please. Take your time. Okay, let's keep the conversation rolling. I think truly something has to give. Our generation are standing up, and we will hopefully will stand up to the very end. Okay. Um, PO election analyst, you have the space, please. 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Saddam, for this opportunity. Good evening, good afternoon from wherever you're spacing from everyone on this platform. I especially want to appreciate the host and co-host of this platform. Thank you so much for all you've been doing. Thank you for the commitment thus far. Um, I just want to quickly touch on the MiddleBelt Genocide and INEC before I go into the main reason why I decided to speak tonight. For the Middle Belt, for me, I don't have much to say, but I just know that things will continue this way. God forbid bad thing, but I don't see anything changing until we have a president that really, really have the interest of the common man at heart. And in the Nigeria of today, I don't see any other person in all these other politicians parading themselves as people that want to become, Nigerian presidents, as people who are going to really, really tackle the real issue here. So this is why we need PO. Then let me move over to the INEC issue. INEC is just one criminal organization that we really, really need to dismantle. Because from all the indications, their body language really, really speaks more of somebody who does not care, an organization who feels like it's business as usual. We will do this and nothing will happen. It's just very obvious that all their actions, inaction, tells us that, men, we'll do this thing the way we want it. We'll rub it on your faces. And there is nothing any one of you can do, provided that we are working for the government who is paying us, right? We are doing their bidding. They will protect us. And there is nothing, anybody, no matter who you think you are, there's nothing you can do. That is what they've been giving us. And it's unfortunate that we are looking sort of stranded, like there's really nothing we can do. But I believe that their days are numbered. It will shock them. I just want to encourage us to keep doing whatever we need to do and whatever we've been doing, to get to the promised land. Like people always say, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. So we are already in the journey, and I feel like this is the final showdown we're going into. Let me now move close to for the last thing on this INEC issue. I think we should work with the Labour Party. Obedience, we should try and work with the Labour Party and try to understand where we are with the documents that we need from INEC to fight our cause, in the tribunal. Because I think the strategy our lawyers are trying to deploy here is to allow INEC hang themselves with the cooked up results. Then we'll now bring our own results that we have to use it to nail them. At that point, it's easier to, convince the judges, beyond reasonable doubt that these guys have really, really rigged this election beyond human imagination, and there's nothing the judges will do, at that point. But what INEC and APC is trying to do is to allow Peter Obi bring all his own evidences out. Then INEC and APC, they will go back and go and connive with Nigerian police. Nigerian police is another leg. Even if you say, oh, your agents have this, that, Nigerian police will come forward and lie under oath. That is what they are known for. They are corrupt, and they are the worst of the worst corrupt organization in this country. So What they want to do is to use the Nigerian police and bring forged results, which they will go and write, and to just, to wrap up their charade and all of that. So our lawyers don't want that to happen. That is why they are saying, let us inspect beavers. Allow us have access to all the other documents so that we can, pursue our case. But INEC is dragging its foot. Now, okay, in their wisdom, our lawyers now said, okay, we need 7 weeks because INEC is delaying some document. We feel we need 7 weeks to prove our case. Otherwise, 2 weeks, in 2 weeks, we'll be able to complete this. But because INEC is delaying these documents, give us 7 weeks. But at the end of the day, see what the judges have said. You have just 3 weeks. So they are all thinking now that if in 3 weeks we are not, things will be happening fast. And we need time to present all this evidence and all that. If INEC now, they subpoena them, and they finally come up with these documents, maybe when we just have maybe 1 or 2 weeks to go, it will be difficult for us to, bring all the points together. That is what they are thinking, but they lie, So I think if we have an idea of the states where these documents are still pending, we can channel our protests or our maybe 1 million march to those INEC, states and all that, so that we use it to make a statement, make a loud noise for everybody and the world to know the people, or if possible, bring out the wreck of those states out, make them popular and all that, put the spotlight on them, then that way maybe we'll be able to make some progress before the main case starts on 30th of May. Now, coming down to the judiciary, I looked at, okay, I'll round up now.
Please,
For
thank
the
you.
judiciary, I looked at 3 things now that have happened recently. The first one is the call for live broadcast. The second one is the phone issue, not allowing us going into the courtroom with the phones. Then the third one, what's the third one now? Okay, since I don't have time, let me just focus on these 2. Now, they decided not to allow the live broadcast because they don't want to be put under pressure. Now, today, I saw one news where they said, based on imagine security agency advising the judges not to allow phone. Is it not telling us something that they compromise the DSS or police or whoever is advising them are doing all these things because that is what they want? They don't want the publicity in order for them to suppress our evidence. So I appreciate the obedience that the obedient lawyer who stood their grounds today, but the judges have come out again to say from the next sitting, no more phones. Well, I feel this is a psychological
No,
war. If they are able to
that is a false.
suppress us
That
on
is
this point,
false.
then we should be able to know that, okay, these judges want to do
Bro,
whatever
can
they
you wrap
like.
up, please?
Yeah, okay. Let me just stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, that is false, please. That the judge did not say no more phones. The judge just endorsed people to please stop recording while they're in court, because many people while in court are recording and posting real-time videos outside from the courtroom. So it's not as if the judge said there's no more phones. I think they protested on that today and it was deliberated. So that information flying out there is not totally true. Yeah, the judges just buttressed on what was said. So I think it's important to pass that message out there. So people are going to bring back with their phones in the next hearing, and nothing's going to happen. But the main thing is, while you're in court, do not bring out your phones, do not record, do not. Please mute your mic, please. Thank you. So it's important to pass that message out there accurately. Thank you. All right, let's keep the conversation rolling. Let's take a lady now. Okay, God, you have the space. Good evening.
Good evening, Emir, Otumba, Sizzle, everyone on the space. I greet you, great obedience. Okay, so I'm just going to be talking about the MiddleBelt Genocide, right? And I want to build up on the last submission I made when we talked about this issue. I think it was sometime 3 weeks ago or so. And if you remember when I was talking about the kind of thing that we get our pastors preaching to the churches, especially the churches in the interiors, how they get to tell them that they get to become martyrs, they shouldn't revenge, they shouldn't fight back, they should allow these killings. When people come to kill them, they shouldn't fight back, they shouldn't kill anybody, you know. And I mentioned it as one of the reasons why we are having these killings happening in the interiors. And then when I read what you posted on Parallel Facts, Emia, today, and I read that article where the bishop was saying that we should dialogue, that we should wait for dialogue to be able to solve these problems, I just went gaga. Because so far as I'm concerned, right? Okay, before I get to this next point I want to make, I want to talk to Pastor Solomon. Yeah, we understand that in every sector in Nigeria, the medical practitioners have their own issues, the carpenters have their own issues, the teachers have their own issues. We all have our issues. But when we're talking about a particular sect, let's deal with the sector. It is not really proper for us to come and begin to say, because this sector have theirs, this sector have theirs, let's pipe down on this one. I don't think we have dragged the wrong religious leaders enough. Okay, let me even put, I don't think we have dragged the wrong church leaders enough. I don't think we have put them at the front where they can see that what they are doing is killing the church and not building it. We have not dragged them enough. And I don't also think that it is proper for us to begin to pipe down on dragging them or calling them out. We got to call them out now. If not now, when? Let me even use the Bible that these pastors stand on to talk to them. The same Bible talks about when God is going to come to give his people deliverance, he's going to start with the church. He will start the cleaning in the church. And if he's going to start doing that, he's not going to send angels to come down to clean up house. He's going to be using his sons, the sons of men, to do it. And who are the sons of men that are standing up for the truth right now, if not the obedient? So if we got to call them out, we begin now to call them out, not tomorrow. Because these killers are not waiting for tomorrow before they kill someone. At this moment, as we speak, who knows, they may be killing a village right now. So Pastor Solomon, don't ask us to pipe down. Don't ask us to take it easy with them. You know, every sector have their own issues. They all have their issues, but the issue right now is on the church. Let's face these leaders in the church that are misleading the church. How can a bishop come out and say it is dialogue that is going to solve this problem when we know that the actual problem is that these people want to Islamize this nation and they are stopping at nothing to get what they want? They are not asking for dialogue, they are asking for blood. And they are getting and taking blood, for crying out loud. And we're still talking dialogue. If this bishop and the rest of them that queue behind his likes will continue to come out and tell us this kind of lies that dialogue will lead, then these bishops and his likes are sons of devil, because they are preaching lies to us. You can't come with a lie as a solution to a problem and expect that we're going to what? Continue to tag along with you. We are done. If they are not tired of seeing blood, we are tired. The same way we keep saying all these leaders, they are not feeling our pains because they don't even get involved in what is going on. Like, I mean, how many of them have their children being kidnapped and the rest? None of them. That's why they don't get to feel what we're feeling. The same thing with these bishops and the church leaders that are telling us about dialogue. How many of them have their parents kidnapped? How many of these pastors have their children killed the same way Southern Kaduna people, Benue people, Plateau people are being killed? That's why they can come out and tell us about dialogue. So don't tell us to pipe low. Don't ask us to pipe down. At this point, we should be calling them out. At this point, any church leader that comes out and says crap, we should trend his name. We should trend his name and trend it, attach it to the nonsense that he's trying to lead us to. And just to wrap up, I want to ask, is it not possible for us to begin to invite these so-called church leaders to these spaces so that we ask them questions? Because if people like say, get with it, they know where we not know. When they make them, they take the kind of position where then they put us for back on and like say we no matter. Can we begin to invite them on spaces and ask them questions. And when they can't answer our questions, we put it to them the way we feel about these matters and tell them, give them their position and tell them what to do since they've forgotten or they no longer know what to do. Let's call them. Let's put them on the hot seat and then let's throw the questions at them and tell them what to do since they no longer know what to do. So in wrapping up, please, I'm here to say we're not going to pipe down in calling out church leaders. I'm not talking about insulting them. I'm talking about calling them out. I'm talking about telling them to their faces what they do and what they do not do that they should be doing. That's what I'm saying. But enough of us having church leaders mislead us and mislead these populace that are dying for crying out loud. I yield the mic at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my sister. The only problem now with calling them out is, are you going to pay tithe? Will you pay tithe and offering on the space for them? So if you pay tithe and offering for them, they will come. And they will come, even the biggest ones will come if they are sure that tithe and offering will come. If not, invite them to come and tell you what on space. There are some things that are not feasible. Let's just face reality. Our job is to call them out as you said, and I think that's what we should be doing. We shouldn't relent. We should not give them any breathing chance. Call them out, call them out, call them out. Many of them are silent now. They are not saying anything. Anything. They are seeing Nigeria going into the drain. They are seeing it. People are dying every day. Bim! They'll still come and tell you, pray, put your hand on your head and say, this incoming administration will favor me and my family. You people will shout, this incoming administration will favor me and my family. Amen. I mean, inshallah. You go sit down and you go, go. This incoming administration, will this incoming administration build road for only you and your family? Will they supply light for only you and your family? Will this incoming administration give you hospital, the one that only you and your family? You people are stupid. Can't you see?
They didn't do it in 8 years. You believe they'll do it now?
Do you understand? The only thing this incoming administration is it will give you sorrow. You will suffer. As long as you support this incoming administration, you will suffer. If you like, put your hand on your head and lay it 1 million times. You will suffer. You will suffer. You'll be a victim of banditry. You will go out and you'll kill. Instead of someone that did not support the administration to go out and die in misfortune or Nigerians too, you that supported this, you will die from it. Not people that did not, people that cried and sweated every day and said no. You that you're supporting these people, you will be a victim. You will go to loot, go to federal FMC and the rest. An obedient lost her mother yesterday, and I was talking with this lady. She was telling me that she was on a video call. Nigerian hospitals. Nigerians are dying every freaking day. That's not even talking about what is happening. Go to your hospitals, visit there, and see the shame that we have across that country. And you put out your head, this incoming administration, and you will suffer. Bad governance is like a stray bullet. And we keep saying it all the time. It does not discriminate. Oh, if you like, put your hand and lay on your head for 1 million times. Tinubu is a disaster waiting to happen. And that's why you should be praying. He said, your prayer should focus on prayer to make sure Tinubu do not get a day there. And if he does, make sure that we collect back our mandate in the judiciary. Refocus your prayer point, because if you're praying that Tinubu administration will favor you, you are a fool. Oh yeah, well, let me allow people to speak, Jerry. I think I'll read 1 or 2 comments after our next speaker, because man, if I say this in a like I could just I will see touch on Democrats, American Democrats on this space. Oh yeah. Okay. Oh. You know, so I will feed people breakfast, because if it was Trump now we don't go hear word for now. If it was Trump is this, Trump is that. This is that. Trump is a this, Trump is a that. Biden is Buhari Pro Max. Buhari Pro Max is Biden. Let me give him name already. Buhari XS2. Laugh.
Yeah, why don't go laugh? Maybe Trump is running for the Republican primary. Why is he not talking about Nigeria now?
Hey!
Let's not talking about Nigeria now.
Oh my God. Let's continue our topic, because if we go like this, we have to open a special space. We must open space for Biden. Buhari Pro Max. without charger. Without charger. Nigerians in diaspora, Americans, Nigerians, make sure you vote for Trump. Oh. Vote for Trump. You have seen a lesser evil. Two of them are evil. Oh. This one is evil. Don't even send to now. You don't send to the papa. This one don't send to the papa. You go smoke.
No, so now you're getting it wrong. This one.
Wait, let me get it wrong. When I get it wrong, you come and get it right.
Wait.
Allow me get it wrong. If you come, you get it right. Let me get it wrong.
This one wants your one wants your content.
Calm down, Otumba. Let me cook now. If I cook, don't tell me wait. I will not wait for this one. Allow me to cook. I will not allow you. Wait.
I'm supporting you. What I'm saying.
I know. Wait, let me cook so you support me well.
Let
me cook. You support me well because this food has to be garnished well. So you can put in tatase and Maggi well for me to. Let me cook my own first. You must cook it well for you. Please, American Democrats, the building. Ayo.
That's why I'm listening. See, this one.
Wait now, Otumba. Wait now, please now. Wait.
So
Otumba, wait. Otumba, wait. Don't you have APC members that voted for P2B? We have APC members. I'm not saying forget the party now. I'm not saying party. Leave party alone first. I'm talking of candidates. Please. Biden is an epic failure. Trump will tell you to your face, you are a shithole country. Are we not a shithole country? We are a shithole country. Facts. Keep your emotions in your pocket. Nigeria is a fucking shithole country. Under Trump, he made Nigeria a terrorist country. Biden have entered and removed people. And more people have died in Nigeria. Trump asked Buhari, why are you killing Christians? Buhari made that interview and said, this man called me and asked, why am I killing Christians? So, facts. Biden came in and removed him. Christians, 90% of Christians have died in the world. Have died in Nigeria. So when you see that Buhari Pro Max in the White House, please, next year, make it mobilize in our black community. Black life matters. Please. Black life matters. Christian life matters in Nigeria. Oh. Now
Nigeria life matter.
Nigeria life matters. So I beg you. I say, make I talk my own. Thank you, Otuma. Please now garnish the food.
Let me now cook. So here's the difference. This is why Nigerians in that Democrats can't really, because one wants us in the country, the other doesn't. So what we call your country is shithole. but in more serious notes, man, I think we can make it part of the debate in this. I don't know but the thing is, see, it's hard to get the US to pay attention to things outside the US. It's hard, man. Right now, their Wala is dead ceiling, man. So, but keep calling out Biden. You also need to. The Republicans also need to. I think their primary debate will start soon, so they need to make it part of the debate conversation also. And you've got good candidates on their side. I mean, Tim Scott and Ron DeSantis, but it'd be nice if we can make it part of the conversation. I think there are enough Nigerians in the US that can bring up that Nigeria situation in these primaries. I don't think the Democrats will have a primary unless you get a challenger to Biden. I don't think so, but on the Republican side, it's something that can, and believe me, there are Nigerians in enough swing states that can make things very funny for them.
Wait, Otumba, so wait, I'm coming. So Biden now no get challenger for the Democrats.
No, nobody. Well, the people that have stepped up is one Marianne. She's not going anywhere. Sanders is not running. Sanders is not running. Because the thing is, it's hard to beat him. People just underestimate him. It's a political. It's like almost like your. How would I put it? It's like your Atiku, but the Atiku that won. He's been around for so long. He's a political juggernaut. So yeah, it's hard to get someone to beat him. So it's hard. Yeah.
You don't finish the cook. You don't even cook anything.
No, my cooking is no. See, one doesn't want you in the country, but we call your country shit up. One wants you in the country. So
you gotta fix your country now. So you know the reality. Let's not living in delusion. It's like we are living in delusion. That's
it is. But this is different. No, this is the thing, and this is where.
Why fucking shit on, but I'm not going to deceive
No, you were shit on, but this is where the fine line is where this is where Nigeria is lacking. Other countries understand that for them to survive and thrive, They need best brains from around the world. So guess what?
The
They
other
don't
one
care.
is even doing you more harm. The other one is not. The other one is telling you you're not a shithole and supporting people that are making you a
Yeah,
shithole
but you know
by
why?
not even helping
He's
you to
telling you
grow.
you're not a shithole, and he's opening the borders and making more people coming from your country.
So can as Nigeria's planner, can you carry 120 million
Oh,
Nigerians to
they
Florida?
don't need the 200 now. Seriously, do you think they will get
No,
200?
I'm
They
talking
don't.
of this is bro. This position I'm coming from a selfish position. Come on, the
Yeah,
position of your
because it's
Nigeria now. You're
self-interest.
Nigeria now. Who is
Yeah.
helping? Person that is telling you that your nation is filled with criminals.
First of
You're
all,
a
I'm not a
shithole.
Nigerian.
It's
First of
the
all, I'm an
truth.
American. I'm an
Are you not
American.
your hands? That's why I say you're
I'm
coming from
an
a selfish
American.
listen.
I'm an
So with our
American. First
Nigerians,
of
we
all,
call them out.
I'm an American.
Biden
First of
is a
all,
Buhari Pro Max. Thank you.
see,
Let us move
I'm
on
an
with the correction.
American.
Please, let's not make this about Biden first.
Well,
So,
I know.
I must
I'm
open
just saying.
space. We must open space to discuss that man. Must.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Probably
But
black Americans will come down there and ask me and
as an
come and insult
American,
us. They'll say,
yeah. But the thing is, the word is also funny. On one hand, you're complaining of the US getting involved in too many countries. On the second hand, you want them to get involved. So which is it?
get involved and do what is right. How can you sit down in White House? You have the fight.
Oh yeah.
We have come out. You have the fight of Tinubu. We're not going to say, Otuma, let me come in
Do
first
what
here.
is
Let me
right
come here.
for you.
If it's Buhari, if Biden was supporting Buhari, I don't have a problem. If Biden is supporting Buhari, I don't have a problem. You should not come out and be forming whether you like. I know that he's degrading him by sending junior officers. I know, yes, and the rest. But the fact that this man is a criminal indicted in your country, it's not as if it's a hidden fact. It is open. The world knows.
Yeah,
It is
but you know what?
open.
They do, but they will tell you.
But tomorrow they make them like say,
No.
yes, he
But
sent junior staff and the
this
rest.
is sometimes the hard conversation we don't want to have. It's at the end of the day, they did not elect him for us. We selected him. They didn't select him for us. So you can, if it was maybe 10, 20 years ago, U.S. foreign policy is slightly different. They've been burnt so many times in Africa, like intervention. I mean, you say
See
do what
Dr.
is right.
Jeffrey now. Can't see
See,
Dr.
the
Jeffrey
question
their
is
ass.
if you
He
say
has been
do what
smoking
is
them
right.
up since.
True,
He has been
but
smoking them up since because what
yeah,
they're
but
doing is very,
if
very
you
wrong.
say
Whether we like it or not, whether it's foreign policy or not foreign policy, the world is moving on from American dominance. Yes, fact. But see,
please.
why they
People
are
to
still
keep
as they are
dreaming.
still
You be
dominant force,
dreaming. Be
they should do
dreaming.
what is
You be
right.
moving on. Move on, Nani. You should move on. You
Let's
should
just
move on.
stand there and say now Russia will go to follow.
Hey,
Let's say Russia don't be
exactly. So I
tested
don't
past
know why
America.
you're go and call China. Why you not bugging China? Why are you not
Who?
bugging China?
China they give us money now.
Hey, so China is the one you're gonna talk to.
Can you speak Mandarin?
Exactly. So my point is, China owns most of Nigeria's debt. China is Nigeria's financier. China dictates. See, which is, you know what? You've actually opened my mind up. China owns most of our debt. China is our number one creditor. China actually has more interest in who becomes president.
Tumba is China. Okay, what is China stand on this election?
That's the thing, we've not asked them.
Uh-huh.
But
So
I'm asking
at
you a
least
question. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you a question.
you don't know China's stand on these elections. We don't know China's stand. China is they are open to doing business with anybody.
Exactly.
And they're not influencing. They're not so it's better you keep quiet.
But they
Don't
have
influence, don't pretend like you're the world big brother while you're claiming democracy.
No, but Saddam, we've always said this,
you're
though.
supporting evil.
Saddam, you're a businessman. You know this. Whoever pays the piper dictates the tone. Who's your creditor?
You're not getting where I'm coming from.
No,
America is
I get
acting
what
as
you're
the
saying,
world
but
big
I'm
brother.
asking you a question as a businessman. Whatever
It is
bank,
Otumba, Nigerian lives are
where
not
you have
business.
the
I'm not going to
highest
discuss
debt.
Nigeria in the terms of business with you, my brother. Nigeria is not business.
That,
Lives are dying. People are dying. It's not business, bro. It's not business. It's reality now. We're speaking reality. People are dying. Don't
take out
never call it
emotions.
and use business. It's
You have to
Nigeria.
take out
The lives of Nigeria. Now business will
emotions.
no, now, brother. No, now. Let's not do that way. I beg. Democrats have
Shareholder.
failed. Let them take their L.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm
Biden
not
has failed. Let him take his L.
You are right, Saddam.
Oh, you
not arguing
support
with
me.
you.
Another Democrats have
I'm
support me.
asking
Yeah.
who
Otumba,
shareholder
just
in Nigeria?
let's allow you to just
Nigeria's
go
debt.
because you will stand alone on this
Answer the
particular
question
matter. I swear
now.
to God.
Who is
Which
Nigeria's
question? Which question? I can't hear you, my brother. I beg, let's keep this conversation good. Let's
shareholder when it comes to debt? Who owns Nigeria's finances? You're not asking my question.
Otumba, I said I'm not discussing this from a business
Answer
point
the
of view.
question. No, it's a simple question.
I don't know. I don't
Who
know. I don't
owns
know. Let me answer like
shareholders?
which candidate say I don't
Who
know.
owns the debt in Nigeria? Who owns the largest shareholder?
I don't
You
know.
don't know.
I don't know. Honestly, I
So
don't know. Is Dangote? Is Dangote?
that would
Is Dangote?
that would
And Dangote in Nigeria. Nigeria, my brother, Nigeria is not business. Please let us like in all these
it's a
economic questions you're
business
asking.
now. What do you mean? Everything is a business. Everything is
How does the people who own the debt Nigeria concern people there in Middle Belt?
exactly. So let me explain. Hey, now you're talking. Okay. So I keep asking you. It's about finances. It's money, Abby. There's a creditor. So whoever is giving you loans,
Otuma,
wait.
our topic today. Let's go back to our topic.
Now you
Let's go
start
back to our
and
topic today and react to what you're asking me now.
now
Please,
you carry go here.
when our topic is
Now
money,
you
we
carry
say
us
Middle
go.
Belt genocide.
Now you
How
carry.
does Middle Belt genocide have to do with business? Explain it for me like a layman.
Yeah, because when you have instability, you can move out the resources at a very cheap rate. I mean, it's guaranteed. It's what happens everywhere. It's what
So that
happened in
is so.
Bordeaux.
So in essence, you're saying Biden is supporting APC government, or is not enforcing anything because he's trying to use America to take our resources. Abi?
Yes, that's what they've always done.
So
No,
get
but it's not a, but it's
no
not a
wahala, no
fight.
wahala.
No, my
No
point is,
wahala, my brother. Everybody have heard what you said now.
no,
I'm
it's
okay with
fact.
that. So
But
let's keep
this
the
is
conversation. I beg,
no,
let's
wait,
keep the conversation rolling.
wait,
Let's go.
you
You have
but
said
let me
it.
just
You have said what I wanted to hear.
no,
It
but
is
it's fact
facts.
because it's factual. Anybody that doesn't
Yes,
know
it's
this,
true. It's true. I thought you were siding with them before. So at least you have said that as a
I
factual.
don't.
So
Nah, me,
we
I
have
don't.
established that.
Nah,
So
bro.
let's go back to our conversation. Let's
But my
go. Let's
point is, whoever is president doesn't care about the stability of the country. They only care about what they can get from it, what they can extract.
true,
Yeah.
true,
So.
true, true, true. All right, let's go back to the conversation. I think we'll have that space. We'll have that space. I'll talk about Biden later.
I
For
can't
that's
wait
why
to. I
let
can't
us
wait.
talk about people. Let us talk about people that are alive, not people that are quarter to death. That Biden and Buhari at their age grade, they are closer to their grave. They are closer to making reality happen. Oh, thank you. So let's go to my brother. My brother have been here for the longest. You have dropped. Color is yes. Good evening, my
Oga
brother.
Sadam, I no
Oga,
drop
how far
anything.
now?
Don't try it. I gentle, my brother. I can't wait for you to have that Democrat Republican debate. You are just being emotional, and that's the simple truth. Any government, anywhere in the world, as long as they can make you a puppet, they will go for it. If this was Trump right there, he would do worse than what Biden is doing. If you know he has debts on a president, somebody who they are imposing on a country, the biggest nation with the black population in Africa, or if not in the world, you get it, they would go for it. That's the simple truth. So they don't care about anything
But
that happened.
actually, you know what though? Yes
What?
and no. But let me explain why. See, I would take Trump over DeSantis. See. This is the craziest thing I'll ever say. For me, that would say I would take Trump. I won't take Trump over it, but in this Republican field, I would still pick Trump over DeSantis or the Steve Scott, because you know why? DeSantis is Elon Musk's body. Yeah. If if they get their way, they will fleece
This
us.
discussion should be about program Democrats, please, because that one is people this. Our own is that bidding is an epic failure. Take it to the bank. You cannot come and use me statement. That is your saying now. If Buhari was not
But
president,
Biden wasn't elected to be Nigeria's president. I don't know why
wait
you're
now, I'm
stressing me.
coming. This same talking point is what people used to tell us. If Buhari would have been president, Nigeria would have been better. Share it with Russia. I'm
But
basing you on what you're doing.
how is Biden?
So
What is
please,
that going to do
no.
Nigeria? The Nigerians elect Biden.
And Oga Kolade, wait now. I don't
The
want us to have this
Nigerians
discussion
elect
on
Biden.
America.
Nigerians elect Biden.
Let us do this discussion based on reality now. Because we have Trump was president, Nigeria was happening. Abi?
And they were
Oga
still
Kolade?
killing.
Yes.
Now all he did was
Yes.
ask
Oga Kolade,
questions, but he didn't stop the
Yes.
killing.
was Trump president under Nigeria?
And they were still
No.
killing. And they were still killing.
Was Trump president when Trump was president? Was there in Nigeria?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the reaction to the killings in Nigeria?
He complained that they were still
Wait.
killing us.
Hold on.
Did he make
Hold
I'm
on.
coming now. I am coming. Question. Now
Wait.
let's
Oh yeah.
get to question and answer. Did he make a statement or not?
Yes.
He did.
Please now, from now to the end of
Did
this
the
space.
killing stop?
I am coming now.
Answer now.
Wait. I am coming from now to the end of this space. Please give us empirical evidence. Just one statement. I want to see a video or a soundbite or or
So,
an
so you
article,
you
one
prefer
Let
sentiment over action.
so let
You
me
one
tell
prefer
you
of
sentiment over
writing.
action.
let me
I
tell
have
you what
come in
happened.
now. Wait now. So I don't want us to listen. Let people give us one. I just want one of bidding.
Okay, hold
One.
on, hold on, hold
If
on,
you can
hold
show
on.
me one, I'll
Hold
support you
on,
bidding now.
no. The man you said something. He said it because the Christian community all spoke in
Don't
one
tell me
voice
why he
in
said it. No,
Nigeria.
don't tell me. No, don't do that.
No,
Don't tell me why he said
wait,
it.
wait,
No,
see,
now,
wait. Right
Colade,
now, wait.
no, please. I beg you, please. Don't tell us why he said it. I don't know his reason. Don't tell me why he said it now, please, because you're not with him when he said it. You're
No,
giving
no,
me
no,
now
no,
your
no, no,
own
no,
what
no,
you
no,
think.
no. No, no, it's not what I
Oga
think.
Colade,
That is
wait
what happened.
now. Oga
Even
Colade, let it
Pompeo,
be
somebody read
call me
some,
sir.
wait. We
No,
all
you
know
wait.
Republican to be a
Oga,
Christian. They are,
wait. Don't tell
yes.
me why Trump said what he said. Please, I beg you with God. I want you to just tell me what has Biden said. I don't care Biden's motive. Don't tell me the motive behind what he's saying. Tell me what has Biden said about the killings of Christians in Nigeria. Tell me.
He has said nothing.
Okay.
He has said nothing. And what I'm saying is the noise as Christian body that rose, that made noise, that made it get to Trump then, where are they today? Why are they all quiet?
Are you saying?
It's not
Are you saying that the whole America, the whole America that gets all the information of the world needs a Christian body to shout for them for the president of America to react?
my brother. If you know shout, they won't even say they have their own problems now.
Okay,
Right
the
now,
man who have
somebody
been
that
shouting since that Tinubu is a drug dealer, uncle. He know the hear him.
so on
No,
that one
don't
I
defend
agree with
nonsense,
you
I
that
beg. No,
he's
defend nonsense,
playing
I beg. Biden
politics.
is a
Hold
fucking failure.
on.
Don't defend nonsense.
All right, I
Are you not shouting Tinubu is a drug dealer since? Even Uber came out, Bloomberg,
on that
everybody's carrying
one.
it. Wait
Look,
till
on that
Biden
one,
not talk.
me, I agree with you on that one. They're just
Yeah,
playing
no,
politics.
Scholarly, me,
On
I
Ah,
that
have
one,
God
though.
have
Mr.
mercy.
Scholarly, me, I
On
have a
that one,
question.
Mr.
they
So,
are
Kolade, I
playing
beg,
politics.
so,
continue. I beg,
Guys,
let's just go
wait,
back to topic because
it's
all
real.
people on this
Oh.
topic now is that we
take
will
out
change
the
this topic.
question.
We are
I
Take out
beg,
the
real.
I
question.
beg, go on
Real.
topic, please. I beg.
Straight to the point.
Or make
Straight
I change the topic. Make I change the
Mo,
topic to American
Change
Mo will
am,
come
American
back.
change
No,
am,
no,
embassies.
no, no.
change am. I get
I
time for you this night.
beg, eh?
You
That
change.
man,
I
See,
beg, Mo will
real.
come
all
back.
the statements he made. This killing, did it stop? No, yeah, one of the highest years of killing actually happened under his administration. But you can talk and talk. So you can see, that's the funny thing. You say you don't want gesture. Who gave you gesture? Give you action. One does not even give you anything. So yeah, I guess you can follow the one that gave you gesture. That's fine. He said it. What did he do? Did he send troops to Nigeria? No. So what? The worst he even did was give you a visa ban. So.
Wait, no, I don't. Let's leave this topic, please. Kakolazi, continue your submission.
All right, me will just leave that topic. INEC no go die well.
Now
My
Mahmoud cause for this
Yakub,
nonsense. Now Mahmoud cause for this.
Ashe, Ashe.
Ya Yakub Mahmoud, wherever he is, he will not have peace. Himself and his family.
Ashe.
It is now glaring to the whole world that INEC is a scam. They stole and they are doing everything to like cover up or hold on to what they stole. It's a very big shame. And I just in fact I've been thinking over this since yesterday. And I'm just like, why are these guys doing this? Thank God that we are in a generation that at least know A from B, that is technology inclined. If this had happened like 8 years ago, they will have gone away with it easily. There won't be this much noise. Nobody will even be in court. But they messed up big time. And the guy came out, and because what baffles me and everything is the boldness of their lawyer coming to tell the judges that they can't find, that there's no data, they should not even think about it, that everything is gone. It's only the governorship election. What an insult. The same court, the same judges that told you, that gave you right to go and work on what you say you want to work on, but you say you're going to preserve the evidence. It's only in Nigeria I've heard that there's a court matter on data, and there's a story after that you didn't preserve the data. Well, I think there's a lot to read, and it's just because of one thing, because they believe they have the power. The police that is supposed to enforce and investigate, they believe they have it, and that is why they are doing all this. But it will never be business as usual. This one, no, they will not go away with this one. That one, it's very certain. They just keep shooting themselves in the foot. They do things. I just laugh that are these people this dumb? Are they really dumb? Or is it that they don't know what I can't figure it out. But in all of it, everybody go chop breakfast last, and we go all belly full. But on this one, no, they should not even think about it. We are in, we've just started. It's a long run. And at the end of the day, victory is going to be ours. Thank you, everybody, for all you do. Saddam, thank you. God bless you. This is one of the biggest platforms that is making the loudest noise on this movement. God bless you for that. And God bless every one of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. Thank you. One day we go, they don't go chop breakfast, so we will not go chop breakfast. I beg. We don't already, we don't, the one we don't give us for February. We never even be full safe.
No, but Saddam, man, what Mahmoud has done to this country, Mahmoud is
Otumba, that guy must go to jail. Otumba,
Mahmoud.
that man must end up in
Yeah,
jail, bro.
everything we're going through right now is Mahmoud. Mahmoud could have just chosen to be on the right side of things. We didn't even ask him to be side. We just asked him to be an unbiased umpire. That was what we asked him for. We didn't ask him to pick a side. And this dude is literally ending this country. We can, Bola Tinubu is a drug lord. We can say what he wants to say, but at the end of the day, Mahmoud was his instrument. Mahmoud is the one that is throwing us into this. Oh my God! Yes, so Mahmoud guys go jail. See, I didn't want to what was in my mind about Mahmoud. It's even worse than jail. But nah, he's one of those people that you. Let me just shut up.
Otumba Toka, firing squad.
Oh, what I want to say is very graphic. In the Roman empires, what they used to do to people when they hang them outside the gates. I don't want to go deep down. That's what the kind of things he needs to be. Like, it's somewhere, where Mahmoud, Before they
You
go,
understand? It's different. It's different from let's say you rig. There's a difference when you rig and when you break the constitution. You intentionally rigged this man across the country. We kept quiet. You now broke the constitution. Everybody was telling you, Oga, 25% in the FCT is a must. It's a must.
And then he doesn't even have the numbers. Like, present the numbers you used to rig him in. You know what I'm saying? Like, show up with the numbers. Show us the numbers you used to declare. You can't even show the number you used to declare. Like, the number doesn't exist. Hey, God.
The man must end up in jail. That one is a must. So let's keep the conversation. I think we'll take a lady and please, our ladies, I don't want to talk too much today. All right, let's take Mary White. Mary White, you have the space. Good evening. Welcome. I think after Mary White, who have been here for the longest, I'll come to you, Dari, then call me Lexi. The married bachelor. Which kind of name be this?
That's a good name. Married bachelor. Okay.
Salam,
Hi, everyone.
I have a comeback for you. Go and find me Trump statement and NSAS. Biden has NSAS, so go ahead.
Oh, too bad, beg. Well, I would say something. But hi, everyone. Hi, Obedience. Hi, everyone.
Please,
Hi,
go, Mary White. Go, Mary White, go.
Hi, Utumba. Hi, Jimmy. Hi, everyone on the space. Hi, Obiban. The APC, PDP, SPV, whatever you call it. Hi, everyone. So my thing is, I guess, is a judiciary watch. We should all keep an eye on the judiciary watch, especially with this Friday, I guess, thing that ruling that they're gonna do regarding what's his name, Shatima's nomination. Because I think if they were to decide on if he was qualified, if they were to disqualify him, and I guess the May 29th will not happen. And which brings me to my next topic, really. And this is to us Nigerian Democrats. All my adult life, I've been an independent. For me. I'm not someone that talks about my political leanings. I don't do that. But in this instance, I think it's important that I do. I'm an independent, and that's what I've always
Right,
believed.
let me stop you
Oh,
there.
wait. Otumba. Wait. Let me finish. Remy, let me finish. But as much as I am, I tend to lean towards voting Democrats most of my adult life. But in this instance, I would say that they've got it wrong. The only time the Democrats remember us is during elections. And that's when you see them going to churches, coming to our neighborhoods to remember us. And we would give them the block votes they need to win elections. But on off, off years, you don't see them. They don't remember us, especially, for example, what is going on in Nigeria. For crying out loud, why would Biden send a delegation of people to come to
Because it's
this.
a state
Well, wait, let me finish.
responsibility.
Let me finish.
People
Let
are
me
asking for
finish. Let me
it.
finish. And the people that he's sending, that leading this is Marcia Fudge. I mean, did they not see? I mean, they sent people during the election in the form of Stacey Abrams and other people to monitor the elections. And what did they say when they went back? They actually went back and told them that the Nigerian election was not free and fair, and it was marred with a lot of irregularities. So if that happened, then why are you legitimizing like a government by sending a delegation? And that is where I fault the Biden administration. I could care less if he wasn't the one that congratulated what's his name, this Albadoran. But for the mere fact that he's sending a delegation of people shows that he is agreeing with this sham of an election. And to me, if we are Nigerian Democrat, you should not agree with that.
That's
And
fine.
that
So
is
let me ask
what
you a question. Let me ask you a
Oremi, let
question.
me
So
finish.
wait,
Oremi, let me
Because
Oremi, let me
no,
finish.
you're misreading.
Oremi,
You're
this is my
misreading.
time. This is my time. After
Okay,
I
go ahead.
speak, then you can. And that's my problem with, as much as I didn't like Trump, trust me, I didn't like him. And for now, maybe if he was to come out, God knows, maybe I will change my mind and vote for him because it's that bad. That because I feel like Biden hasn't done anything for the country, and especially when it comes to the Black community, Nigeria for a fact. For example, you see all these killings. Yes, all you guys saying yes, Donald Trump said something to maybe at that particular point to court the evangelist vote. I agree with that. But at least he said something. At least he said something. Yes, he did call a shithole. I didn't like that, but he did it. But he said the truth. And he did talk about Nigeria when it came to the Christians. What has Biden said? Nothing. But they do go to other things to me that doesn't make sense. I mean, everyone has their opinions. To me, I don't think they should be focusing on stuff like, but that is what I think. Everyone else doesn't think that way. But in this instance, if you believe, it doesn't matter. I understand. Don't get me wrong. I am not naive. I understand political interest, but at a point in time, you have to take a stand, especially when you know that a certain group of people are being maimed, they're being killed, all because of their religion, all because of who they worship. And it's not just, I mean, Christians are being killed. I know there's other ethnic groups that are being, at least say something. You don't necessarily have to send military into Nigeria, but at least say something. Don't just stay there like a stooge and just keep quiet and just watch people die, all because you want to be on the good side of a supposedly big African country. And that is where I fault the Biden government. And for me, I mean, they need to do the right thing. First of all, do not send a delegation of people headed by Marcia Fudge. And second, you need to come out right. And look at, I mean, I was seeing Rita, I know she's going to talk about it, about another one is Tony Blair. I mean, these people come, especially the Europeans and the West, they come use us to get the resources. And when we definitely need them, they know where to be found. Why would a government give Abador I mean, you can't do it. And that's where I fault each and every one of us that will go every freaking 4 years. Excuse my language. I don't speak like, but every 4 years to vote for them. Because yes, we give them that block of vote. They get there. And for crying out loud, who in America actually started the prison reform? Wasn't it Trump?
You don't do
But
I beg, I beg. This is America. This is just
exactly. No, but
please
that's what I'm
just.
saying. Okay, I'm gonna end it. That's where I'm gonna end. But what I'm saying is that when it comes to Nigeria, America, especially this government, present government, should be able to come to our aid. It's not only during elections that they would need our vote. They should also come and support us in Nigeria because right now this is when we need them, and that's basically where I'm gonna end. But thanks. Sorry for taking us to a place that I didn't. I mean, Saddam, you didn't want, and I do apologize for that. And Oremi, I'm sorry too, but thanks, obedient.
It's not about
That's
sorry. It's
it.
just I just want to
But
mislead people.
that's it. Thank you.
2019 election rigged in Nigeria. I'm asking
Yes,
you,
it
Mary,
was. Yes, it was.
did,
It
did
was.
the Trump send the relegation to Nigeria?
I don't know. I guess you
Okay,
did.
that go and do your research. So what I'm saying is we're conflating. It's easy, and I know it's easy because we're obedient and emotion rides us a lot. We can call them out, but we can't say you are thinking saying they should not send anybody is a waste of time and fertility. You on one end, you don't want them to interfere. On the other end, when they interfere, you shout the West is doing X, Y, Z. So like you gotta pick your poison and stick with it. Whichever way you want to choose. 2007, when Yar'Adua won, they sent a delegation, even though we complained it was rigged. Bush sent a delegation. That's the way it would be. Regardless, they will, as long as your country follows the what it's not USA's job to interpret our constitution. It's not that. It's not their job. Like regardless of who is president, whether it's Democrat or Republican, they would always say it's not their job. We can't say on one hand we want freedom from the West, on the second hand we want them immediately to come and help us do shit. Like we have to pick one lane, whatever lane we want to choose, whether we don't want their involvement at all or want their involvement. Because if they get involved, it's gonna be to their own interest, and it will not. It won't favor you at the end of the day.
My
That's
brother,
it because
my
it's their
brother.
But they
tax.
could say something. They could say something.
I get
Nobody
it,
is
yeah.
looking
I
for
mean, it would be
America
nice if
to
they say
help us.
something,
Or
but
nobody, we don't need
see,
an America to
they
help
will
us. America will
say,
never help us.
I prefer action. I prefer you actually do something, not say something. Do something.
They are not doing
Because they can
anything now.
say a
They are not
lot.
doing anything. But the issue is
Because
that
if they want to
my
really do
my problem
something,
is
you can
that
place sanctions on Nigerian leaders if you want to
both
do
of
it.
them,
But they
both
won't.
of them
Like
are
that was my point.
there's
Well,
no
okay,
lesser evil.
yes, Trump spoke. Yes, I applaud him. He spoke. But he could have also placed sanctions on Nigerian leaders, or he also knows the Boko Haram founders. He could have placed sanctions on them, but they didn't. So we can
Trump
pass and go
designated
deep
Nigeria as a
into
terrorist
deep
country.
foreign
You're saying he did
domestic
not do
policy
anything.
talk. But I mean, it's a deep hole. But yeah, you release a statement, but actually, sanction is more tougher. So pick your poison. I mean, when something happened in Nigeria, he sent people there. So it's just. But to me,
Otumba, can you hear
it's
me, please?
saying that he shouldn't have sent.
Can
No,
anybody hear me?
because do you know who he sent? Sent
Yes,
the
we can
house.
hear you. I can hear you.
I can't hear him. Who's that?
Tell Otumba how to drop.
No, Saddam, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, he will come back. He'll come back. So, which one is it? Trump does something. Trump made
It be
people terrorist organization. Say, I mean, let's move on. Let's move on. All right, please, Americans, people should calm down. It's just important we pointed out that we have that space for Trump and Buhari Pro Max. Buhari Pro Max. He's Biden. If he's paying you, he dey sweet us. Buhari Pro Max. Let me give her that name. Let me give her Buhari Pro Max. If you check well, he's having the PICC plus.
Oh, mine is
If you
old.
check
It's
well.
that one. It's old and sick. It's old and
Now they are age
sick.
grade now. They are age grade. When I talk about the Pro Max, you know that they talk. Now they are age grade. Age grade. Mentality wise and everything, the same age grade. They don't know what's happening now. Okay, well, let's move on. Daddy, my brother, how far now?
that PICC, you see that PICC line still there. When he want shake Tony Blair, right? Like the thing just
The
if
mouth kiss. It
the
shows
man
for.
must say hello.
All
Yeah,
right, let's move
bro.
on. Daddy, good evening, my brother. How you doing today?
Good evening.
Longest time, oh.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
We did hear you now, bro. Don't tell we go church.
Yeah, I dey come. I just dey one corner. They listen.
I just delete your
Yeah,
profile picture for the
just
first time.
busy,
Delete your
busy,
profile
busy.
picture for
Yeah.
you die.
Anyways, you guys with the Trump Biden stuff, I don't know. I mean, living here as a foreigner in a foreign country, I think one thing that I've learned so far is that white people, especially Americans, Germans, they tend to take time when it comes to decisions. And when they decide to take these decisions, it will come like a surprise to you. They will take really tough decisions on you in a way that you will find it difficult to come out of it. So America sending delegations to Nigeria because of Trump, because of Tinubu is just for them, on one hand they are trying to be like, let's be lenient. On the other hand, they are doing their behind the curtain stuff, you understand. So I mean, I'm not expecting them to just come out fully and say, oh, we're not going to come out, all those things. They have to be diplomatic in whatever they are doing. They can't just take decisions just like the way we want them to, you understand. So anyways, that aside, well, I just want to talk about INEC and the Judiciary Watch. You see, the thing is, INEC is setting what they are trying to do is trying to set the country on fire. They are indirectly trying to set the country on fire. They care more about what uh they care more about Bola Tinubu coming in as president, selecting Bola Tinubu as president, than doing the will of Nigerians. Just like Rotimi Amechi said, he said, "Do we know why Yakub Mahmoud was made INEC chairman?" So now we know why Yakub Mahmoud was made INEC chairman. It was because Bola Tinubu planned to become the president. He didn't plan to become the president the right way. He planned to become the president in his own way. And in his own way, we have seen so far. And one thing is sure that there are millions of Nigerians who are just waiting for the right moment. And that right moment is the judiciary doing the right thing. And that right thing is making sure that justice prevails. Else, see, what we are seeing now is just all of us being calm. When that stuff's happen, Nigeria won't contain all of us. INEC has done their own part, and that their own part is they are now acting as a second, as a defense, as part of the defense team for Bola Tinubu. So far we have seen, just like Levy, I don't know, the one of the sons for Peter Obi said, he said INEC is acting as if they contested in the election. And so far LP Lego team, they've asked for documents for almost weeks ago, I think, before the governorship elections, and INEC has not given them up to 70% of the document they requested for. So it shows that INEC is now a defense team in this tribunal. So what I just feel is, how I feel about this whole thing is that, see, we need to be careful. We need to be prayerful also that these people don't set Nigeria on fire, because the way it is going, I don't see Nigeria surviving one day of whatever they are maybe inaugurating Bola Tinubu in, because what they are thinking is once Bola Tinubu becomes president, he will be in charge of the army, he will be in charge of everybody. But what they don't know is that, even what about this military? Do they think someone like Peter Obi won almost all the military stations all around Nigeria? Do they think some of these military guys will be happy that they are being ruled by someone who can't even give, someone who is a leader of the people they are fighting against, the criminals? The military, they are against criminals, and the person who's going to be giving them command is an indicted drug baron or drug peddler. So it see, there are so many things that are involved in these issues that we need to be prayerful, and we need to just hope that the judiciary do what is right. You understand? So I believe INEC now has shown to us that they did not conduct any election. What they did was just, oh yeah, just bring everything. Let's do it. We already know the winner. This is the winner that we have. That election was just a sham. That's just a fact. It was a sham. And we always said that Bola Tinubu has money, he has all these things. He can buy whoever he wants to buy. Just like someone said that, I think they mentioned that he's saying is whatever money cannot buy, more money can buy it. So he has set aside some money to buy the judiciary, the justice system, and everything, just to make sure that he is in charge. And once he comes in, he becomes a president. He now has the power to do and undo. But what he is not, what he doesn't have in mind is that it doesn't end there. It does not end there, because the moment Bola Tinubu is sworn in, just like Dati Baba Ahmed said, you have legalized unconstitutionality. That's just a fact. Because someone, even his APC member, Kadari Ahmed, said that if you don't have 25% in the FCT, there is a problem. So if the judiciary decides to inaugurate Bola Tinubu on May 29th without having 25% in the FCT, that means there is a problem in Nigeria. Forget it. Forget about all these APC supporters. They are whole stomach infrastructure people. Just give them 2,000 naira. They will forget their values. They will forget their life. That's just a fact. What INEC and judiciary, these people, they are trying to do, if they don't allow justice to prevail, is to legalize lawlessness in Nigeria, and we must not allow that to prevail. That's just a fact. And what I would just use to conclude is the MiddleBelt genocide. What is happening in the Middle Belt is a cause for concern. That's just a fact. I don't care about what the foreign people, the foreign body, what they have to do in Nigeria. What are we Nigerians doing about this? We have to come out in our numbers until the government see that the people are really hungry, the people are tired of seeing these things happening. The government won't wake up, won't stand up to their responsibility. That's just a fact. We can keep talking and talking and talking every day and say, oh, we pray to God. See, God won't come down and help us. God will only give us the strength to go out, protest, and bring our government down to come to us, to come to our level and understand what our people are passing through. Except we do that, my brother and my sister, people will continue dying. And before you know it, it will reach your own doorstep. Before you know it, maybe one of your family members will get affected. You see, when we talk about all these things, AP supporters, they don't want to listen. They don't want to hear all these things. They want the media to cover them. Why? Because they don't care. They don't fucking care. What they care about is they want to play banter. They want to play banter. Oh, we won. LP, LOP, want to luled. I see. These things, by the time it gets to you, my brother and my sister, like Rinu Odola said something. She said that injustice does not it does not discriminate. It doesn't care who you are. It will definitely get to you. That's just a fact. Unless you act, you stand up to it right now. The Germans, every nations, they've gone through their worst periods. Nigeria is going through a very terrible period now, and until we the people come out and stand up to these people, nothing will happen. Forget about Biden, forget about Trump. There is nothing they can do. What they want is they just want to make money. All countries want to make money and make sure their own people are living good and fine. What about we Nigerians? Are we not entitled to living good and fine? That's the question. And how are we going to solve this? We must make sure that justice prevails. We must come out and bring our government down to our level to understand that this is their responsibility. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on with the conversation. This guy dropped. Sorry. Let's take on that lady. Rita English 1234. Rita, are you there? Rita. Okay, Rita is not ready. Rita, if you're ready, please raise up your hand so we can know you're ready to speak. So let's go to my brother. Call me Lexi.
Hello. Hello. Greetings, everybody.
English.
Okay, please take one person before me. Thank you. Thank you.
English, take your time. English. You know your English is. We have to prepare for you.
Madam Nastori, you define. You don't start again. I don't fight you.
All right. Call me Lexi. You have the space. Good evening.
Okay. Good evening. Good morning.
I beg, come on your earpiece.
No, I know they use earpiece. Oh, no, I know they use earpiece.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Go on, bro.
Yeah. Good evening. Good day, wherever you might be listening to me. Yeah, it's a great day to be here again. You know, one thing I want to bring to I want to remind you people is, I don't know if it is you, Saddam, or Oman, or Sizu that said, before we go to that election, if you remember, you said the only opponent Labour Party had in that election is INEC. If INEC will be able to prove us free and fair election, it is on the landslide. But see what happened now. We are not even fighting APC. It is now Mahmoud and INEC that are fighting for APC. They are defending them from left to right, from middle to the back, just to cover up the atrocity they have committed. For how long will this continue? It is just a shame that these people have lost their dignity. They have lost it all, and they have lost the respect we have for them, especially that man calling himself Mahmoud. Well, we already know what we want, and it's just a matter of time. I always say it. We don't know how we get here, But right now, we already know how we are going to get out. I want to encourage all obedience. Remember one thing PO said. PO said we shouldn't expect a miracle overnight. It is going to be a long journey. But at the end of that long journey, there will always be a light. So let's just go together. Let's keep praying. Let's hope for the best. But my own is don't let's give up. And see, on the issue of these pastors, maybe the kind of person I am. See, I am not waiting for any pastor to fight for my rights, to fight for me. I'm enough to fight for what I want. I know what I want, and that is why I stood up. That is why I went out that day to vote. A day before that election, I went out. Not that I began to ask people that who will they vote for. I began to prostrate on the street, enter shop. I begin to beg them they should vote for Peter Obi. That's the only thing I have. That's the only thing I have. I begin to beg them, just vote for Peter Obi. Just give this vote. Just give this vote. Don't worry about the rest. And that is what we did. It is just so sad. See, I know a pastor close to me. I'm not capping. This man, his firstborn is older than me now. I won't deceive you. If I'm going to church, I'm the one that will pick him, that will drop him in church. He doesn't have a land to talk about. He's supporting Tinubu. It's not that they tell me. He look at me face to face and tell me nobody is perfect. That's a pastor. So what are we now saying? You want me to now sit down and say, well, and this is the same man, I can tell you, that didn't have PVC to vote. This is the same man that told his wife if he went out to vote, he should stay there because that woman wanted to vote for Peter Obi. So if you are talking of pastor, see, this is a fight for ourselves. I'm telling you reality. I look to the man's face, I tell him, I lost respect for you. I thought you are a man of dignity. I just told him, for you to support this man, just don't talk to me about anything. Don't come to me and tell me that tomorrow I become a drug baron or I become wayward. Not you that you will tell me, because that is what you support. But I told him I can't argue with you because you didn't vote. It is me that I voted, and I will defend my one vote. A man that looked to my face and said, an Igbo man will not become a president. That's a pastor. I won't mention the church. But let's just know what we are doing. If you don't know, the man can easily convince me if I don't know my stand. You get what I'm saying? The man will easily convince me if I don't know my stand. I know what I'm fighting for. I know what I want. I know the direction I'm going. I've seen the light. I've tasted it. So obedient, let's encourage ourselves. We have ourselves. We are the family. Every time I posted on my status, the man is angry, but they not born him well to come to my status because I will disrespect him. Because he knows me. I already told him this is where I stand, this is where I'm going, and this is where I face. I told him, please, don't put Tinubu and God together. Don't ever try it. You are putting Tinubu and God together in one contest. How did they enter? How can somebody just tell me? It is glaring. This man is a drug baron. Everything against him, we can't even find it, and we are putting it to God, that God will help him. God will help who? I told him, if it is the same God that you are telling me that you are serving is who I'm serving, then it is not the one that will back up Tinubu. It is not the same God that will back up Tinubu. He will not listen, because the God I know will not bend his rules. We have a righteous God, and he will never bend his rules. We've already seen it all. So please, guys, let's just hold ourselves together. We can do it, and we are going to get there. And I know God is with us. Don't let's give up. And lastly, let me talk about this useless old man, Dokubo. What is his name? I beg, somebody should remind me. Who won the presidential election in Delta State? They are in Abuja crying. Are they not ashamed of themselves? If people will talk, or if people will fight for Tinubu, there should be people from maybe Oyo State and Ekiti. On a landslide, despite the fact they suppressed vote in Delta State, don't we see it? They are now coming out. Who are the Ijo? Who are the Ijo? Ijo they have voted for, they know who they voted for. People who voted know who they voted for. There is now in Abuja, the same Abuja that people who voted for Peter Obi in Abuja are standing against what they didn't vote. You now went to Abuja and saying you Ijaw people are with you. I just look at him and say these people are just foolish. If we are to look at, they should call him the person you are standing for right here. He didn't win where you are coming from, but they are all mad. And one message to those foolish ones that they don't know what they plan, they don't have a future. The APC, see, you are slave to your mentality, and you can't see beyond your nose, and that is why you all are beggars. The moment you see opportunity that is ahead of you, the day you see beyond your nose, that is the day you will desist from following that man. And for you, if tó bá dẹ̀ lónìí gbọ́ wàá padà tọrọ jẹ kú ni, don't worry, I'm ṣàánú. I've already given an example of a man. Èmi ni mò ń gbé, I'm the one carrying him to church. Èmi mò ń gbé, ìwọ náà kàn dàgbà òṣì ni wàá dàgbà yà. Ìwọ náà rí one of your artists tó lọ sí etí odò ní òò, nǹkan tí ìwọ náà padà dì nìyẹn. You will turn to a madman naked, shouting, hey, that is what you will end up to become. Think about your life before it is too late. I give the mic. I love you.
Lexi!
Bros the parao.
I don't even know what you talk. But I don't say whatever it is. Whatever you say, shoot me for here. Please, I will call my interpreter. My interpreter. Jimmy, my interpreter. Jimmy, please help me. Help me, please. Help me out. Please. I need you to interpret what Lexi said.
Bro, nah, serious calls he plays on every all these stupid pastors we just did it. My guy just he used the proof measure the cost for them. He share am equally. He just sprinkle am like holy water, just spread and give them. So all of the ones where they go ocean side, they go
Okay, waiting you the talk sprinkle. He baff them with better. He baff them.
He say most of them we don't even get money sef. They go beg till they die. He say they go beg till they die. Nobody go
Amen.
pay their church.
Amen.
Thank you, Sadam. My
All
goodness.
right, thank you, my brother. Okay, let's go concerning. Please, guys, we'll be doing 3 minutes now. Please, I beg, so that we can have other people speak. I want to have enough people speak before we wrap up the space. Today's space don't have to be too long. I beg. We have to wake up tomorrow for many things. Thank you. All right, let me come to I've been here for the longest. All right.
After some minutes, after some speakers, Saddam, I'll do the roll call again. They don't bombard by.
No, I beg. Yes, I beg.
All right.
Obi ideology. Obi ideology radio. Please, you have the space. Please, 3 minutes. Thank you, sir. Oma. Obi ideology radio. Are you there? Going one. Going two. Gone. Oh yeah, Rita English.
Thank you. I don't come. Thank you, Saddam. Thank you.
Make I
Eshi.
hate you now before you go talk now.
No, I don't agree. Greetings, my darling brother Saddam. Greetings, Jimmy. Greetings, Otumba. Greetings, Cecil. Greetings, every sweet and special person on this space. Thank you very much once again for this great opportunity. Una see my dear brother Asari Dokubo with him pot belly, him fit say na Niger Delta militant thing, na we dey talk for here like this. He no know say this one e big pass the nonsense winning dey do. Like seriously, I'm really wondering if that man is really educated with the no. I don't understand. The
You
people
don't hear
in
him speak. You don't hear English. They say educated. You don't.
Omo,
That is Siomo
Omo,
on with PhD.
But
That
Jimmy,
hey,
Jimmy,
China, the shame
that guy has
for
one of the best, if not the best universities in
sure
Benin
you
Republic.
understand? They be like it's an American University of Cotonou or something like that. Where they Cotonou. And the guy in English, you don't hear in English. Hey, now MC
see,
Oluomo with
make
PhD.
See, make I speak Urobo for that pot belly frog looking man, so that I know go fit say na stranger they talk to am. Omavo weke we asari dokubo, I dey shame for you. The people that stays and live in FCT, they have taken this issue to court. It is glaring. They voted for one person and they have taken him to court, and then you carry your frog-like body with your neck where be say I don't understand where you should go inside. Go FCT say you go stay there. Shey na your house be that? Anyway, no wahala. Because it is now obvious it is no longer business as usual. This is the survival of our soul. It's the survival of our dear nation we're talking about here. So we don't care if you are a brother, we don't care if you are a sister, we don't care who you are. You know, say person they drown for river, eh? Now anything the person hand touch, now they drag. If you stand where you go draw and come aside. If you don't stand where you go draw, you enter on to go die. That's the situation we are in right now. So nobody should go and take one nonsense or be promised one thing and then you come to the public and start claiming rubbish. The thing that you are standing for, can you put your company in that school you claim you have, can you put it in his hands to run it for you? Then why do you want to put the lives of millions in danger? Why? I saw the video. It was so disgusting. I was like, oh my God, what the hell is wrong with this person? Baba Ike Clark is there talking and shouting. Afenifere, they are there. We're talking about equity, justice, and fair play here. The whole world the whole of Nigeria from north to south, they voted for this man because we saw his capacity. And then we don't know what you promised. You carry your belly when you be like 100 people belly. Go Abuja, go the say, we voted for. Why you not do your nonsense rally for your Niger Delta there? Why do you have to go to Abuja? Eh? Like seriously, it is no longer business as usual. Business as usual. In fact, I trust worry people. If you do any they go beat them. If you do any, forget all those nonsense guys the way they fall and with in gun. If you do any, they go beat them because now people life it they play. So we can't continue like this in a country that is so blessed and they just one or two persons are eating because you can eat. Every that person can go to hell. We are done with that kind of system. Judiciary. I want to believe that by now the Nigerian judiciary is already aware that this generation of Nigerians, we don't care whoever endorses who or does anything. We saw what we saw. Even the word saw what we saw and they attested to it. So if they are endorsing whatever they are endorsing, it is their business. Because for those that knows, we know that this nonsense endorsement is not for the betterment of this country. It is simply because of what they want to gain. Do you know what it means? Do you know what Americans will get if you have a certified drug lord? Someone they certify, you put that person as your president. Do you know what it means? They could just they sucked as in their mouth go over wide, pass as it wide before. But by God's grace, we Nigerians,
My
we
dear
will never.
sister, sorry, make I interject you. What you just said now, this is what is going on with America and Colombia. This is what is going on with America and Mexico, which they call Mexico. This is what is going on because they've been tagged as a narco state. This one where Trump they shout border, 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 border. Anytime I come across Mexicans for here, for Yankee, they call them Cocoye, I always see them, say all of them, they be drug dealers. If they want to rent house, they look their credit credit scores, it go affect them. Then they always scrutinize them, then go ask them questions unnecessary. The look, the language, the everything, they don't tag them already. They don't tag them. So we don't know, it's not going to just affect Nigerians within Nigeria. We where they abroad, it go affect us. It will affect us anywhere we go. That is the bad part of it. So we are just talking here. It's not as if say we just they abuse people. No, it's the infliction it will have on we Nigerians abroad, and we are the best in our different fields. So imagine the worst of us representing us. Imagine that. It's a stain on our personality. It's a stain on the dignity and the hard work we've spent our lives to build up in a foreign land. And one idiot will just come and stain it just like that. It's not gonna work. Carry on, my sister. God bless you.
At all, by God's grace, amen. It will never work. Now those countries are going through what they are going through. It's not like they have a certified drug dealer as a president. Shay, they don't have a certified drug dealer as a president. So you can imagine what it will be like for you. If you have somebody that is 100% signed and sealed. A video trended just recently. We saw him in one helicopter. Put it like roasted good. When they don't cash and say carry kini, Sanwo-Olu was trying to cover the camera. We have seen it. So imagine if you have that kind of a person, what will happen to you? And some people that will say, hey, I have dual citizenship. I don't care. If the Nigeria burns or does not burn, it's not my business. Oh, more, you they deceive yourself. Oh. You are deceiving yourself. And that's the more reason why we all have to join hands together and do what we need to do to salvage our country. Because if it happened, the people that wrote English, they write, can't write, rich. They say home and abroad. Home is home. Those that said that, they knew what they are talking about. So even our judiciary, there will be no hiding place. The only country we have as a home is Nigeria. So it is in your own best interest, the judges, everybody, to do the right thing and salvage this nation. If not, this breakfast, now everybody now go chop am. And by God's grace, for those of us that are shouting for good governance right now, we could just stand and look them, because God have a way of protecting his people. And they're talking about the genocide that is going on in Middle Belt right now. See, if Nigerian media tell you, say 100 people die, millions don't go. If they tell you that if they report say 100 don't die, now be say millions don't come out. I'm going by that BBC documentary that guy did. They said 50, but the man that carried the guy to the graveside, they said over 200 people. And that's why right now, by God's grace, I am doing everything I can to push our parallel facts, so that parallel fact will they checkmate everything. They tell us how it be and how it happen. So that you, in any way you are, you will open your mouth and talk in the right direction. What's this saying that say they came for the Jews? I said it's not. I'm not a Jew. They came for this. I said I'm not this. They came for that. I'm not that. At the time they come for you, nobody will stand for you. So the earlier we begin to sound the trumpet of the rubbish that is going on, so that the world will know, even though we know they know, but they are claiming not to know. Let's continue to sound it. And that's our so-called president that is living right now, that is claiming to have a legacy that no human being on earth has gotten. Thank God BBC has told him, you are living a legacy of terror, kidnapping, debt, and kinikon. That's the true legacy. That is the legacy the man is living right now. So no matter how you want to sugarcoat it, that is what it is. So you just stay there and be deceiving yourself and your likes. May God help and deliver the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
English. Your network have disappeared. Can anybody hear me? Abyss, my own network.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's English network. My sister, always amazing listening to you speak. Honestly speaking, I can just allow you go on. My problem is that you always come late. You always come to church late. Okay, let's go on. I think let me bring in Mr. Benedict. Then Oladipo will go next. And Bolanle fell off, so I think we'll come back to you. Let's circle that way. Hey, well, Nigeria, my brother, welcome. Please, you can always come in to make a submission anytime you want, my brother. Welcome. Thank you. Jimmy, when you want to go on your jamming also, let us know.
No wala.
Mr. Benedict, you have the space. Good evening, sir. Please, 3 minutes.
Yeah, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Saddam, I must greet you. I must greet Jimmy, must greet everybody in the house. I had Cecil sometime and maybe he just disappeared. Just going straight to the point where, I really need to talk. You see, first of all our journalists have gone mum. They just want to pretend that nothing is going wrong in Nigeria. Meanwhile, a whole lot of things, bad things are happening in this country. The killings, the kidnappings have resumed 100%. I am only proud of our brother Rufai. He is doing a marvelous job in that station. And I pray Almighty God to keep guiding him. And I know that with all that we have and the arsenals that we have, we must use that to protect him wherever he goes, go and come in. This is my prayer for him. Let me tell you, I want to discuss about this Asari Dokubo. You are stepping your foot in FCT. You don't know people who have started FCT.
Please, Mr. Benedict, please, our topic, please. You can. Why are you discussing our topic? And you have 2 more minutes. You can just so you don't go and be talking about what is not our topic and waste your whole 2 minutes.
Yes, I actually want to say it and put it clearly that the legs that they used to come to FCT, that leg, they pray they should find it so that they will get back to wherever they are coming from. Because what I am saying here today is this: FCT is not Niger Delta. The rivers of Brenham Wood would definitely run to Dunsinane. And I must say this: whatever the justice system are doing, delaying, I believe it will not be long for all the things they are hiding will come to the office and often. And I promise that Shetima and Tinubu will not be inaugurated next week, Monday, 29th. We are saying this and we are saying it with all our mind. We know that God is behind this. We know that whoever is planning any evil to delay the youths from acting, may that evil plan be removed in Jesus' name, because I know the only people that can stop this integration are the youths. That is why Tinubu is calling on the youths to support his government, that he will do this, he will do that for them. And I am begging every young man, please, our generation, our future generation, our children is in our hands. If we fail to correct this time, this democracy that is failing, we have failed, and we have failed woefully. Because let us know this, that what will happen the moment Tinubu gets in, it will have never have happened in Nigeria since the beginning of democracy, since 1960, because the thing Tinubu has in mind and his followers, honestly, you and I have never thought about it. It will completely be a militarized regime, and things will go way bad. So I am urging every Nigerian to please
Mr.
have
Benedict, can you hear me?
this at the back of your mind, that you
Mr.
should
Benedict,
come
can you hear
out
me?
and defend this democracy that
Mr.
we have won.
Benedict.
Thank you.
Mr. Benedict, can you hear me? Can anybody hear me in this space? On this space,
Yeah,
please?
me, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, you. Let's say you were muted, but yeah, go on.
I can hear you. Somebody muted me. I don't know whether you
Mr. Benedict,
muted
can you
me.
hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, sir. Please, what will happen on Tuesday next week?
On Monday, I never said Tuesday.
What will happen on Tuesday? I want to know what will happen on Tuesday next week.
What I'm saying is that
do you know the future?
Inauguration is on Monday, 29th.
Do you know the future? Do you read the future? I want to know whether you read future.
You see what I'm saying this? Why
Sir,
I'm saying this to you?
please answer me now, please. Do you read future?
Yes, I have a kind of premonition of whatever that must come.
What will happen next week Tuesday?
It will not be palatable, especially here in Abuja. That is what we're talking about.
We rain. Let me even use rain. Let me use weather. I'll ask you. What will happen? What will be the weather condition of next week Tuesday in Abuja?
It will even start on Sunday of 25th of that 27th.
My brother, you do not know the future. Please, if you come out to public spaces like this, do not come out and say But the major problem we have as individuals, for me, I'm just saying that this is my own 2 cents as a feedback to you that please do not project your fears. Please. You don't know what
You
Tinubu
see,
will do.
you
You don't
see,
know
you
what you
see.
don't know. I'm coming, sir. Please. I allowed you to speak and I did not interrupt you when you have your submission. So I want you to take this as a feedback. Please. You don't know tomorrow. You don't know the next 5 minutes. None of
Yes.
us here do.
Mm.
Do not carry your fear and say what will happen if what will happen with Tinubu enter is that Nigeria will
Saddam,
stand
hear
up.
me out. What
Sir,
I'm
please
saying is this. So
let
no,
me land
Saddam,
now. I allowed you to
let me
speak now.
correct. No, let
I have to mute you now, sir. You listen to me. Probably you listen to me, then you can have. But I will not have that back and forth with you on this platform, please, because it is this mentality that is killing a whole lot of will obedience, and I have to stay out here. Please, your own reality is not our reality. What you think will happen is not what will happen. It is what you think, because you don't know the future. You don't even know tomorrow. So you can say, this is what I think we should do. And if it is right, many of us will follow and say, okay, it is right. But if we come out and start putting by next week and the mind of Tinubu, the mind of his supporters, who is Tinubu? Who is his supporters? Who are his supporters? We make this man look like a god. We elevate him to a position that he's not. So that's just my to say, please let us not do this all the time. If Tinubu, who is he? So if Nigeria if we don't get it the way you want it to be, then it means it is all over. No, now let us when we think, let us try and open our minds to so many factors, so many ways. Don't just sit down on your own. I can sit down here and listen to you, give me what you think we should do. I'm fine. You can be right, and I can also be right, but do not come out and make a blanket statement to people. No. And I'll allow you to react now. But I just wanted you to please hear from me too. So don't come out and tell us next week when they enter. When he enter, Nigerians will stand up to him. Same way you're standing up. I don't know whether he's going to. And I said it earlier on. Hopefully you guys listen to what I said earlier on. Please. He does not have. We don't have. Are you going to give him special soldiers? The same
Yeah,
soldiers that you're
Saddam,
probably scared of
Saddam,
right now.
Saddam.
Let me go ask you a question, sir. Do you know Buharis?
Do I know what?
Buharis.
Buhari?
Buharis. People that they call
Oh,
Buharis.
okay, yes. But I want to tell you this. Whatever you are thinking about my thoughts, about my words, might not be exactly what I am saying. I'm spelling out. I am telling you this. I am a man. If you don't know my person, please, I'm trying to say this. Find out from people who have known me. I am saying this based on what I have known these other people are planning. But I am telling you that we do not have fear. There is no fear in our cupboard. There is no fear in the heart. I am telling you this, that no matter whatever their plans are, we are countering those plans. I must tell you, in the forefront, I will stand before anybody to put my hands. I don't want to go into saying who I am or whatever
No, sir.
that I can do.
You
But I
don't
must
need
tell
to.
you,
Just
Saddam, for you to say that I am putting fears in the heart, I have never done that from the beginning of when I started politics, when I started as a youth, whatever I have done till this moment. Why should it be now? But what I'm saying, the advice I'm giving to the youth is this. It is youth that we take this democracy further. If we stay back without doing anything, acting now, just like the threats they are putting out there, you should be sure that things will go abnormally. But
sir,
I
please. What should
promise
you?
you
Okay,
that
okay. Please,
while we are
sir. Please.
together, we must
What should the youth do?
always fight and protect this democracy. That is what I'm saying.
Okay, sir. What should the youth do?
The youth at this moment are needed in every quarters to speak, to stand, to protest. This is what we are calling for, because we are looking at 29th inauguration, and any youth who is sitting behind, who is not trying to say one thing or the other, or come out to be seen, or even try to counter whatever has been done, even try to jail the judicial system, that youth is a coward. That's why I'm calling on everybody. If we are not on the street, we will never get it right, because they are trying to instill little fear. That's kind of motion that will say, okay, fine, these people have nothing to do. They are just trying to weigh test the waters. And that waters they want to test, we cannot allow it. We are in FCT. We have come here and we will stay here and we will fight. They will not shoot us because we know even the security systems are afraid of themselves. There are a lot of divisions in the rank and files of every security. I'm saying it, but I'm not supposed to say it here. But I'm saying that people are against themselves and people are not even with the particular government that wants to take over, and therefore we ourselves who have been protecting democracy irrespective of party will keep protecting and will keep standing and saying the truth so that every other person in Nigeria will wake up and defend this democracy that want to be truncated by Tinubu. Thank you. I yield my mic.
Okay, thank you very much. I think right now I think we can have a truce here, because what I was saying is you saying Tinubu's mind, what he wants to do, what he doesn't want to do. I will never ever stand with anybody that come and tell me Tinubu's mind. He's not powerful, please. And why you're saying, I'm not coming to say that what you're saying is wrong. No, but me is we preempting him, trying to make him feel like a god that he's not. He's just a normal man, like every other person, just a fucking greedy politician. That is who he is. When we try to elevate him and try to make him so powerful, then all of a sudden people start looking at him like, oh, if he gets into there, it is all over. It is not all over. We are working and everybody's on ground, do what you want to do to make sure it doesn't get in there. And if it happens, we don't want it, because that's exactly what happened in May 28th. I mean May 25th. Many people will not fall back. And so no. This generation have stood up, and we will stand up and we will fight to the very end. May 29th is just a date. It is not, there is nothing special on that date. Is he an unconstitutional president? Facts. Is he an unconstitutional candidate? Facts. So that May 29th, let us not bank all, because I know Nigerians, the next thing is May 29th, a whole lot of people are now going to therapy. A whole lot of people are now going to depression and the rest. Now forgetting that we have a very big picture ahead of us, because this fight is not a date-limited fight. It is a marathon fight. We will keep fighting until we get back our mandate. That is my 2 cents. So it's better we don't come and land us, box ourselves under one date and make that date feel so special. But thank you very much. I just feel like I just wanted to draw from that place of making Tinubu. I am tired of people telling me Tinubu is this, Tinubu will do that, Tinubu is this, Tinubu is power. This Tinubu is a nobody. He's just a criminal that used thugs to win elections. That's who he is. So don't come paint him up as something else, please. Thank you. All right, let me bring in Mommy Bolande here. Mommy Bolande, good evening, I don't know if you're good to speak now. If you're not good,
I'm good to sleep. I'm good to speak
No,
before
sleep, sleep.
I fall asleep. No,
No,
let me
don't
just
worry,
finish.
sleep.
No. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so tired. I've argued so tired. I'm losing my voice.
I'm seeing people argument in our app group, but continue.
In fact,
There's war
I was
everywhere.
like, it's a had I known kind of situation, but it's what it is, it comes with the
And
territory, I guess.
you see this part of the thing I used to suffer. I'm suffering. If I had denied you now, I'll be the one suffering it. You know, Abby?
I cuckoo know now. I know.
Okay. You see?
I mean, I'm taking it on board, but I was biting my tongue. I got to a point where I'm like, hey, if I drag somebody, I'll drag the person through all of Twitter. But it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, no, I wanted to quickly speak about um the um the MiddleBelt genocide. We spoke about it the other day, and we kind of concluded that it was a Niger problem. It wasn't a MiddleBelt problem, and it's not just a Christian problem; it's an everybody problem. We know that. But here's my gripe. Mm? Who is speaking out for Christians? Because I can't hear the so-called, we have mega churches. They have thousands of congregants that come all the time, right? In the north, if anybody is going to speak out, it's usually the Catholic Church, right? Everybody else is stump. You have a few, yes, I acknowledge, but it is the silent majority that I am calling out. I won't even insult them. But they are failing. If they were truly called by God, then they have failed, because what they have allowed to happen, right, is a situation where, how do you, because they don't want wahala. They don't want wahala, so they're being quiet because it has not reached them. This thing is turn by turn. Everybody will chop just breakfast at last, because I don't understand it. The very, if you look at the history of the church, right, Christians back there, followers of Christ, were seen as radicals, right? And if you look through, the early church, go, these are the people who paved the way, right? They were uncompromising, right, in their fight for justice and good. You cannot be saying pray for Nigeria as a church leader, right? And you're seeing the number of fellow Christians being slaughtered as if they are chickens, right? As if they are, and it is not something that, it's ones or twos, or we're talking hundreds at a time, clearing whole villages, and you're quiet. Then you have failed, right? And judgment from above will fall upon all of you. Because how is it that the Church of Christ is not speaking out? It is bad enough that we have a vice president, right, who people tell us his hands are tied, so his mouth is tied too. Abi, that one too is quiet, right? All of these people who have put politics before their conscience, God will judge each and every one of them, because there are children, right? There are mothers, right? There are fathers, there are brothers, there are people, right, who are being slaughtered at a rate I have not seen. At this rate, because we do not know the true numbers. We will never know the true numbers, right? But at this rate, Rwanda is child's play. Rwanda is child's play, right? And it just annoys me. It annoys me. Well, if the shoe was on the other foot, every imam in the country would be screaming, right? Will not be quiet. They will not be quiet. But it is our own Christian. I don't understand this. You see, being a martyr for the kingdom, that one, they're using it, right, to it's almost as if these people are going into this with both their hands tied behind their backs. They're being slaughtered. Right? It is not a case of, change to Islam or we'll kill you. They're just trying to wipe off the Middle Belt, the indigenous tribes of the Middle Belt. Right? So people should stop using that. They should speak up, because you can't say because you want to eat meat, you will call a cow my brother. Abi, how they say to you about don't go for general, ni brother. I got it right.
Yeah, you did.
You
Yeah.
can't. You can't, because there are times when it is the church that needs to speak out. You cannot have, and the sad thing, right? In the days of apartheid in South Africa, Nigeria was on the forefront of trying to shout out for the human rights, um, um, all the ways in which anybody can support somebody. We did. Right. We were all loud. We were all singing for South Africa. But people are being wiped out. They are quiet, because these people who, for some reason or the other, go to these political leaders for patronage. They get money. They some of them even use their churches to recycle, launder the dirty money and all the rest of it. Because I'm not understanding it. I am not understanding. Is it when it is your member of your family, before it touches you to a point where you shout out, say it's enough? These people are crying out. They are crying out, right? And so every single religious leader, right, that does not speak out, God will punish each and every one of them, because you're not doing the job that God called you for. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Uh-oh. Thank you very much, man. I don't know this thing, my network. Well, Nigeria there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. All right, mommy, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on real quick. I think Uzize.
Saddam, you don't forget me.
Hey, Oladipo, no vex. What they do a man, woman. I think Uzize is a woman, so I'm okay, now man. I think Uzize. Oh yeah, Oladipo, continue now.
Good evening, my people. I greet everyone. How are you guys doing today? I want to say big thank you to everybody on the space. I want to say a big thank you to everyone that has reached out to me. And God bless you. Saddam, you will always go up and never come down. God will lift you on all sides. Thank you for everything you do. I appreciate you guys. Otumba, Jimmy, everyone, I appreciate you. Wọ́n ní agbépo lájà ò jalè bí ò ṣẹ́ni tó bá gbà sílẹ̀. I don't know how to translate that very well. I don't know if Jimmy can help me.
The thief is not to be blamed. Okay, go on.
Move on.
The thief is not to be blamed, but he that keeps the stolen goods is the main crook.
Thank you. You see, I want to quickly knock all these Western world. That is why I said agbépo lájà ò jalè.
Continue, sorry.
Saddam, you
So
muted me.
Continue.
Yeah, that was a mistake. They probably wants to grant someone's request. We don't
No
have
be
to
me,
say
no be me,
Okay.
self.
I mean, a mistake. Yeah, right.
he probably wants
Okay.
to grant someone's request. Yeah, go on.
Okay. You see, let me say this. Everything that all this Western world, what they do, everything they do is dependent on what they will benefit as a nation. Now, I was listening to your argument. Let me tell you something. Be it Biden, be it Democrat, be it Republican, be it whoever is in the White House. Whoever is in the White House still is subject to the families that runs the military contracts. Take that from me. Take that to the bank. You see, those families are the ones controlling whatever happens in America. If they say no, it is no. So you see, it is a huge gain to America that we are going to have a drug lord. God forbid, I don't wish it to happen, and I pray it will not happen. That we are going to have someone that they can have their thumb on. You know, if you can think back, Saddam, you know I said it when we started this space, that I said it one time like that all they need to do to have a base in Nigeria now is just to call Tinubu into the office. Oga, you know the document that was released is not the full document. We have recent documents on you. Because let me tell you something. They have tabs, they have a file on every single powerful person in any other nation. So they will just tell him, guy, we need a base. We need this from Nigeria. We need that from Nigeria. And he has no choice than to dance to their tune. That is why they are playing the long game. Each time I think about what these people do, I think about the long game. The long game. Just like they did in Salt. If you watch that movie, imagine that Russia planted, things like that. That's the long game they are playing. So I look at it as politics. So I'm not surprised. That's why I made that proverb. They are the supporting strikers of crime. So that is their own. Secondly, you see, I think in there were some set of people that were tortured, some American soldiers that were tortured by Vietnamese torture guys, and I will describe how they tortured them so that you can know the kind of how will I put it? The kind of people that INEC is. You see, INEC has turned themselves to the judge, the jury, and the executioner of what will happen in Nigeria. And I feel that I'm not going to wish that on my worst enemy. But I believe if there is any torture that someone should go through, I think Yakub Mahmoud, with what he has done to Nigeria, he should go through that torture. Do you know what they do to them? They will starve them for 7 days. After 7 days, they will now feed them massively. Just because they are so hungry, all of them will rush to eat, all those soldiers. After eating, just because their testicles could not feed or get glucose, it stops the production of sperm. But just because they just ate, their testicles starts to work in overdrive. Do you know what they do to these people? They will sit them on a tall stool with a hole in the middle. And they will now let their testicles drop in the middle. They will now use a
My
small
brother,
spatula.
you are too graphic, please.
They will now use a small spatula to start to beat them. All those that were tortured in that way confessed what they did not even do. Because you see, it is painful that INEC, Yakub Mahmoud, could orchestrate. I listened to that press briefing where he said every data on the beavers is safe. Because Peter Obi and his team were pushing for those things to be reviewed because they knew that this drama was going to come up. Imagine that in the court of law, despite putting out press report, by now, Yakub Mahmoud should be in prison if we had a sensible president. Because it doesn't make sense to me that you promised that the data was backed up just for us to get to court, and you are now telling us that the presidential election data is gone. As in, each time these people look at us, it seems they don't rate us at all. And you see, as Yakub Mahmoud has toyed with the peace of Nigerians, till he dies, and in his next life, he will never find peace. He will never find peace. Because you have just toyed with
Amen.
You have just toyed with the peace of Nigerians. What is hard in doing what is right and let your name be forever revered? What kind of evil, what kind of demonic association? Because of money, status, or whatsoever, that money has become your enemy. Your health has become your enemy because you have not wished us well. People died. People were killed. People were murdered. People were intimidated. People were bigotry was carried out in full force. We all saw this. There were videos of mutilations. And yet, you declared that this election was free and fair. I say it tonight. Unless this election was free and fair, that is the only time Yakub Mahmoud will have peace in his life. Unless, if that election that he conducted was free and fair, that is when he will have peace. Because you have taken the peace of Nigerians. Imagine what goes on. What will happen to Nigerians? Our passport becomes nothing to other nations. We will now be scrutinized more. Because they will look at us that a drug dealer, someone that received the proceeds of drugs, is now going to be the president. That photo will never hang in my office. It will never hang. Whatever they do, I would rather hang the picture of Peter Obi and Dati Ahmed in my office. but their picture will never hang because it is a slap. I don't know how to cover my mouth though. Concerning this genocide going on, concerning this ethnic cleansing, concerning this religious, well-meaning, I'll round off. That's why I'll round off now. Concerning this ethnic cleansing, concerning this religious unrest that is going on, for everyone involved, for everyone that could make this thing not to happen, and they are sitting on the sidelines, for everyone sponsoring them, and for everyone carrying out the evil, by the grace of God, on a daily basis, the 10 plagues of Egypt will be your portion. By the grace of God. As you make their homes not their home again, your homes will become desolate. Your children will beg for bread. Because the killings that is going on. You see, I was speaking to a soldier. Today. Is someone known to me. He said, forget about what is being told on the news. The killings that are going on is far more than what you are being told. That it is virtually know the whole atrocities, the whole, as in the extent of the killings that has happened in Nigeria. That 63,000 they are mentioning, he said, is just like 1/10 of what has gone on. I was shocked when I heard that. That is why I say it tonight. Unless this election was free and fair, that is when Yakubu Mahmoud and his generation will have peace. I yield my mic.
All right, thank you very much, Oladipo. Amen to all those prayers. All right, guys, I think we have a couple of speakers. Please, if you want to speak, please raise up your hand so we can know who wants to speak. I joined the space somewhere at the middle. Saddam knew what made me join. I will not talk about it yet. Before we finish, I'll talk about it before. I don't want
Well-meaning Nigeria. Sorry, yeah. There was something I wanted to say. Sorry. I'm trying to set up a class.
All right,
no, you see, reach out to Sad. You see, this is what I'm trying to do. This is for the obedient. Please, if you are Gbadu, if you reach out to me, now course I go take follow now. Now course I go curse your generation. So don't even try it. If you are hearing me now, the only thing that can make you to reach out to me is if you now turn born again and you denounce all those things you've been following.
But born again after Peter B. collect mandate. They're not go born again.
Thank you. Yes. You see, so please get in touch with Saddam. If you want to get in touch with him, I would train people for free. But please, I would need to streamline that education into some aspects that are going to be very easy for you to learn and very easy for you to at least start something. That is what I want to say. But please, I love people already. Can I start learning from you directly? Let me try and group everybody. But please, your passport is your Twitter handle. Because by the time I check your Twitter handle and I start to see some Agbadorian things, bros, prayer day, course day. I no go talk past that one. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Oladipo. If you want to know them, just go to their likes. I think that's the easiest way to know about them. Anyway, quickly, let me just give like a brief submission before I call the next person. But if you want to speak, raise up your hand. I think my submission is really just straight to. I was just thinking, actually, 27th of which is on Saturday, and luckily it's on Saturday. The Vawulence space makes it. I don't know if anybody has said this when I was not around. Makes it one old year when Peter Obi joined Labour Party. So I'm thinking we need to make a loud statement. I'm thinking we need to make a loud Peter Obi Labour Party Day statement. I think that would be a very good idea. And thank God we have Vawulence space on that day. So, I mean, it came to my head just today, because I'm looking forward to May 27th than any other day. In fact, the only important day in May remaining for me is May 27th. Peter will be clocking 1 year in Labour Party. Anyway, thank God today's Tuesday, so within the week we'll find a way to make that louder. Then secondly, I don't know what conversation that I've gone on, but just to make it clear, and because I know like obedience, sometimes we just to prevent any potential outbreaks. I know some people may have consciously or unconsciously start to rely on the 26th articles case or whatever at the Supreme Court and be hoping that one, like Saddam said earlier, nobody knows tomorrow. As far as I'm concerned, I've said it that I don't know what will happen, but I don't care. I'm not even interested in what will happen before May 29th. I'm more interested in 30th. And I'm also interested on the 30th when Peter Obi's lawyer will start, when they will start the View court case. So that's not my business. But just to clear the air, let's be very clear. Because I bet people make some people equate, I think some people even think articles case at the Supreme Court on the 26th is like, I don't know how to put it, but just to be very clear, that case is a case that actually High Court has dismissed it. Atiku went to Appeal Court to appeal it. Appeal Court dismissed it. So it's now in Supreme Court to appeal it. So I don't want people to expect, right? Anything can happen, but I don't want people to be expecting that, okay, we are waiting for it. Or so if it doesn't happen, media will now first put it in your head that, Atiku fails, and everybody now look. Please, let's be very clear. That's really what the case is about. And what is this case? It is the Shettima double nomination. You see, Peter Obi waited. So, and I've seen people also think that if Supreme Court dismisses it, it means they have said Shettima double's nomination is okay. It's a lie. It's not true. Let's just understand this. What Supreme Court is going to look at first is whether Atiku filed the case at the right time before they can now talk on the case. When Atiku took the case to High Court said Atiku does not have in law they call it local standing, but what it means is that at this point in time, you are not entitled. If you are filing it this time, it means you are interfering in APC's case. You are doing amiibo. It's not yet time because the election have not held and you are filing it now. That's why they dismiss it in the High Court. So, of course, it's technicality. They didn't even talk about the matter. They did not judge whether it is right or it is wrong. They just said they dismissed it. When it went to Appeal Court, the same thing, they dismissed it. They even fined him money. Now he has gone to Supreme Court. So, normally, in election, there's pre-election and post-election matter. I'm just saying so people get it that Peter Obi has filed it at the right time. Election has happened before Peter Obi mentioned it that the Shettima has double nomination. So what happens on Friday does not have anything to do with the judgment. It does not change. What the Supreme Court may only do on Friday is that they will just also tell Atiku, they may tell Atiku that, Appeal Court was right. You filed the case at the wrong time. They will not even go to whether the case is correct or is not correct. Or just please, I keep getting these rhetorics and I needed to just make that clarification. All right, so let's go to our next speaker. Let's go to Madam Stella. I know we have the Go Lady.
Let me just heal
Madam Stella
before Madam Stella comes through, I beg.
Okay. Jimmy, I forgot.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let me heal our people. So the ones we know mention their name for the first praise and worship. Another praise and worship is on the way now. So so my name will be mentioned now. Let's go. LP Cindy Gold Ogasilo Stella Dinoski Adeoye Mr. Law Freedom Efrani Madonna Auntie Yeti Enosa Eze Oba Eze Namdi Sweet Angel Ayobami Spotlight Antonia Honorable Liberty Dr. AI, Dr. Olu, Tech Mayor, Tachi, Kingo, Wounded Michael, Mr. Joe, Mazi Jones, Dr. Akoni, Mr. Tony, Mr. Aliyu, Oga Matthew, Mr. Kolade, Auntie Grace, Mr. Gregory, Paul Mandy, Peter Obi, Mr. Kingsley, Miss Queen, Miss Malik, Sweet Doctor, Auntie Kem, Mr. Nonso, Mr. Ike, Mr. Bankole, Oba, Mr. Eddie, YK, Mr. Ayinla, Rogo, Oga Tex, Estate Agent, Mr. Henry, Mr. Shrub, Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Whiskey Dempsey, Favour, Ṣẹ́gun Ṣẹ̀gẹ́, Aunty Sọ́ọ́dí, Mr. Peter, Maduka, Ayọ̀túndé, Mr. Benedict. Thank you guys. Thank you. Back to you now. Well,
All right. Thank you very much.
Jimmy, before you continue, I can swear. Make I no swear. I can bet. I know the people enter the DM. I can swear. And some make I know make I just keep quiet. But they know themselves and they're laughing now. They know themselves.
honestly speaking, they're laughing.
They know themselves. You know yourself. I will not call your names, but you know yourself. When we back to you.
Yeah. All right, Madam Stella, please go ahead. Please let's just take 3 minutes so that we can round up the space quite soon. All right, Madam Stella.
Thank you. Me not even just 2 minutes now I need. Good day, everybody. Please, there's a topic here, the judiciary. I believe some of the judiciary will do the right thing. The genocide in the Middle Belt, it is well. It's a pity it's happening, but it is well. That's all I have to say. Then I actually asked for the mic when Mr. Call Me was speaking. You see, Asare came for himself, by himself, with himself to Abuja. Asari knows. Asari cannot speak. He did not even speak for the Jaws. He did not speak. He did not mention anything about that. I just want to correct that narrative. He came and he said, those that voted for Tinubu has come to Abuja. And I saw him enter Abuja. So please, Ijo has nothing, absolutely. Nobody send a message. Ain't go by himself. I just want to correct that. Asari is not speaking for the Niger Delta. Neither is he speaking for the Ijos. Ijo is a deity. Is a deity, and it means truth. Asari know what in they do. Asari know they speak for Ijo. So nobody, everybody should disabuse their minds. It has nothing. Now me, Stella Dogbo, they speak. Asari no come Abuja can speak for Ijo. He no come Abuja can speak for the Niger Delta. Asari go for himself, by himself, and with himself to Abuja. That's just the narrative I want to correct this evening. Please, obedient. Asari did not go because he is... since how many years ago? Men was proscribed. Asari went on his own and he said it. But when Mr. Call Me, Mr. Call Me was like, no, please. No, that's a mistake. You read it wrongly. Please listen to that tape again because I listened to it yesterday. And he made it clear he did not go for Ijo. No. So please, at this point, I yield the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Stella. Thank you. All right. David just entered the business. If David sneaking for nights like this, the last time David came like this, Guinea happened. I just hope that We are safe.
Zimbabwe,
Tinubu is safe. I
You
know we
are
are
safe.
safe.
Don't worry. Very, very safe.
Zimbabwe will happen.
Welcome, David. Welcome. Let's just take maybe like one or two speakers, then we'll get to David. I'm sure he has something. Quickly. All right. Ogashilo, just quickly go ahead and speak.
Okay.
Now, sorry. Now, when I can't finish praise and worship, David can't enter. Now, what for now? Okay.
You know what I praise and worship dragon come here. The
No
spirit.
vex.
He invoke up. He invoke his spirit come. All right, go on, my brother. Good evening.
All right. Evening, my brother. Saddam, Otumba, Jimmy, David, everybody, well-meaning, everybody on this space. Good evening. I'll go straight to the point. Allow me to draw an analogy. In 1933, between 1933 and 1945, when the Nazis were on the rise, there was a doctrine that they went by. One of the doctrines was what you would find it in the book Hitler wrote, Mein Kampf. It's called Lebensraum, which means living space. Now, what does that indicate? In that book, Hitler said that the Aryan race, which was what he termed Nazis as, were more superior than every other person on this earth. So based on that, they have the right to go and conquer other parts, including the Slavs, Jews, and everybody around Europe. And it was part of that doctrine that they used to indoctrinate Germans and carry out atrocities, to the point where even foot soldiers were having to take meth to stay awake, to commit more and more atrocities. Why am I bringing that analogy? Because that is what you see happening in the Middle Belt. A group of people who believe that they are more superior than every other person, than the entire over 300 ethnic groups and over 500 different languages in Nigeria. And they believe that they have a given right from God to come and commit the worst atrocities, which is why the level of killing, of carnage you see is not just about killing people, but killing people with reckless abandon. This is what you see in the Middle Belt. And this is what has been happening for a very long time. And, well, we can say that, yes, some of them have found themselves, they've situated themselves in certain positions of power that control certain, when it comes to security, which is why you've kept it quiet. I remember somebody was speaking about the BBC interview. If you remember, what was the government's reaction, or what was the institution's reaction to sanction TV stations that aired that? And anytime anybody comes up and speaks against it, about the atrocities, they either cut down the numbers or relegate this news to the sidelines, to the point where I think I saw it was Akin that posted something very interesting, that Sheon Kuti's post and something else had made the rounds, but yet the killings, you won't get, as you have not heard or seen as much news. This is what they've built over time. Now, I'm not going to dwell on how long it's taken. Some of us have been trying to push this news, to push what is happening, because we know it's not just about us, right? I'm not going to dwell on how long it's taken. The point is we are here now, and I'm glad that we are here now. Saddam, I thank you for consistently bringing this to the forefront. I thank everybody on the violence space for listening, because it's not just about the Middle Belt. And if that is the case, we can see the agenda, we can see the intention. Why on earth would the clergy of specifically the church, why would they come and make a statement that, oh, you shouldn't look for reprisals? You're better off not saying anything. Don't even say anything. Because what does that say tell the victims?
What does that tell the victims? Okay, don't worry. Don't look for reprisals. It is God's will. What do you mean it is God's will? That is wrong. And that cannot stand anymore because the agenda is clear. The agenda is set. If you do not speak now, then it is only a matter of time before they come for you. You can already see the flashpoints in other parts of the country, which is why the most important thing is what you see happening. I always keep talking about the fact that society dictates what it allows. And for a long time, yes, we've been more or less separated or more or less in our own little corners. But we found ourselves together because of the atrocities that have been going on, including the genocides. Which is why you have this handshake going on between the South, Southwest, Southeast, and every well-meaning Nigerian. Because that is the one way that we can actually fight this. It's not just right now the Middle Belt is holding the line, but with the support of everybody else, we will be stronger to be able to counteract this thing. Because if you don't, the mindset that these elements have is what I just explained to you, which is why I drew that analogy from way back. This is the way they think. This is the same way, because in their minds they believe that what they are doing is for God. This is what they are doing is for their people. This living space mentality, this entitlement. This is what they're trying to do. So please, I thank Saddam. I thank everybody. Let's keep this at the forefront. Let's keep this at the forefront. And this is another reason why you see they're so hell-bent on making sure they install this drug baron. That's why you see this unholy alliance between a terrorist and a drug dealer. Because they know if another government comes in, the things you will hear. Somebody mentioned something about the security forces, about so many frictions. I'm not going to talk much about that, but I can, to the best of my knowledge, I can affirm that. Okay, I see your hand, well-meaning. Everybody, let's keep this in view. If they do not come, if you do not speak now, it will be you tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Please continue to push the right narrative, continue to speak truth, including to the clergy. The clergy, pastors, can get your act together. Get your act together. Pack it all up and get it together. I yield. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sim. Thank you very much. That was firm. All right. Before we come to David, meanwhile, Mr. Ife Salako, I can see you. I think Mr. Ife Salako is was one of the LP candidates in Lagos, so you have some dignitaries. Anyway, Cindy, just go ahead. In like 3 minutes, so we can get to. Meanwhile, Izzy, don't worry, Izzy, I can see you. You should join us close today. Cindy, go ahead before we come to David.
Good morning, everyone. Saddam Motuba, well-meaning. Jimmy, Jimmy, I never knew you have a talent. I would have signed you Tito. David, good morning, David. A special greeting to you and appreciation for all you've been doing, especially all your expose. We really appreciate. I'm always reading from you back to back. Everything you post, whether I comment or not, I go there to read. Well, talking about the killing in Middle Belt, it looks like, should I call it an organized crime or an agenda that has been on for decades? I could remember way back in, I think, 91 or 92, under General Babangida, there was this plane crash that it was top military personnel, all from Middle Belt. I can remember vividly because some of them happened to be a church member way back then. And some of them even left the country. The ones that taking. And since we've always had killing in Middle Belt, killing in Middle Belt. And the question I keep asking is, to me, Nigeria is a crime scene. Nigeria is an active crime scene. This is the only country where bandits, where terrorists have a place they can find a job is in the military. For crying out loud, Abacha said it, and that if insurgency lasts more than 48 hours, the government has a hand in it. So we don't need a soothsayer to tell us it's an organized crime. A lot is happening. I won't say more than that, but it's so painful, it's so heartbroken. I could remember when the Owo massacre happened. I had serious trauma that period because in my church, I'm always sitting very close to the door. So I just try to imagine if it was in my own parish. I know, God forbid, if that thing had happened in my parish, I wouldn't be alive today. I still feel that trauma till date. We just have to stand up by ourselves. I don't see any of us thinking maybe any Western country can help us. We have to stand up and help ourselves. That is the truth. I was speaking to a lawyer friend this afternoon, and I was like, judiciary is our last hope. You people is our last hope. The guy just said straight up and said he liked the fact that we are putting pressure on the judiciary, but the pressure is not enough. That if we like, we shouldn't put more pressure. That the only way we can force them to do the right thing is to mount serious, apply more pressure on them. Occupy judiciary, occupy INEC, occupy everywhere, occupy able. That is the only way out. He's a top lawyer, his son. So, I don't know. I'm just saying that we just have to stand up and do something for ourselves. We can't continue like this. The people at the helms of our affairs, they are choking us, they are suffocating us. We can't keep quiet. In this same country, at the NSAS protest, they killed people in our presence. They killed them. We saw it. They opened fire on innocent, harmless people. But bandits will be killing people in villages and everything, and no, not even one arrest. During election, I don't know if I shared it here. I worked as one of the labor agents, and trying to run for my life, I realized these guys were too close. Thank God I was wearing a black top, a black jeans. I had to hide myself behind a flower and covered myself with a big tire. Till date, there is no single arrest. And the most annoying part is our media. They will be posting news of talk about the things that are really touching us. Only Arise TV is even trying a bit. Well, meaning I'm seeing your hand. I won't take much of your time. But please, any hashtag, anything we can do to force judiciary to cough out the truth, we just have to do it. Thank you very much. I yield.
Yeah, thank you very much, Cindy. Thank you, Cindy. Good. We need to. I like what you said. Actually, we need to mount. I think that's really just the way out. To be honest, we need to mount pressure, continuous pressure, and we need to increase it at every point in time. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we have a couple of persons on the speaker section, and okay, let me just first go to. We have David. We have 99 on press. We have Mr. Faisal Akor. So I'm sure David, if David sneaks in like this, then there's something good he wants to tell us. All right, Sir David, how is it doing? Meanwhile, let me just quickly give you this kudos. You saw the speech you made in London, yeah? It was London, but in the UK. I mean, I remember where I was, particularly with my earpiece plugged and listening to that speech. And to be honest, I mean, if you've not listened to it, it just gave me like a very good mental picture of what I wanted to hear. More like, I don't know how to put it, but I think everybody should probably listen to that again. All right, David, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I might have to disappoint you a bit because there isn't going to be any Guinea episode this night, unlike the last time around.
Lucky
No.
But I mean, I obviously couldn't see this topic and not try and weigh in a bit because especially the second part, which is dealing with the MiddleBelt genocide. As you may know, a lot of the work that I did between 2019 and 2021 focused around that. So I actually saw a tweet, I think it was yesterday, from Trump's Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, where he put out a tweet, a link to a story saying that, was it 90% of all Christian deaths in Nigeria this year have been, sorry, 90% of all people who have died, who have been killed for being Christian over the past year have been in Nigeria. And I didn't know I didn't know how to respond, so I didn't respond because I have sort of mixed feelings about him. I mean, it was due to his intervention that Nigeria was designated as the country of particular concern shortly before Trump left office, as a result of the report that we worked on. But on the other hand, that was not what we asked for. What we asked for was something a lot more wide-reaching. We asked for a special envoy to be appointed, but the feedback we basically got was, yes, you have a case for that, but we're not going to spend American resources on that. So instead, just basically manage this small thing. So I'm not really sure how I feel about it because I feel like when he was in the position to actually do something about this problem, he kind of paid little more than lip service to it. And then now that it's sort of politically expedient to use as a stick to beat Biden with, and Biden has been completely useless about this. Let there be no mincing of words about it. Joe Biden has been, from a Nigerian foreign policy point of view, Joe Biden has been an unmitigated disaster. That's just the truth. But I feel as if this is something that he's kind of just using as a political stick to beat Biden with. Now, I'm not convinced that there's any real conviction behind it. So I just chose not to respond because, again, as I said, I have mixed feelings about it. But what I will say is, I don't know if Stephen Kefas was on this space earlier. People like Stephen and Bevan, that's Bevan Magoni, they nowadays I don't even like speaking about this issue when they are around, and the reason is that they have paid an infinitely bigger price for speaking now than even I have. When I say they've paid a bigger price, a few days ago, Bevan lost his sister, and what happened was basically they came to the usual suspects came to their village at night as they always do. They massacred a bunch of people as they always do. But Bevan's sister was one of them. The very next morning, Bevan called me to give me the bad news that he just got a call from the village that his sister is dead. They butchered his sister. Bevan, because he lives in Abuja, he took a road trip immediately to Kaduna. And he said when he was there that he wasn't going to spend the night because he knew or he suspected that they would come back that night. The remainder of the family tried to convince him to spend the night. He said no. So he insisted and he went back to Abuja. And sure enough, they came back that night looking for him. So what these people do is that in addition to just, these attacks are not just random. In addition to just attacking villages or communities which are populated by the ethnicities or the religions that they consider to be undesirable, they also target the people from those communities who even have any possibility of having a voice, or or who they don't live there, so maybe they have some more money. They specifically target them. So whenever there is a wedding or there is a funeral, and they know that people from these communities who live in Lagos, who live in Abuja, who live outside the country, the people who actually have the capacity to give voice to this thing, they specifically target those events so that they eliminate those people. Bevan was telling me a story about a friend of his who he lives in Abuja and he was getting married. He wanted to have his wedding. And Bevan told him, do the wedding in Abuja. But the guy wouldn't agree because, in most of our Nigerian cultures, a wedding is something you do around your family, right? So they all traveled to Southern Kaduna. Vivan didn't go along. And Vivan said if there were 100 people from outside of, like, they were from there, but they all lived outside of that place in Abuja and Lagos. If there were 100 people who traveled for that wedding, there weren't up to 12 who came back because those people attacked at night. They wiped out everybody. So it has got to this point of critical mass now where I don't it's difficult to even exaggerate how bad the problem has got now. 8 years of Buhari has taken this issue to a point where if you say 100 people died in Miango or 75 people died in I don't know, some place in Benue or something, it doesn't even raise any kind of reaction anymore. It's almost like it's to be expected now. And if in the international space, because those of us who sort of have tried to man the fort for all these years, first of all, our numbers are not growing because most people who could speak up are being intimidated more and more into silence with every passing day. There's only a few of us. And then among those few of us, we're getting older. So maybe people like myself and Stephen and Bevan were still quite young, we're in our 30s. But people like Dr. Malafia, he's late now. People like Dr. Richard Ikebe, he should be entering his 70s now. People like Dr. Ayo, these people they're getting older, and the amount of international support and goodwill that we might have been able to muster previously, I see no evidence that the so-called international community is even willing to commit those to even pay attention to this issue anymore. Now that that thing called Ukraine has come and eaten up all the headlines, so the lives, the small matter of human lives in Benue and Plateau and Kogi and Nasarawa and Taraba, those small lives don't matter anymore. So, I mean, I was having this conversation with Bevan a couple of days ago, shortly before I gave that speech, actually. And what I told him was, look, we will continue doing what we can, because really that's all we can do at the moment. We'll continue to give voice to this. There are concerted efforts to, now that they've realized that they cannot really intimidate some of us, it's now sort of shifted into trying to outrightly destroy us, in some cases by targeting us for assassination, such as in Stephen's case and in Vivan's case. And then in my case, because I'm beyond their reach, it's about trying to assassinate my reputation, my character. So, such as that whole carry on, that whole drama that happened at Oxford a few months back, and we know who was behind that. So, but nevertheless, I mean, we have to keep on trying because someone has to do it. The people on this space as well, I would like to think that even if it's just something as small as tweeting a hashtag, just to keep the awareness alive, because I mean, someday books are going to be written about this, and it will be. I'm not sure how our kids or their kids are going to. It's like kind of like how when we read stories about what happened during the Biafran War, and it seems like it was a different world. We struggle to comprehend the sheer ugliness of what happened then. And what we don't understand is that at the same time that all that was happening, most of our parents were in Lagos, living their best lives. That's exactly what is happening now. Some people are in hell in Nigeria, and then other people are in Lagos and in Abuja, and they're just completely oblivious to what is going on. So I don't know where that leaves us, but moving on to the first subject, which was that of the ongoing cases and petitions in front of the judiciary. Well, for many reasons, I think it's best if I don't speak too much because again, when they're open legal cases, loose lips sink ships. Like that's the best way of putting it. So it's best not to talk too much. I think we've seen an example this evening of what happens when somebody loses guard and talks too much. And then the person now has to open his space and start doing shalaye for 6 hours. I don't think we want that. And the potential consequences of this will be much worse than having to open a space to shalaye. So, but having said that, what I would say is between now and whether it's the 29th of May or whether it's whenever the tribunal reaches a conclusion, wherever at what point that might be beyond the 29th of May, at no point should anybody feel as if it's time to be quiet now. Like anybody has succeeded in stamping on the movements that we all created, or that anybody has won, that anybody has lost. There's no such thing, right? Swearing in or no swearing in, we still don't know what is going to happen by next week. We sincerely don't know. Nobody knows that, first of all. Secondly, assuming the swearing in does happen, it really does not change anything, because the legal processes are still outstanding. And as I've mentioned in several places, outside of the judiciary alone, the person that these regular suspects are so determined to impose on Nigeria as president, even though Nigeria simply did not vote for him, this person lacks a critical amount of support in some segments of Nigerian. I'm struggling not to talk too much, talk past my mouth here, but there are some very important segments within Nigerian public life that need to be aligned before somebody can successfully describe themselves as a Nigerian president. This guy does not have that. So with or without his swearing in, it's not as simple as getting a judge to say an oath and then you repeat after him and then all your problems have ended. That's not how it works at all. So beyond May 29, assuming May 29 does happen the way some people imagine it will, nothing has changed, right? So to be honest, except this guy is somehow able to take control of the Nigerian armed forces and point a gun at everybody's head, which he categorically cannot do, nothing has changed. There is an ongoing legal process, and that ongoing legal process must be seen to its logical end, to its logical conclusion. Right? So if you watch the speech that Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed delivered at that press conference where I spoke as well, he made a comment that I've not forgotten since he made it. He said Nigerians, or some Nigerians, are under the impression that the judiciary alone holds their fate. That actually the judiciary in countries like Nigeria, judiciary only responds to the stimuli of the people themselves. So it's basically what the people decide that the judiciary will merely reflect. So if Nigerians allow themselves to be intimidated or sort of emotionally browbeaten into silence or acquiescence, the judiciary will merely reflect that. But if the energy is kept high, as it should be, the judiciary will also reflect that. That's just how it works, which is how come the usual suspects all over social media are being deployed and are spending so much effort. I don't know if you all have noticed this over the past few days, especially. So much effort on social media to drive home that narrative that, hey, you've lost now, your tears, you are wailing, you will cry, blah, 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 blah. It's not a coincidence. It's a psyop, it's a psychological assault, right? There's a reason behind that, right? The purpose of that is to let your heart sink, is to drain your energy, make you feel weak and defeated. As long as you do not do that, as long as you resist that programming, there's really nothing they can do. I think, and I'll just quickly close with this because I think I've gone way over my time limit. what we all need to remember is that these guys are nowhere near as powerful as they would like to project themselves as. Um, and these guys, and by which I mean the Tinubu and people surrounding him, these guys have basically kept themselves. How they survived 8 years is by basically that phenomenon that we know as BMC, right? That's basically what they've done for 8 years. They've survived the past 8 years by essentially inserting themselves into public discourse in very abominable ways and supporting the very worst of the worst, even when there was nothing in it for them. So now that they feel as if it's their moment in the sun is 1 week away, they are going to, it's for them, it's like the final lap, the final sprint. They are going to deploy every trick in the book, the psychological book, to break you down psychologically. So it's kind of up to you to also understand where they're coming from and to just let it bounce off you. So I think I'll leave it at that. Just to reiterate, there is an ongoing legal process. Nothing has changed. Nothing is going to change, regardless of what does or does not happen on the 29th of May. The sky is not going to fall down, right? And then with regard to what is happening in the Middle Belt, well, let's just say there is no way to tie a pretty bow on it and say, well, this is something to be happy about, something to be hopeful about, because it's a terrible situation. That's just the reality. I can't find a positive in all of this. But what I will say is, those of us who have found ourselves somehow as part of a struggle that we perhaps didn't even sign up for in the beginning, we're not going to stop because someone has to do it. So, and I would like to believe that everyone here, even if they cannot necessarily come out and put their name and their faces in the line of fire, even if it's just something as small as putting out tweets and hashtags, amplifying these messages when they come out, I'd like to believe that we can all continue doing that. Because at this point, all we have left is the power of exposure, is the power of media and the internet. At least that's the one thing that they haven't been able to, and they will not be able to take away from us. So I think at this point, I will yield the mic. Oh yeah, and just one quick thing before I leave. I pinned 2 tweets to the jumbotron, to the nest. So I think the second in command in the delegation that the US government has apparently planned to send for the supposed inauguration on May 29th, she's a lady called Sydney Kamlager-Dove. Now, she's an African American and she's a senator. She's a congresswoman representing the 37th district of California, which includes parts of Los Angeles, Inglewood, and Culver City. So I did a thread and I tagged her on a thread. And then I did a second thread with her contact details. So anyone here who is resident in the US, who wants to sort of call her up and sort of explain or complain or register a complaint about her planned visit to Nigeria, and for the purpose of validating the inauguration of a drug dealer who made his money from selling poison to African Americans in our own country, and whose whose fallout she is dealing with as a congresswoman. There's a tweet with her contact details on it. So when you call, likely one of her PAs or someone in the office is going to ask you, are you a constituent? And if you say yes, they're going to ask you for your zip code. So what I would recommend is, if you're not in that zip code, you should probably Google a zip code within Inglewood or LA or Culver City beforehand. So you can just give them a zip code and then, basically say that you're a constituent, you're calling to register your displeasure, blah, 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 blah. And that, because at the end of the day, she's a politician. Politicians respond to pressure. So what has happened is, Joe Biden obviously doesn't want to put his name in front of anything. Joe Biden has refused to congratulate this guy, which he never does. He always congratulates anyone who wins an election. Every US president does that. But Joe Biden pointedly refused to do that. And then the representatives he's supposedly sending to this inauguration are very, very low ranking representatives. So he usually sends the number 2 or the number 3 at most number 4. This time around, he sent the head of the delegation, the secretary of housing and development, who is number 13 in the ranking, like it pretty much a nobody. So what they've done is they now went and found this freshman congresswoman. She's a first-time congresswoman. She just got elected to Congress in January, who does not know anything. And they now put her there. So that if anything goes wrong, she can take the flag. So you need to sort of call and put pressure on her so that she will break. Thank you.
I thought say David not in faith.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you
Just
very
give me a
much.
minute. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, David. Thank you. As in, I just want to make you see, most times when we talk, it's just be like say we are speaking in we have meeting. They will now come on the violence space and discuss. Before David came up, I was in my DM with you see him, he's laughing, he's in the comment section. Yes, you see him there, he's just laughing now. If you see what this guy is telling in the DM, telling me, and I'm telling him, my brother, the greatest thing we'll do as obedience. And you see, David is a smooth talker. David come out and talk and gentle. Me, I know Sabi talk gentle. I carry my own ginger for my whole body. So I will be saying it probably it will be mixed in emotions and every other thing, but that's why you were on the violence space. And I will say it in a way that it might look like, no, Saddam is pushing it. No. I'm happy you just came out here and you just reiterated what we have been saying since on this platform. That May 29th is just a date. And nobody knows what's going to happen before or after. And the most important thing is that we have to stay on this case till the very end. So that we don't come and hold down ourselves. That's what I've been saying. So for many of the obedience that come and say, May 29th must not happen. If it happens, so nothing happened. We should not. It is up for all the people to legitimize that date or delegitimize it. It is our duty. So I'm so happy, bro. You just came up and said everything. If it's God, thank you. At least, Eze, you have testified. You can talk now. I know you can talk because you're the one that's my dear. Even before I tweeted, I come and I say David is saying everything you were saying. It is. I mean, he was not on the space. You understand? But I don't feel like we just it's what we should understand that this is a psyop. They're going to try and make sure that just block every day. Wake up, block an Abadu, block 100 Abadu every day, block 100 Abadu every day. Just for if that is what it will take you to stay on social media and keep shouting till the very end, as long as you're not on ground, because many of us are in diaspora. If you're in Nigeria, you want to come out, please go out by all means. Join. I think they'll have a 100 million one match this weekend. If you're by all means you're there, please join. But as long as you're in diaspora, please do not come and say after if May 29th happen, I lose hope in Nigeria. Now nothing can sign my Nigeria. What that is exactly what they want us to do. So please, we should not, if you're in diaspora, please, May 29th, if it happens or it doesn't happen, now that day our voice is supposed loud pass. Tinubu is not our president. It must trend that day. If it ever happens, it will trend that day. Worldwide, that's the power we show that we have. We delegitimize whatever they're doing that day. It's not our fucking business. So thank you, David, for this. Honestly, thank you. You just came and made me feel like, Saddam, you're actually not mad. Because at the point I was thinking, when every Nigerian time I did, I say Saddam Alpha, I wouldn't whether I'm mad. Whether it's only me thinking the way I'm thinking. But thank you, brother. Thank you very, very much. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. Well, Nigeria, back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Meanwhile, let me re-emphasize what David just said as regarding that the number he dropped. I mean, and this is what we say: obedient. See, if you are not doing anything and you are just disturbing people that are doing things, I don't like it to make you not correct. Please, if you are in the US, if like he said, even if you are not in California, you could Google a zip code around California. In fact, I won't add. Please, if you have a friend in California, tell them, just gist them, give them the gist, tell them call the lady. It will add more pressure. If you have a friend, if you know someone in California, give them the gist that their rep is going to witness the swearing in of a drug. Give them, cook it, and just cook it. Then give them the number. Let them call and see what will happen. In fact, the work with Mr. David
David is doing, and Mr. Jeff, Dr. Jeff as well. So please, I don't want people to be making noise in my ear. Let's be doing something. And like David said, please, I said this morning on 1 Million Man speech. I said, the truth is, if you, I understand everybody's emotion. I understand everybody has emotion. We don't have the same energy. We don't have the same strength. And that's fine. If you feel, Saddam emphasized this very much the last time. If you feel maybe, you are seeing a lot of things that is making you discouraged, take a break from maybe Twitter. Just, do something different. Go somewhere, watch a movie, come back, refocus. But it's not, don't come on the timeline and, castigate, put all the fears, put all the, and at the end of the day, believe me, if you are putting fear and whatever, you are helping APC. That's what APC wants. If I took, I swear just be an Abado, we just know, say, and we are Abado. So it's very sad if you are helping them. It's not as if they will give you credit. All right, thank you very much, David. Thank you very much. That was very
Another point, people now come and say, Tinubu, I thank God David come and say it. I've been saying this, Tinubu is just a criminal drug dealer. He is not powerful. So please, let us not put anything in our mind and our brain and say Tinubu is powerful, Tinubu is easy. If he entered there, the greatest mistake any person will be as a president is to have obedient movement as opposition. That is the worst thing. That is the worst thing any president will have. You have obedient. We're searching your budget. We are checking your budget for you. Everything you're doing, we're checking it for you. Unlike before, it's the worst thing you can have. That you have opponents that are hungry, angry, and wicked. So please, Tinubu is a nobody. Let us stop elevating that man. He's a fucking criminal. That is where he ends. A fucking criminal that is a drug dealer. Finish. That uses terrorists to win elections. I bet when Nigeria back to you.
All right. So let's just quickly take our other speakers. 99% will come to you at least. I know you also have some things to chip in. All right, but I know there are a couple of persons that were just here. One or two persons that will come to you. Mr. Lacanzo, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I don't know if you can hear me well, Menin. Thank you for the opportunity. I just wanted to lend my voice to what everyone else has said, but I got to be very honest. I think it's very, very disturbing to see the trend of things in Nigeria. I think it's time we all raise our voice in unison. It's time we all figure out a course of action and all agree to it. Yes, indeed, 29th is not a consequential date for every woman in Nigeria. Rather, it is a day that democracy in Nigeria is definitely going to be delegitimized, going by what INEC and Buhari and the cabal wants to do. However, we need to map out the way forward. Yes, we've held a fort. Saddam, thank you. Otumba, Jimmy, N6, Madam Bolanley, and the host of others. Okay, God, and amazing people. Nello, Wermanin. I thank God for you guys. I think it's been incredible what the accomplishment has been so far. And let's not be deluded to thinking that these guys ain't shocked. Let us not be deluded to think that they don't know that definitely it's no longer going to be the same again. However, it's very important. It's very, very important that one, we stay on course, holding on to our dream. We must not yield the political space to them. I sit and watch someone like a thug. I watch a thug called Asari Dokubo. With a large troop of folks all the way from the Niger Delta come into Abuja to own the political space. And I kind of wonder what in the hell are we doing to allow this to happen? See, optics matters. And if we allow these guys to go out there and shout like the fox they are, and matter of fact, market that to the international community, then it becomes like Nigerians don't know what they want. And I'm not asking for anyone to go out and fight because obviously that's not the intent. But what I'm saying is, I think there is a need for us to be out there much more in greater number than it has been so far. I mean, these guys own the judiciary, they own the police, they own the military, they own the media, they own the spiritual bodies and the institutions of, the religious institutions, what have you. The mosques, the churches, the synagogues, they own it all. What do we have but this? The only thing we have is this. But guess what? This should be our vanguard. This should be the medium where we harness our strategy. But it shouldn't end talking on spaces. We must synergize with folks on the ground. That is the way we make an indelible impression. That is the way we stand up to these bullies. That is the way we be physically present.
Yeah, Mr.
Saddam or
Lacaze, can you
I,
round up
who
in
are in the
30
diaspora, we
seconds? Can
can't
you hear me?
do that, right? Excuse me.
Yeah, no, I said you can round up in 30 seconds. I was already waving.
Yeah, okay. I sorry, I couldn't hear you, but I couldn't see you. But the point is this. I mean, I truly salute everyone's idea. I think is great. But at the end of the day, I really truly think it's relevant that we, you know, um, synergize whatever we're trying to do and make things work in unison. But thank
Yeah,
you. I appreciate what everybody has said and done so far.
yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, let's quickly go to Mr. Salako. I know you dropped and you're back, so quickly just go ahead. Isa, I'll come to you then. Of course, we'll probably round up. We almost
Sorry,
All right.
close.
sorry, Mary Naja, sorry, please. Before
Okay.
you go on, please, guys. I think something David said earlier on was the first thing we can do is to the least we can do is to amplify um stuff that people throw up online. David threw something online. It's up it's up on the jumbotron now, and we have over 1,000 of us on the platform. And many of us have solutions. I've not really tweeted it or like it or posted or said anything about it or commented on it. You see, that is where it starts from. It starts from I feel like we as Nigerians we're always good at giving solutions, but when it gets time to put our hand and do the dirty work, many people run away from it. It is that Nigerian thing. Solution providers, solution we are good coaches outside the pitch, enter pitch, you cannot score, you cannot play. See little small work now that will not cost you anything to retweet. We know the retweet them. You see, so please, guys, I beg. That's just one 2 cents. So it's as we criticize, as we bring up opinions, the little one we can do here that will not even you anything. Just retweet, please. Let's do it, please. It is very very important. So this conversation, it begins to make more sense. It begins to show more light. It begins to Thank you, guys. Well, Niger, back to you.
Yeah, yeah. So please let's retweet and like I said, no, don't stop there. Please, that phone call. I know if you're in the US, please, or if you know some, even if you're in Nigeria and you don't have a friend in California, send to call the person, please. We need to do a lot. Everything counts. All right, Mr. Salako, go ahead.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm just glad, I'm always glad to be in this space where I find people whose spirits are not broken, even in the sight of all the atrocities that are happening in Nigeria. I'm really, really glad to see that we still have people with high spirits. I requested for the mic specifically when Saddam was talking about Tinubu earlier on, just before he said it again now, that Tinubu is nobody. And I just want to reiterate that man, that guy, that person is nobody. He he has created this facade that makes it look like he's, everywhere. He's bigger than everybody, and he's above the law, and he has enough resources to buy anybody or anything, and that is just it's just lies. It's blatant lies. Before the election, I almost took a bet with someone that I knew was going to lose Lagos. I mean, fortunately, I was also campaigning. I was going out, I was talking to people, I was going to markets, and I discovered that people actually don't want this guy. And so I wasn't surprised when he lost Lagos and he lost Abuja. He lost in all the places where I believe people are enlightened and they know what it means to have a leader. So, um, we can't overemphasize the fact that we must really play down on this guy and his mentality on our people, especially the people at the lowest cadre who are easily swept over by the fact that, oh, somebody has money, has influence, and then it is God. It is God that puts him there. It is God that gave him that, and it's just crap. So I'm really glad that we're here and that we're talking about this. And we need to also let people know more about, um, how vague these people are. So the judiciary, I'm going to be very sincere here. I am happy that Obi is pushing this cause, but I am scared. And this is me now speaking. I am scared of how we can actually have this so many evidences, blatant evidences staring in our eyes, in our faces. There is the talk of perjury. This guy lied under oath. He lied. And how would the judiciary shut their eyes to this and then think that it should go on? And so I'm not even particular about May 29th. That's not my target. But I believe that at the end of the day, this guy must be brought down. He is not fit. He is not supposed to be our president, for crying out loud. We cannot have over 200 million people, and the best person we can find amongst ourselves is a drug trafficker, someone who has committed perjury, someone who has no clean record of wherever he's coming from, someone who is just got a whole lot of baggages. I mean, so it's so disheartening that we find ourselves here, but it's not the end of it. I believe that um, the judiciary should and cannot, even the judiciary cannot escape this. Because I'm still imagining how they want to go about this case. Let's even say, oh, they said the first $60 that was forfeited was in the US and is not in our jurisdiction. Oh, we have heard, but Baba lied. Baba lied that he did not go to secondary school and primary school. I mean, it's funny but crazy. And so this is a person who wants to make our president. I mean, it's just plainly ridiculous. So the judiciary itself is on trial in this case, and we hope that they just do the right thing. If it's going to take them 6 months, it's going to take them 1 year. They should and must come around to do the right thing. I'll go to INEC from there. You see, INEC is just APC, as it were. I was able to interface with them, during the election, and it is point blank. There was a meeting that we were invited to at the local government, particularly in Alimosho, and after the meeting, one of the top INEC officials, when we left the meeting, the APC guys that came to the meeting, they went to a particular place, and just like children coming into a circle and putting hands all over the shoulders, across each other, and that was how they went with that same guy, with the INEC guy. and they were just whispering to themselves. And at the end of the day, they busted out in this, huge roar, laughter, and everything. And that moment, I just said to myself that these guys, they're deceiving themselves. INEC is perceived to be, just an extension of APC, and they are acting it out by what they are doing in court and with the whole process. But there is nothing that makes a society work like system and process. When the system and process works, when we put this to work and we stay on that, we stay on the process, we stay on the system, we let them know that this is what we all agree to, this is what is in our constitution. There is no way they can escape it. Escaping it will lead to anarchy, and it's a fact. It is not something that we are trying to. If they like, they should call all of us fascists. If they like, they should call us fashion designer. It's their problem. It's their headache. I don't care. The fact is, if you jeopardize the constitution of your nation, you are calling for anarchy. It is as simple as that. It's happened in different nations, and I pray they don't lead Nigeria to that direction. We want the constitution. We want the rule of law to take place. We want Nigeria to work, and so they must abide by the rules. They must come back to it. So INEC has no choice. We'll all come back to that point and we'll prove it to them that this is what we agreed, according to the constitution, and we all must stick to it. MiddleBelt Genocide.
Sorry, Mr. Salako. I know you. Okay, just go ahead and round up in 1 minute so we can.
Okay, so I mean, there's nothing much to say about it than the fact that, I mean, we all know that it's been played down. There was a report, I think it was last year or early this year, that says it was I think it was an inter-Christian body that gave the report that about 2,200 people had been killed so far, and so these numbers. When I was defining democracy to someone, and I said we all believe that democracy is a game of number, and I usually tell them that the number there to me is human. It is people's lives. It is human being that we're talking about. So it's not just numbers. So when we say democracy is a game of number, it's a game that they play with human lives. And so when you want to play a game with human lives, then you don't even understand what you're doing. You don't value them. And so that's what it is. And they're just playing politics with this, making it look as if it is normal. I mean, I had a conversation with one of the Agbado people today. Not a conversation, it was pretty much an argument anyway. And I was telling him that point blank, that you don't have any form of conscience and you don't have any form of human sympathy. He said, why? I said, you're supporting a party that killed people for your candidate to emerge. And he said, and so is it today that they are killing people? And that was when I ended the conversation. These people are totally unreasonable. Cannibals, animals, these are the people we're dealing with, and we just won't keep quiet. We'll keep pushing, and we'll keep doing everything we can to save our nation from them. Thank you very much, and God bless everybody. I yield the mic.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Salako. For those of us that may not know Mr. Salako is one of the LP, was one of the LP candidates in Lagos. So thank you very much.
Sorry.
One minute.
Quick one. I actually contested under YPP, but then I mean it was pretty much I was an obedience in YPP, So, but after the election, I became a fully obedient one. So that was my journey.
Thank you, my brother. I just wanted to even say it again. A contestant in Lagos coming to tell you, Bola Tinubu is nothing but a criminal. Please, obedience. You won this man in an election. That Yakubu Mahmoud was stupid enough to collect bribe does not change the fact that Tinubu lost the elections. Please. He is not powerful. He is powerless. Thank you. Women Nigeria, back to you.
Yeah. I mean, I sometimes I was telling some people recently, okay, there's some space of that. I feel like if Tinubu is dropped into our conversation sometimes, he'll be shocked. He'll be like, wow, is it me they're talking about? Wow. These people, they think of me like this. I feel like I'm not, nobody says, oh, underestimating, but I think we cross. I mean, in our attempt to, feel like, oh, we need to treat him with iron and we'll now cross and enter the other side and now start seeing him as a god and probably even, begin to fear him because the Bible says, fear God. You now, that's the problem. So I really hope we get used to the fact that Tinubu is just a weak man, to be honest. I mean, he has money, but I mean, even the money safe.
Person with the peace for him body. Person with the peace for him body. Person with the peace for him body. Ha! You where they go gym. You dey chop well. Now. Come on.
Let's go to 99 press for come to Eze has said, okay, he will wait for 99 press to go ahead first. Ogasa, how far?
Yeah, thank you, women in Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Dan. Thank you, David Ndoye. Yeah, welcome. I greet everybody on the space. Let me start by first putting out this advice. I think APC, they've recruited lots of bots accounts, fake accounts. So their work is to undermine tweets of obedience. So if you do any tweet, they know you normally put out tweet that and gain tractions. So what they'll just come in droves. Once your tweet is out, start coming there to start calling out failed bank transactions, failed network transactions, just to undermine the tweet. So it will discourage people from going through the comment section or commenting. You understand? So that's what they are doing. It's like the coordinated attack on tweets. It's been championed by some Agbado group. So that's what they do. See, when they put that tweet, you see they come in droves, start putting up bank transactions and the rest. If you take your time to study them, see that they repeat the same thing in almost all prominent tweets. The same people, like for 1 month, one person will be doing the same thing. So those are the tricks APC guys are using right now. So that's by the way. Let me go to the Judiciary, MiddleBelt, and the INEC. I'll start by, I don't know how the man called Buhari found himself in power. It beats my imagination. After 31 years, a failed military dictator, old school military dictator, that was living in poverty after leaving office. He went straight to poverty because he had no known business. He was living in poverty, right? Suffering from different terminal diseases. How he found himself in power is quite unfortunate. Such a man was the person APC put out. A man that declared 30 cows from 2003 to 2015. He still had only 30 cows. From 2003 started contesting, had 30 cows. Till 2015 that he won, he still had 30 cows.
Sorry, my brother, 150 cows.
Yeah, so 150 cows. And so which means those cows were gay. They don't give birth. They don't reproduce. Same cow. No, yeah, it's funny. It's funny. So he kept the same cow for good. Do you know what? From 2003 to 2015, do you know how many years that you have to count? So such a man is the person that, in this tech-savvy age, 21st century tech-savvy age, Buhari, a man without certificate, a man who cannot operate an Android phone, found himself in power to rule over youths that are tech-savvy driven in this 21st century. Such a man is the person APC put out as their best candidate. And so many stupid Nigerians foolishly supported such a person to rule over us. What do you expect? Failure must give birth to failure. That is it. There is no going back about it. There is no going back about it. So when this man was just looking for a way to grab our power, one, all the things he failed to achieve, while as a military head of state, he was looking for the best opportunity to do that. When we cried, most of us that are knowledgeable and exposed enough to know the kind of man that he is, we cried out that, look, this man is not the best. Oh, they said, don't worry. Don't bother about his age. Don't bother about his qualification. Don't bother about his certificate. He's the best man. All we need is experience. With this experience, he will crush terrorism. With his experience, he will end corruption. With his experience. What happened? Nigeria has moved from just a corrupt nation to a hyper corrupt nation under Buhari. Corruption is now a language because it has been institutionalized in the country. Every agency of government, with the kind of job I do and the things I come across, if you see the level at which they are stealing, like I put up a tweet 2 days ago about the contract they awarded. Vice President Osibanjo was the person that led the Federal Executive Council that awarded that contract. They were just sharing contract for the boys. In fact, you will be surprised. A lecturer under the government receiving salary, used his company, a proxy company, where he is the chairman and the secretary of the company, to bid for a federal government contract and was awarded 6 billion naira worth of contracts in the Ogoni cleanup contracts. 6 billion, a lecturer. That is against the civil service rules, the ethics of the civil service. I had to Google his company. I traced to him. You understand? All the companies they awarded are individually owned companies. Mama, Papa, Pikin are the directors in the company. They will award you 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion. I have the documents. So that is the level of corruption. When it comes to insecurity, in fact, it's the language, the common language now. Nigerians are not moved by mass deaths anymore. It's a news we in fact, where people travel now, they hold their ransom in their back pockets. If you travel by road, if you end up in the hands of bandits, you just pay your ransom. People die under the same Buhari that they say is going to end terrorism. Terrorists are living with us. They break out from prisoners at will without without any consequence. So that is the kind of government we degenerated into. So Buhari, with all this, I can tell you Buhari will leave office as the most corrupt president Nigeria ever had in the history of Nigeria, and the richest. Buhari have stolen more than Abacha. His fourth generation will not be poor. I'm telling you how bad the man is. Now, what did he give? His legacy. He gained so much from APC. In fact, a man that was suffering from terminal disease used Nigeria money to repair his failed health. He's now bouncing like a baby boy, a young child. So what did he put out? He got the worst, a 1992 convicted drug dealer. The person he forced on Nigeria, rigged the election openly to make sure that man takes government. But we'll resist it. As we are resisting it, we'll keep on resisting it. I have interacted with lots of lawyers, even got some information about some judges. They said the only way Nigerians can get the court to do the right thing is just what we are doing now. Pressure, international pressure, disgrace. Put out whatever. All we have is just the media. They are always scared of the media. That's why I advise everybody, what you are doing today, no matter how small the capacity is, you will not know where that information gets to. The pressure that information is putting up on what we are doing. We are sure this mandate will be restored. We will take back our mandate. It's a stolen one. Tinubu has little or no support in the Nigerian government system. He has little or no support within the Nigerian population. He has little or no support. So I'm very sure we are going to restore our mandate back by the grace of God. Then let me just briefly touch on the Benue killing, the killing in MiddleBelt. The MiddleBelt killing, it's a well-planned, coordinated attack against the MiddleBelters by the Fulanis. If MiddleBelt killing should stop overnight, if Meeti Allah, the leaders of Meeti Allah are held responsible, I'm giving you assurance, MiddleBelt killing will stop. It's well coordinated. In fact, they import killers from Mali, all the way from Mali, Burkina Faso. They import them. They take them all the way, tell them that there are job opportunities in Nigeria, Fulanis, to come and work. When they come, they recruit them into their killer squad. That's what they do. Most of the killers are non-Nigerians. I can tell you there is no state in Nigeria that is Fulani owned. There is no single local government. You say this local government belongs to Fulani people. They are all strangers. So they are looking for a place they can call their home, their own. So they believe the Benue, they believe that that middle belt is the best place. So when it comes to the killing is well coordinated, and they have insiders in government. Look, all military installations, all military barracks. Back of the barracks, you will see some bushy parts. You will see Fulanis residing there. How you ask yourself, how will Fulanis enter Owo, kill safely and disappear into thin air? Ask yourself, how will they enter Enugu, a community in Enugu, and they will butcher people, and in a few minutes they will disappear into thin air? Do you know the number of villages they have to travel for them to escape from Enugu State? But they will go to a village and massacre people and run. Go to 29 battalion in Enugu, you will see them behind the military bar. That's where they are staying. The military is protecting them. When they come under military cover. I did a tweet about it in 2018. This present um, APC candidate in Bauchi State, Sadiq Abubakar, I so much appreciated God that he lost. That man was one of the worst things to happen to this country. He gives them air cover. There is a community in between Benue and Nasarawa State where the community resisted Fulani bandits that came to attack their community. They fought back, they chased them deep down into the boundary between Benue and Nasarawa State. What happened? From nowhere, a military helicopter came from nowhere, a helicopter gunship, and shot straight at the locals, the Benue people, and killed lots of them when they were chasing those Fulani bandits. So it is well coordinated. The government knows everything. If you see when those killers, why do they always come at night, attack, and go successfully? Even when there is curfew, they will still come and attack and leave. Most of these killers are serving military men, serving because they shoot precisely and they kill their targets. How they will enter, if you bring rookies, novice into a place, give them guns. If we have 300 people, there is a tendency that they could only kill like 25 or 30. Most will escape because they will not shoot straight. But these people are precise trained killers. Some of them are savvy military people. They mix them up with their so-called mercenaries and push them into those communities to wipe off those people. That's why you see they will kill 100, kill 80, and they will succeed. It is well coordinated. The government knows what is happening. If the government is sincere to end it, it will end overnight. But this government we have, they are not sincere. And the next government that is coming, by the grace of God, unless by God, I know we will return back our stolen mandate, but the middle belt crisis will not end under Tinubu's government until our mandate is restored. I can assure you about that. That is why I'm so bitter with Benue State. After all the killings they suffered, they rewarded APC. Imagine after killing you, you still had the guts to reward your killers with another mandate because they connived with your leaders who are idiots to bring a reverend father and give the party ticket to him. You now went and voted that person and you believe that man will save you. Look at them now, they are butchering them. That is the stupidity that the Benue people fell for. So it will not end under Tinubu unless someone like P2B takes government, where accountability will reign supreme, where human life will be sacrosanct. But under this government and this Tinubu's government, it's not possible. As for May 29th, it's a date. It means nothing. We've seen governors being sworn in and they are kicked out. We've seen governors. When you have a case that is so glaring that even the blind man will pretend to see it, it will not hold waters. So I am very sure Tinubu, tenure, his stolen mandate will be short-lived and will restore it back. We will restore our stolen mandate. So thank you very much. I'll use the mic here.
Yeah, thank you very much. 99%, very very solid very suddenly submissions. That Benue part is, I mean, I think I immediately that whole APC thing, I just blanked. I just like, man, it's so unfortunate. I will never in my life, as in, see, if APC, I'm from Edo State, if APC bring Jesus Christ to contest in Edo State, I will not support Jesus Christ. We will discuss it when we get to heaven. I will never. And APC, I don't know how people. Oh God, it's just very unfortunate. I feel like they just fell for that whole Reverend Father thing. But anyway, I just hope.
They fell for him. Plus, on that thing, on that thing is the alternatives. The alternatives were not. God. I know how much I can't see myself with the APC for anything.
At all.
I'm just trying to find, because you cannot be one good man in the midst of a million demons. I just don't understand, because if it is different parties now, different politicians, okay. But APC is a coven it's a blood-sucking coven. That party is a party that was created by the devil himself. So I don't understand. I just don't understand, my brother. I don't understand.
The thing is that
don't
you might
understand.
even be good. They'll be using you. You will not know. That's the funny thing. They'll be using you. You that you will think, oh, I'm a good person. I know. Don't worry, I will do it. They will be using you. APC is so. Here you go. I don't think people don't know. I think a lot of people still think APC is like, one party, like it's a normal party. Like, oh, we are talking about PDP and APC. Yeah, PDP is bad. PDP is that thief. Normal level. But APC. But anyway, let's just take easy, then we'll round off the
1 minute,
space.
sorry, can I just chip in one word? Sorry, please.
Yeah,
One
go
word.
ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, tomorrow, I think I'll be slaughtering the IGP of police. He's an imposter. He has been kicked out by the court. He has been kicked out. The man has reached 60 years. He has stayed 35 years in service. I have classified evidence,
Who is
certified through
that?
copy. The present
Give me
IGP
your
of
friend.
police.
My friend.
Tomorrow,
Shime.
tomorrow,
Shime.
IGP of
Hey.
police, Alkali Baba.
Obe. Correct.
Tomorrow, I want everybody to
Correct.
tune in. Me and
Cook, bro,
him, I will
cook, cook,
slaughter
I
him
did
cook.
your back, my brother. I did your back.
tomorrow.
Cook, 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 cook,
So
cook.
he
I did
has
your back.
overstayed his
Hey.
tenure, both
Okere me
35
tomorrow.
years and 60 years. So everything, I have the documents now. I'm putting it out, certified through copies, not fake. I
Bro,
don't deal
just
with
Please,
fake, with evidence.
can we collect permission to publish it on our
I will post it. I will
on
put it. I
parallel
Parallel,
will
facts.
parallel
post
On
it.
facts.
parallel facts.
I
No, no,
will
no. As a
post it.
parallel facts, they
I
want
will
to
post it.
publish it themselves. They are asking your permission now.
It's
Because now
a
you get them.
document. It's a court document. It's a court document. No problem. I'll put it up. You'll see it tomorrow. So
Oh, yeah,
once you
great.
get it, scatter
Correct.
it everywhere. Give it the power. Push it.
My
Let's pursue
brother.
this man out of it.
My brother.
Tomorrow,
Tag me
people should.
tomorrow. That guy is my friend. Tag
You
me. I
people
won't
should.
roast him tomorrow. Tag me.
I've already
Tag
posted
me.
it on my.
Yes,
I've done a
Pangela.
tweet about it. I've
Theater.
done a tweet about it. I've done a tweet
Jimmy,
about it
Jimmy say
last
na
night.
your waist.
I did a tweet about it last night. I
I
tagged
don't even want the
Prince
waste again.
Moye
Now all the
and
guy waste.
Benjamin
I hear
Hundeyin.
baggy.
I told them they should wait and see the documents. That man is an imposter. He should be kicked out. In fact, in Nigeria now, only 2 people can be IG of police. The rest, by the new court judgment, only 2 persons can be the next IG of police. The rest, they are imposters. They can never be IG by the new court ruling. So tomorrow we must amplify it. We must make it go
Correct.
around Nigeria
Correct.
that
Correct.
we must follow the letter of the law. Only 2 persons. Frank Mba is one of them. Let me just leave the rest.
Brother,
So
don't
tomorrow
worry.
we'll push
Just
it out.
publish and we go loud. I'll go louder for you. You know what? Me, I'll go
Thank you
louder.
very
They
much.
don't cut. They don't cover me
So
push back to my name. I'll go louder.
tomorrow we will hit them hard. I have to hit him hard. Me, I'm not scared of anybody. And so me, I'm not scared.
Bro,
I've
you
already
don't see
signed
my
my death
99.
face.
warrant long ago.
You
And
don't
so
see my
not
face.
today. And
Bro, you
so
don't
no
see my
problem. By
face. Do I
tomorrow
look
we'll push
scared
it
too?
out.
No,
Do
voila.
my
So
face
no
look
problem.
scared too?
Ireo.
Okay. I appreciate. Ire, I've already tagged him to wait. He's going to see
Ireo.
the report tomorrow. I've already tagged him. Okay, thank you. Have a wonderful night.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Okay.
Tomorrow promises to be an interesting day. In fact, the days going
This
forward.
guy just made my day with this news now. Hey, Obe. I'm Hey,
We don't get new formats.
we as in
Okay.
we go
99 don't give us new format.
Hey,
David don't give us new format.
tomorrow go set.
Honestly. You guys, I'm not going to take much time. Let me just say, this was a very good space today. Everything that needed to be said was absolutely said. And I think that the only thing I want to say now is that we should stay angry. Yeah, May 29th is not anything at all. Obviously, to a lot of us, we were looking at May 20, we were looking at towards May 29th. We already set it as per let something happen before that day. So it's kind of like disheartening in a way to look at it and be like, okay, yeah, it can still go past, she can still go past that day. But we still move same ways. Like it's really just a date. It's really us that legitimizes it. That's what Saddam has been preaching all this time. We only give these people only have as much power as we give them. So yeah, let's just stay angry. Thank God for new tactics from David. Let's run with this. New tactics from we'll get new tactics from 99% tomorrow. We'll run with that too. I'm sure that's how new things will be popping up every day before that May 29th. Still have a blast before that May 29th. But as for that May 29th, what I just want to say is that people should go, like people should, if you're on ground, like go out in your all black. We've already marked that day as the end, the burial, like call to glory, end of like RIP Nigerian democracy. RIP, call to glory. That's the day. Like just wear your all black, your attire and go and peaceful rally. That's all we need to do on that May 29th. Apart from that, we'll continue looking ahead. We'll wait for May 30th for the case to start proper. So yeah, that's all, man. You guys should just stay angry. The thing that made me angry the most yesterday was just watching this Yakubu guy again. Just talking about like the man is very this guy is a very shady guy. Like he's a very shady guy. Like even after all the mago you did at on the election, after lying to our faces, like this guy, he's actually tricky. Like all this cheek is just pissing me off. Like this guy, like normally this guy has to hide his face, like because after lying to us that you check the results, you do this, you now went ahead now just announced it anyhow like that. Then when it's now time for the court time, we still came to you, we still requested documents, you delayed. Livy had to take the team to the fucking headquarters to actually like say, okay, where is it? How far now? You still released, you still went on camera that day and still lied again to us. I still lied and said, yes, you make it available, you make the documents. Like, what sort of guy is this? And he actually thinks he will escape this stuff. I just want, like, we just have to run these guys after all this stuff is done. Like, if Obi doesn't enter, like some I just don't want to, I just don't know if in Nigeria, I was really thinking, like, I was really thinking we were harder than this. Like somebody has already said it today. Like we're really the easiest people to. We're really like just nice people. I guess we're nice. We're easygoing people. I thought we were hard because these people like you have other countries where they are dragging their leaders out of their houses and burning them. They are punishing them. But look at us. Like just look at what we're doing. Like for somewhere like Mahmoud Yakubu. Like I'm sure he has a houseboy. I'm sure he has a gate man. I'm sure he has people that go to the market so that and cook his meals every day. So I'm just so confused in that aspect. Like we have to
Yeah.
stay angry, you guys. Remember, stay on all the topics, stay on every single. Let's be pushing every single thing we can until that August, man. Like these APC den of thieves, they cannot escape. Just be blocking them, as Saddam said. Just be blocking all of them. Don't let them spam your post. Jimmy is very funny. I saw one picture Jimmy posted today of that he ran into a bat nest today. Bruh, come and see Jimmy inside his space. There's like 100 people blocked inside that space. Baba,
Easy.
Baba, Baba, you did, Sha. But
Yeah.
anyways, these guys they can't escape, man. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Let's continue.
Thank you very much, Easy. I saw that Jimmy's post. It's crazy. Anyway, guys, it has been, I mean, of course, a productive space, but as we round off, in fact, wetin I wan come talk, I no go talk am again. No need. That one don't die. The matter don't die. Anyway, first of all, I just want to say that even the Bible said it. I'm sure probably Quran has it. Even the Bible says, in the mouth of two or three witnesses, a case is established. Just tonight, I think not too long ago, Cindy Gold came and said, a lawyer told his son told her that one of the best ways we can win this case is to make sure that we don't take our foot off the pedal. David came after that, said it. Then 99% also said it just now. That I have spoken to a lot of lawyers that they said the way is to make sure that we don't take our foot off the pedal. That means, my point is that there is a way. And I've said it so many times that way depends really on us. To be honest, if we sit back, if we give them the notion that we've moved on, if we give them the notion that, we are discouraged and all that, these people, they don't care about whether you are discouraged. So don't think if we are looking sad or sober, they will not say, they are sad. Just give them the mandate. For where? As in, they will not, that's not what they are looking for. The best thing is really to put them on. I've not, for people that have been following, the 2 days that they say they should not come, that's why I'm surprised that. So court can bet, they used to bet, 2 days that they say they will not allow phone. People protested, they eventually allowed phone. They're like, court again. So people, they protest on court and they allow. Waiting, they say they don't want. So it means these people, in my mind, I was just like, these people are sending a wrong signal. Does it mean, and when I say protest, I don't mean does it mean that? So I really want to tell us, please, and please, that's my own message every time. Let's just ensure that we don't sleep, we don't give up. May 29th is not my own deadline. It's not our deadline. We have deadlines, which is 180 days from the day Peter Obi filed his motion. And that out of that 180 days, over 2 months has left it. It's 6 months, and over 2 months don't come out inside. So please, let's stay on that. Then also, if for any reason May 29 happened, like Saddam said earlier, that day now we go last pass. In fact, maybe on Thursday space, we go to collect, people need to contribute tweets. Say, for like me, and like 200 tweets with Tinubu is not my president, I go make. It's like 200. Now me go donate at least 200. So I would like to hear what you are planning to donate. See, if Tinubu is not my president, doesn't trend on Twitter, I make I just leave it there. But please also, what David initiated today, let's the California rep, please let's share it with people so that we can.
Oh yeah, let me add that if you're
Yeah.
emailing the California rep, please make your email like eloquent. Please don't make it threatening
I
or
think no, I
make
don't
us
think it's a
yeah.
phone call. Phone call is
Okay.
better, but if you are using an email, also fine. Anyone is fine, but yeah, I
Yeah.
get the point you're saying.
Don't make us look
Don't,
like Abadu people.
don't go and threaten. All right, thank you very much, everybody. I know a couple of us that wanted to speak, but Saddam. Oh, I don't know if Jimmy wants to say something before you go.
All right, thank you very much, my brother. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. As in, I just want to answer my sister. She's my DM. She asked me a question, so I think I'll answer her. Sorry, I can't bring you up again. We have closed shop for today. She said, "Let me say, sorry, I can't bring you up again. I beg." She said, "Is this same man? Please send me as a message. And whatever it is, please send me as a message. We have closed shop for today. Please. We can't." Go further. We still have to space on Thursday. Whatever message can see wait till Thursday. I beg. This is the same man that has Ikebe Super. Yes, it's the same man. That's the convention of police. I have Ikebe Super. Yes, it's the one. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I think we have we have come to the end of. Oh God, I'm idiot. I've got to the end of today's space. But before I go, let me just say this, please. It is important we start preparing our minds. It is better we sound like a broken record, so that you take anything out of this space is that you heard repeated arguments, repeated stuff. When I started this space, and today my first submission was exactly what David came up here to say. What 99 have come up here to say, what Jimmy have been saying, what when Nigeria said, and most of them were not here when I made my submission. It is because we are aligned in thoughts. We have spoken with people that are up there. We understand how important it is that this case get to the very, very conclusive end. And we as a people play our role. And we understand how much it is that how many people for myself, I feel I am obligated to cater for a whole lot of people that come to this platform. So it is important the energy we get from this platform is that energy that will hold and help people. I'm responsible for the energy we give out on this platform. So I look at after February elections, I know how many of us are lost out. Many of our people have not been on social media since then. Many people have gone so cold. Many of them have lost hope. Why? Because they banked their mind on a date, not when the election has not finished. They felt, after the whole hard work, and rightly so, in a sane society, election ends on election night. But we are in a crazy society. We are fighting monsters. We are doing what have never been done before. We are trying to change the status quo. So we should understand that we are in this for a long haul. And I think I said this a day or two after that our election space, our situational space. I had that submission here, and I said, I know many other people will still fall off. But I, for myself, I'm standing, I'm saying it, that till the end, and I said it then, that May 29th is not my date. My date is the last day the Supreme Court will give judgment. That is the date I am looking forward towards. So we should start preparing our minds so that you don't box yourself mentally, psychologically to a date. Our lead counsel today, Mr. Levi, said the same thing. He said that the courts have been vacating people, that if this man, whether they swear him that May 29th is just a date, whether they swear him in or they don't swear him in, when we get back, when we prove without reasonable doubt to the courts that we won the elections with all the evidences we have, Bola Ahmed Tinubu will vacate that office. He is not powerful. He is a fucking nobody. He's a criminal that has money, that sells drugs, that has held a state like Lagos in captives for decades. That is who he is. He is nothing more than that. Do not make him feel so big. He is a nobody. You won him in an election. You won him in his Lagos. You won him in a landslide. He did not get 25% in Lagos. Is that who you should be scared of? If Peter Obi lost Anambra State, will you even be standing to speak today? A man that has been a de facto governor of Lagos State for 23 years lost that state. He lost that state in a very landslide with over 800,000 votes. Facts. So the difference now that we have is that these guys have the media. And somebody came up here on the submission. He was saying that look at Dokubo and Dokubo's went to Abuja and did rally, blah, 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 blah. Just saying all sort of nonsense. I'm looking at, okay, Dokubo went and did rally. Do you know that we have people that in Abuja have been protesting since after election till today? And you're not seeing the implication because you don't have the media. Nobody's going to put a camera on you. If you like, there is no protest in the world, I dare say, in the world today that was as gross as the protest that went on in Nasarawa State for a couple of weeks. Our mothers were unclad. You also saw that video. You saw the videos. Every day they were coming out naked, protesting. Did it get any media attraction? No. The media will only tell you what they want to tell you. So the greatest weapon we have on social media here is to make sure that we cannot amplify our voices. And for those that are scared, if he enter, he's going to ban Twitter. The more he ban Twitter, the more famous we make him. Because the moment you ban Twitter, we go to VPN. See, there is every loophole to channel this fucking criminal. There are loopholes. Everything he does, there is always a way around it. I don't understand why I'm saying this. I'm trying to talk to one or two people here. So please, remove your mind. May 29th is just a date, of which we are standing and say that it may not even happen. We're not going to come out here and say things that is happening behind the scene. I'm not trying to increase anybody's expectation or lower anybody's expectation, but I'm trying to prepare your mind so that even in the eventuality, which is the worst, in May 29th, just recognize that man as an unconstitutional being occupying. He's an illegal tenant. Look at him like a terrorist that's occupying your forest. That when time comes in due season, he will leave. So please, guys, the power we yield is making noise every day on social media. Those are on ground, support those on ground. Hopefully, there are plans to have a 1 million man march in Abuja by this weekend. Hopefully, I don't want to come out here and be saying things that people are working behind the scene that we know, because we don't discuss strategy on this space. But hopefully, things will be happening and we'll be seeing things happen. But please, this one will they come Twitter, they talk. Continue talking. Continue tweeting. As Women Nigeria said, continue donating your tweets, your likes, your retweets, your hashtags, whatever you can do, please and please do not give up. This fight to collect our country, Nigeria, was never going to be easy. It was never going to be easy. If you thought it was easy, you wouldn't have even started at first. It was never going to be easy. Let us prepare our minds for the battle ahead will be even more tougher. And as I say, every day, block 100 Abado. I am so proud now that I can go to a Peter Obi street and I will see one Abado and I will see he make a nonsense comment. And you first of all show he blocked. He's blocked. I'll now open his comment, block. I'll now open his tweet and I'll see he has 100 likes. I'll now laugh inside my heart and say, ha 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 ha. Saddam, go and check the like. You will see the people will like that like. You know this 10 for your mention. I will enter the likes and I'll see that you know this 10. I have blocked 90 that like his tweets. 90 don't enter top block. I'll now block the remaining 10. So I get that joy from my heart. Now I say, let's try and see. You will thank me tomorrow. Just do this every day. I'm pursuing Jimmy now because my own year. If you're looking at May 29th, I'm looking at May 29th to make sure that by May 29th I have more block lists than Jimmy. That is what I'm looking at to make sure. Jimmy, you have to. That's all the truth because this is psychological warfare. I have to prepare our people to understand the reality on ground.
Bro, I run there 4,650.
Oh my God, what am I doing? I'm like 3,000 something. How can you enter 4,000 for me, Jimmy? Please reduce it. Reduce your tempo. You're too fast. You're too fast for my liking. Please, people, please. It is important to prepare our minds for the war ahead. It is not going to be easy, but we have to prepare ourselves so that we don't get caught unawares. We cannot afford to start losing so many of our people again to depression because I know how hard obedience fights. I know how hard we invest our money, our time, our soul, and everything to this movement. Please, it is not a waste. It is not a waste. We will get back our country. Let us put the fire on the judiciary. Then in the eventuality, I don't want to even preempt. Let's not preempt. Our case is watertight. No judge. If he cannot even enter there and change. If he come out and say he enters as INEC select, Asura select, and I want to change judge, we burn down the country for him. There are so many ways to do these things to catch a thief. So please, let us just not even preempt anything. Because I hear some people say, what if? What if? Keep your what if in your heart and keep fighting and keep making noise. These guys are not sensible. These guys are not smart. All they depend on is thuggery to win elections. People that use thug to win elections are not intelligent people. They are not intelligent people. Do not rate that man. He is not an intelligent man. All he does is use money and thugs to win elections. That is not a smart man. That's not a strong man either. That is a stupid, foolish old man. Thank you guys for another wonderful day. We'll come back here on Thursday, hopefully God's willing. Yes, tomorrow I think, please join our people in the 100 million man match space tomorrow. I think Mag will be having a fundraiser for our people that will be going across Abuja tomorrow. They'll be going across Abuja. They have to get buses across the states. I want to just push people from across the states that want to go to Abuja and stand with our people that are already on ground in Abuja protesting and walking across.